Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Forgotten Isle. The sea stretched endlessly in every direction, a vast expanse of rolling waves that shimmered beneath the silver glow of the moon. The ship, the horizon's wake, sliced through the water with silent determination, its weathered sails billowing in the salty night air. The crew moved in hushed tones, their voices barely rising above the rhythmic creak of the wooden deck. At the bow, Captain Elias Graves stood with his hands resting on the railing, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. He was a man of quiet strength, his face lined with the weight of years spent chasing legends across the seas. And tonight, he was closer than ever, beside him, his navigator, Lillian Thorne. Adjusted her spyglass, her expression tense. "We should have seen something by now," she murmured. "Are you sure the map was right?" Elias didn't look away from the dark waters ahead. Maps can be wrong. But the stories, those always hold truth. Lillian sighed, lowering her spyglass. "Stories won't save us if we're lost in open water." Before Elias could respond, a voice called from the crow's nest. "Land!" Off the starboard bow. The crew rushed to the railings, eager to catch a glimpse of the fabled isle. There, barely visible against the horizon, a jagged silhouette rose from the mist, cloaked in an eerie glow. The island was real, the Forgotten Isle. A hush fell over the crew. Some murmured prayers under their breath. Others exchanged uneasy glances. Every sailor had heard the tales, an island that appeared and vanished with the tides, a place lost to time, filled with untold treasures and unspeakable horrors. Elias turned to Lillian, his expression unreadable. "Ready the landing party." She hesitated. "Are you sure about this?" Elias simply nodded, the decision had been made. The Forgotten Isle awaited, the longboats cut through the dark waters, their oars dipping silently into the sea as they carried the landing party toward the shore. The island loomed ahead, wreathed in a thin veil of mist, its jagged cliffs rising like broken teeth from the ocean. The closer they came, the stronger the scent of damp earth and salt grew, mingling with something else, something ancient and unfamiliar. Captain Elias Graves sat at the bow of the lead boat, his gaze fixed on the shadowed coastline. Beside him, Lillian Thorne clutched the aged map they had followed for weeks. The inked lines led here, to this forsaken place. But there was no telling what awaited them beyond the shore. "There's no sign of a welcoming party," said Jackson Cole, the ship's quartermaster, his hand resting on the hilt of his cutlass. "Not that I expected one." Lillian frowned. "No birds, no movement. It's too quiet." The rowers pulled their last strokes, and the boat slid onto the sand with a soft scrape. Elias stepped out first, his boots sinking into the damp shore. The beach was narrow, giving way to a dense jungle that loomed like a wall, its twisted trees and tangled vines shrouded in darkness. The crew disembarked quickly, their weapons drawn. Elias raised a hand, signaling for silence. We move carefully. No unnecessary risks. His voice was low but firm. Stay close. The landing party advanced, their boots crunching over shells and driftwood. The jungle beyond was an impenetrable mass, but the map hinted at a path, if one knew where to look. Lillian traced a line with her gloved finger, then pointed toward a break in the undergrowth. This way. They moved cautiously, hacking through vines and stepping over twisted roots. The deeper they ventured, the more the island's eerie silence pressed in around them. There was no birdsong, no rustling of unseen creatures, only the sound of their own footsteps and the occasional whisper of the wind. Then, a distant sound broke the quiet, a low, echoing thrum, like the heartbeat of something vast and unseen. The crew froze. Jackson's grip tightened on his cutlass. What in the devil's name was that? Elias didn't answer. He only gestured for them to move forward. The island was waiting. The sound faded as quickly as it had come, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the jungle. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, hands tightening on weapons, but Elias Graves pressed on without hesitation. He had not sailed this far to turn back at the first whisper of the unknown. Lillian Thorne walked beside him, the map gripped tightly in her gloved hand. The inked lines hinted at something deeper inland, a ruin or structure of some kind, but without landmarks to guide them, it was impossible to say how far. That sound, she murmured, eyes scanning the trees. It didn't come from an animal. Jackson Cole, his cutlass drawn, gave a dry chuckle. If it did, I don't ever want to meet the beast that made it. The jungle thickened around them, the air growing dense with moisture. The scent of earth and decay filled their lungs as they navigated the tangled roots and low-hanging vines. Shadows clung to the undergrowth, twisting into strange shapes in the dim light. Then, up ahead, something shifted, a figure, no, a statue, emerged from the foliage, half buried beneath the creeping vines. The stone was weathered, its features eroded by time, but the outline of a face remained. Hollow eyes stared into the void, and the twisted carvings along its surface sent a shiver through the crew. Someone was here before us, Jackson muttered. Elias ran his fingers over the rough stone, brushing away centuries of dirt. The statue bore no resemblance to any civilization he recognized. Its elongated features and spiraling glyphs suggested something far older. Something lost. Lillian turned to the map again. We're close. If this is marked, then, a scream shattered the silence. The crew spun toward the source, weapons raised. One of the sailors, Morgan, had fallen to his knees, his face pale as death. His hands trembled as he pointed at something in the underbrush. A skeletal hand protruded from the earth, its fingers curled as if frozen in its final grasp. But that was not what sent ice through their veins. The bones were fresh, and they were not alone. Half buried beneath the soil and vines, dozens of skeletons lay scattered in twisted repose. Some still clutched rusted weapons. Others bore remnants of tattered clothing, the remains of past explorers. Their journey ended before it had truly begun. The jungle had swallowed them whole. Elias exhaled slowly, his jaw tightening. Stay together. Keep moving. Lillian swallowed hard, forcing herself to look away from the remains. Captain. If this is what happened to them, then we learn from their mistakes. Elias locked eyes with her, his expression unwavering. And we survive. The crew moved on, stepping carefully through the graveyard of the forgotten. The island watched in silence. The jungle swallowed the crew whole, its tangled roots and twisting vines tightening around them like a snare. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and every step forward felt like venturing deeper into a world that had long since forgotten time. Elias Graves led the way, his cutlass held at his side, his senses sharp. Lillian Thorne walked just behind him, her fingers gripping the map as if it might somehow anchor her to reality. The sight of the skeletal remains had shaken the crew, but there was no turning back now. Jackson Cole, ever the pragmatist, broke the silence. You ever get the feeling you're being watched? No one answered, but they all felt it. That unshakable sensation of unseen eyes lurking just beyond the trees. The deeper they went, the stranger the jungle became. Trees twisted in unnatural ways, their bark marked with deep carvings, symbols that looked almost like writing, but in no language any of them recognized. Some were crude spirals, others jagged shapes that seemed to move when looked at for too long. Lillian stopped before one particularly large tree, tracing a finger over its markings. These aren't random. They're deliberate. Elias glanced over. You recognize them? She shook her head. No, but they're meant to be read. Someone left these behind. Someone who never left the island, Jackson muttered. The ground beneath their boots changed. The rich jungle soil gave way to something firmer, stone. They had stepped onto what appeared to be an ancient pathway, nearly swallowed by the undergrowth. It stretched ahead, winding into the shadows. Elias knelt, brushing away a layer of moss. Beneath it, he found more carvings. Glyphs, arranged in a pattern. A warning. A map. Before he could examine them further, a sound rumbled in the distance. Not the eerie thrum they had heard before. This was different. Deeper. More primal. It came from ahead, weapons ready. Elias ordered. The crew obeyed, steel whispering free of scabbards. They followed the path, every step careful, every breath measured. The sound grew louder, reverberating through the trees. It was not the call of an animal, nor the howl of the wind. It was rhythmic, like something immense shifting beneath the earth. Then, the trees parted, revealing what lay ahead. A structure, impossibly old, loomed in the clearing. Black stone, weathered but unbroken, stretched high above them. A temple. A fortress. Whatever it had once been, it had stood against time itself. The sound was coming from within. Elias stepped forward, peering up at the massive doorway. It was flanked by more statues, their hollow eyes watching in silent judgment. Lillian's voice was barely above a whisper. This place. It's not abandoned. Jackson swallowed hard. Then we just walked into someone's home. The jungle was behind them. The temple before them. There was no turning back. The air around the temple was heavy, as if the jungle itself held its breath. The rhythmic, bone-deep rumbling continued, pulsing through the ground beneath their feet. It wasn't random, it was deliberate, like the heartbeat of something ancient and waiting. Elias Graves stood at the threshold, studying the massive stone entrance. The carvings here were deeper than those in the jungle, the symbols more defined. They told a story, of people long gone, of something locked away. This isn't just a ruin, Lillian murmured beside him. It's a warning. Jackson Cole tightened his grip on his pistol. A warning about what? No one had an answer. The crew exchanged glances, but hesitation was a luxury they couldn't afford. Elias took the first step inside. The others followed, one by one, their boots echoing against the cold stone. Inside, the air was stale, untouched for centuries. The temple's walls stretched high, vanishing into darkness. Intricate murals lined the passage, depicting figures in ceremonial garb, their faces obscured by strange masks. They stood before a great beast, something massive, coiled in shadows, its eyes burning like embers. Lillian ran her fingers over the carvings. This creature. It was worshipped. Or feared, Elias countered. A noise, soft but unmistakable, made them freeze. Footsteps, not theirs. From deeper within the temple, the crew turned as one, weapons raised, eyes scanning the darkness. The flickering torchlight barely reached the edges of the corridor, leaving much unseen. Then, something moved. A figure, no, a shadow, at the far end of the passage. Tall, unnaturally still. Watching. Who's there? Jackson called out. No answer. Elias took a cautious step forward. We don't mean any harm. We're just passing through. Still, silence. Then, in a blink, the figure was gone. A chill ran through them all. Jackson exhaled sharply. I don't like this. Neither do I, Elias admitted. But we keep moving. They pressed forward, deeper into the temple. The air grew colder. The murals more grotesque. The rhythmic rumbling intensified, and then, they reached it, a chamber, vast and circular, with a single object at its center, an altar. Upon it lay a stone tablet, its surface carved with the same symbols from outside. But this was different, this was recent. Someone had been here. Someone had written this message. Lillian stepped closer, brushing away the dust. Her breath hitched. It's in Latin, she whispered. Elias frowned. You can read it? She nodded, her voice barely audible. It says, to wake it is to unmake the world. A deep, guttural growl rumbled from the darkness beyond the altar. Something had been waiting, and now, it was awake. A low, guttural growl rumbled through the chamber, vibrating in their bones. It wasn't just a sound, it was a presence, something vast and ancient, stirring in the darkness beyond the altar. Elias Graves tightened his grip on his lantern, the flickering light barely holding back the shadows. The walls, once covered in intricate carvings, now seemed to shift, as if alive. Jackson Cole had his pistol raised, eyes scanning the chamber for movement, while Lillian clutched the edge of the altar, her breath shallow. We need to go, Jackson muttered. Now. Elias took a slow step back, but the floor beneath him trembled. The dust at their feet swirled, as if something massive had begun to stir below them. Then, the whispering began. It came from everywhere at once, dozens of voices, speaking in hushed tones, their words unintelligible but filled with urgency. Lillian gasped, her eyes darting around. Do you hear that? Elias nodded, his pulse hammering. The whispers grew louder, converging into a single voice, a voice deep and echoing, layered with age and authority. You were warned. The words came from the darkness ahead, from beyond the altar where the chamber stretched into unknown depths. Then, something moved. A figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, robed being with an elaborate mask, its surface cracked with age. It held no weapon, made no aggressive move, yet its mere presence sent a wave of unease through the group. Elias took a cautious step forward. Who are you? The masked figure tilted its head. You are not the first to come here. And you will not be the last. Jackson tightened his grip on his pistol. What is this place? A long pause. Then, the figure spoke, its voice a whisper within the chamber. A prison. The ground beneath them shook violently. Dust and small stones rained from the ceiling. The growling deepened, no longer distant, it was rising. Lillian turned to Elias, her face pale. It's waking up. The masked figure remained still. You have already set it in motion. Elias felt a cold weight settle in his chest. Had their mere presence disturbed something that was never meant to be disturbed? The stone tablet on the altar pulsed with a faint, eerie glow. Lillian traced the carvings with her fingertips, reading the ancient Latin aloud. To wake it is to unmake the world. Jackson cursed under his breath. All right. I vote we leave. Now. Elias wasn't about to argue. Back the way we came. Now. But as they turned, the masked figure lifted a hand. There is no way back. Behind them, the entrance to the chamber was gone. Where the passage once was, there was now only solid stone, a trap. The growling beneath them turned into a deafening roar. The ground cracked, and then, something vast and terrible began to rise. The chamber trembled as if the island itself was awakening. Dust swirled in the flickering lantern light, and from beneath the cracked stone floor, a monstrous presence stirred. Elias Graves felt his breath catch in his throat as the low, guttural growl deepened into a resonant, earth-shaking roar. Jackson Cole took a step back, his pistol trained on the shifting ground. I don't know what's coming, but I don't want to meet it. Lillian, her fingers still tracing the glowing inscriptions on the altar, muttered under her breath. This place isn't just a tomb. It's a seal. She looked up, her eyes wide with realization. Something was locked away here. And we've broken the lock. The masked figure before them did not move. Its presence was eerily still, almost as if it was waiting for something. Elias clenched his jaw. Then how do we put it back? The figure's hollow voice carried through the shaking chamber. You cannot. A crack split the altar, the ancient stone fracturing like brittle glass. A gust of wind, impossibly cold and laced with whispers, rushed from the broken stone. The shadows cast by the lantern stretched unnaturally, twisting along the walls like living things. Then, the floor buckled, a massive shape surged upward from beneath the ruins, forcing them all to scatter. Stone crumbled, and something immense pulled itself from the depths, a shape of darkness and molten gold, its form undefined yet impossibly vast. Tendrils of obsidian mist coiled around the chamber, and within the shifting void, eyes flickered open, dozens of them, burning like embers in a dying fire. Lillian gasped. "It's awake." Jackson fired a shot, but the bullet vanished into the shifting void of the creature's form, swallowed as if it had never existed. "That's not good." Elias gritted his teeth. "Run." They turned, but the chamber's exit was sealed, solid stone where an open passage had once been. The masked figure still stood motionless, untouched by the chaos around them. Lillian turned to it, desperation in her voice. "There has to be a way out." The figure finally spoke. "There is only one path." It gestured toward the altar's fractured remains. "Enter the abyss, or be consumed by it." Elias exchanged a glance with Jackson, then looked at Lillian. The ground beneath them trembled violently, the creature pulling itself further into the chamber, its shifting mass distorting the air itself. The whispers in the wind had turned into something else now, words, fragmented and unintelligible, but filled with hunger. They had no choice. Taking a deep breath, Elias grabbed Lillian's hand. "Whatever happens, stay close." Jackson nodded grimly. "I really hate this plan." Together, they leaped into the abyss beyond the broken altar, into the darkness that had waited, patient and hungry, for centuries. Elias felt weightless. The sensation of falling stretched endlessly, as though time itself had lost meaning. The darkness swallowed them whole, thick and suffocating, until the air around them shifted. Then, impact. He hit the ground hard, the breath knocked from his lungs. Cold stone beneath him, damp and uneven. A groan to his right, Lillian. To his left, Jackson cursing under his breath, everyone in one piece. Elias rasped, pushing himself upright. Jackson coughed. "Define peace." Lillian sat up, shaking dust from her hair. "Where are we?" A faint blue glow flickered in the air around them. Strange symbols hovered, shifting and rearranging like a living language. The walls of the cavern pulsed with an eerie light, veins of some unknown mineral running through the stone like trapped lightning. Elias stood, reaching for his lantern, only to find it shattered beside him. The descent had been unkind to their gear. Jackson pulled out a match, striking it against the floor. The tiny flame flickered weakly. "I don't like this." Lillian exhaled slowly. "We're beneath the ruins. This must be an extension of the temple. Or whatever it used to be." A distant sound echoed through the cavern, a rhythmic, pulsing noise, like a heartbeat deep within the stone. Elias narrowed his eyes. "We're not alone down here." The masked figure had not followed them. The monstrous entity above had been left behind. But something else waited in the depths. Jackson moved cautiously, his revolver drawn. "I say we find a way out before whatever that is finds us." Lillian ran her fingers along the glowing symbols in the air, her expression unreadable. "I think these markings. They're reacting to us." As she spoke, the symbols coalesced, shifting into something recognizable, a door, outlined in shimmering blue light, carved into the far wall. Elias exchanged a glance with Jackson. "Looks like that's our way forward." Jackson sighed. "Of course it is." Cautiously, they approached the glowing threshold. As Elias reached out, the symbols flared to life, and the stone parted like water, revealing a passageway lined with towering statues, figures of robed beings, their faces obscured, their hands raised in warning or welcome. Beyond them, a vast chamber stretched into the unknown, its ceiling lost in the darkness above. And at its center, bathed in cold blue fire, stood an altar untouched by time. Lillian's voice was barely a whisper. "We found something older than the island itself." Jackson tightened his grip on his revolver. "Yeah. And I doubt it wants us here." The heartbeat in the stone grew louder. Something was waking. And they were standing at the edge of its domain. The chamber loomed before them, vast and eerily silent. The blue flames that hovered over the central altar cast shifting shadows across the towering statues, their robed figures frozen in silent judgment. The pulsing sound within the stone had grown stronger, a rhythmic thrum that Elias could feel in his bones. Lillian stepped forward cautiously, her fingers grazing the glowing symbols on the walls. "This isn't just a temple." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "It's a tomb." Jackson exhaled sharply. "Great. That's exactly what I wanted to hear." He tightened his grip on his revolver. "So, whose tomb are we walking through?" Elias scanned the chamber. The air was thick with something ancient, something alive. "We might be about to find out." They approached the altar, its surface smooth and untouched by time. Strange metallic objects were embedded into it, runes of silver and obsidian, pulsing faintly in the dim light. Lillian traced a symbol with her fingertips, and the room responded. A deep, resonant vibration shook the walls. The statues trembled. Dust cascaded from the ceiling in slow, spiraling drifts, and then, the whispers began, soft at first, like wind through hollow stone. But as the glow from the altar intensified, so did the voices, layered, overlapping, speaking in a language none of them understood. The symbols along the walls pulsed in tandem, their light growing brighter. Jackson took a step back. "Nope. No, thank you. I've seen enough cursed places to know this is the part where something tries to kill us." Lillian ignored him, her eyes fixed on the altar. "They're not angry," she murmured. "They're warning us." Elias felt his pulse quicken. "Warning us about what?" The answer came as a sound, a deep, guttural groan from the darkness beyond the chamber. A scraping, shifting noise, like stone grinding against stone. And then, a tremor beneath their feet. The statues along the walls began to move. Jackson swore, raising his revolver. "I knew it." One by one, the robed figures turned their heads, their hollow eyes locking onto the intruders. Their arms, once frozen in place, now moved with an unnatural slowness, as though waking from an eternal slumber. Elias pulled Lillian back as the first of the statues stepped from its pedestal, the grinding of ancient stone echoing through the chamber. The whispers grew into a chorus, urgent, pleading. Lillian gasped. "They're not trying to attack us." Jackson fired. The gunshot rang through the cavern, the bullet ricocheting harmlessly off the statue's chest. It didn't even flinch. Elias grabbed his arm. "Stop. If they wanted us dead, we'd be dead already." The lead statue raised one hand, palm outward. The other statues followed, their movements slow but deliberate. A gesture of command, or perhaps of warning, then, the chamber shook again. But this time, the tremor did not come from the statues. From the darkness beyond the altar, a pair of enormous eyes opened, a low, inhuman growl rumbled through the stone, reverberating in Elias' chest. The statues turned in unison toward the unseen presence, their glowing runes flaring bright. Lillian grabbed Elias' arm. Her voice was barely a breath. They were never guarding the tomb. They were guarding whatever's inside it. The ground trembled beneath them, sending small rocks skittering across the chamber floor. The statues remained motionless now, their eerie glow intensifying as they faced the massive eyes in the darkness beyond the altar. Elias felt his breath hitch. The air had thickened, charged with an ancient force, as if the island itself had woken. Jackson took a slow step back, his revolver still raised but utterly useless. "We should leave." Now, Lillian didn't move. Her gaze was locked on the shifting shadows beyond the altar, her fingers still tracing the symbols carved into the stone. "It's bound," she whispered. "Something is holding it back," as if in response to her words, the chamber pulsed with light. The runes across the walls flickered, casting jagged patterns over the statues' stone faces. And then, the voice came, low, guttural, layered with tones that did not belong to this world. "Who disturbs the seal?" Elias swallowed hard. "Ah. We mean no harm," the voice rumbled like distant thunder. "No harm has already been done." A shape stirred within the darkness, something massive, something wrong. Elias couldn't see its full form, only shifting outlines, glimmers of impossible angles. It was ancient, older than the chamber, older than the island itself. The statues stepped forward, their movements synchronized, their raised hands glowing brighter. The thing in the darkness growled, but there was something restrained about it. As if it could not cross the threshold between shadow and light, Lillian pressed her palm flat against the altar. "They locked it away," she murmured. "This isn't a tomb. It's a prison," Jackson exhaled sharply. "And we're standing in the warden's office." The air grew colder, sharper, as the entity pushed against the unseen barrier holding it back. The chamber walls groaned under the strain. The symbols beneath Lillian's hand brightened, responding to her touch. Elias turned to her. "Can you strengthen the seal?" She didn't answer immediately. Her eyes flicked across the runes, studying their patterns. I think it's failing." The creature let out a sound that was almost a chuckle, deep and rattling. "The seal weakens. Your kind has forgotten." Jackson let out a bitter laugh. "Oh great, now it's giving us history lessons." Lillian ignored him, her fingers moving over the altar's surface. "The statues are keepers. They've been holding it here, but the energy is fading." Elias glanced at the nearest stone figure. The glow beneath its hood was flickering, unstable. The island's centuries-old defenses were breaking down. Another tremor rolled through the chamber. The massive eyes narrowed. "Soon I will walk again." Jackson grabbed Elias by the arm. "We need to go before it does." Lillian shook her head. "If this thing gets out, the island won't be the only thing in danger." Elias knew she was right. This wasn't just about them anymore. He took a deep breath. Then we have to fix the seal. Now, Lillian hesitated only a moment before nodding. She placed both hands on the altar, her lips moving as she whispered words Elias didn't understand. The chamber responded. The statue's glow steadied, the symbols on the walls pulsing in rhythm with Lillian's voice, but the entity in the darkness roared, slamming against its unseen bonds. The entire room shuddered. Jackson cursed. I think it's mad. Elias stepped closer to Lillian. Tell me what to do. She looked up at him, determination burning in her eyes. Help me rewrite the seal before it breaks completely. Another roar. Another tremor. The chamber was coming apart. Elias clenched his fists. They were running out of time. The stone beneath their feet cracked, and the chamber groaned as if it, too, was struggling to hold back the ancient force pressing against it. Elias's heart raced. The air felt thick with the weight of something unimaginable, something that didn't belong in this world. Lillian's hands moved over the altar like a conductor guiding an orchestra, her lips murmuring incantations, invoking powers long forgotten by humanity. The statues around them pulsed with an otherworldly energy, their forms blurring at the edges, as if the very fabric of time and space was starting to unravel. Hurry! Jackson barked, his voice strained as he watched the cracks in the walls widen. The ground trembled beneath them, sending another wave of dust and debris into the air. Elias moved quickly to Lillian's side, trying to steady. The air in the chamber was thick with the stench of decay, the suffocating presence of the creature clawing at the edges of their sanity. Elias's heart thundered in his chest as they approached the door, the only exit from this chamber of twisted stone and pulsing, otherworldly energy. The heavy silence pressed down on them, broken only by the distant, ominous scraping of claws against rock. It was as if the island itself was alive, breathing with the darkness that had been locked away for centuries. With each passing moment, it felt as though the world was inching closer to collapse. Elias stepped forward, reaching for the door. It was different from anything they had seen before. The stone was cold to the touch, unnaturally smooth, as though it had been carved by hands that existed beyond time. Ancient symbols were etched into the surface, their shapes both familiar and foreign, their meaning lost to the ages. Are you sure about this? Jackson's voice was low, tinged with doubt, but also with an undeniable edge of determination. Elias didn't look at him. He couldn't. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. We have no choice. The creature is too close now. If we don't stop it, it will consume this entire island, and everything we've fought for will be lost. Lillian, her face pale and streaked with sweat, stepped up beside Elias. We're running out of time, she said softly, her eyes scanning the symbols on the door, trying to decipher their meaning. She was right. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the air growing colder with every passing second. Whatever waited on the other side of this door was not something they were prepared for. But there was no other way. Elias turned the stone handle, feeling the weight of it in his hand. It resisted at first, as if reluctant to open. But with a little force, it gave way, and the door slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow passage that led deeper into the heart of the island. Beyond the threshold, darkness stretched out like a living thing, consuming all light. It was so absolute, so thick, that for a moment, Elias wasn't sure if they were stepping into another world entirely. The air smelled of salt and ancient earth, but it was also damp, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of something forgotten, something that had been buried for too long. Elias took a deep breath, forcing himself to push forward. We need to keep moving. Stay close, and watch each other's backs. Lillian nodded, her hands trembling as she pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders. Jackson, ever the realist, glanced around warily. You sure those statues can guide us to the heart of this place? Elias didn't have an answer. He only knew that Lillian believed in it, and for now, that was enough. The statues had led them this far, and they had to trust that they would continue to guide them through the labyrinth ahead. As they walked deeper into the passage, the walls seemed to close in on them. The stone became slick with moisture, and a low hum filled the air, vibrating through the floor and the walls. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, as though unseen eyes were upon them at every turn. Elias's mind raced. He had to find the heart of the island, the source of the creature's power. But where was it? What would it look like? Would they be able to destroy it before the island tore itself apart? Suddenly, the passage split, revealing two distinct paths. The one on the left seemed to narrow even further, the darkness consuming it like a living mouth. The one on the right opened into a cavernous chamber, faintly illuminated by an eerie green glow. Lillian's breath caught in her throat. I think this is it. Elias turned to her, his heart skipping a beat. Are you sure? Lillian nodded, her eyes locked on the glowing passage. The heart of the island, it's close. I can feel it. Jackson eyed the glowing passage warily, his hand resting on his weapon. This place feels wrong. We need to be careful. Elias didn't argue. He had no intention of rushing into danger without understanding what awaited them. Stay alert. We don't know what we're walking into. As they stepped forward, the air grew heavier, the weight of the island's energy pressing against them, suffocating in its intensity. The deeper they went, the more the walls seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm, almost as though the island itself was alive, beating in time with their own hearts. The glowing light in the distance grew brighter as they approached, casting long shadows that stretched across the cavern floor. Elias could feel the presence of the creature, its energy seeping through the cracks, its voice whispering in the back of his mind, "You are too late, mortals. The island will belong to me once again." Elias's pulse quickened. The creature was closer now, its words reverberating through his very soul. He could feel the power growing, expanding, and he knew that there was no more time to waste. They reached the entrance to the cavern, the glowing light now blinding in its intensity. As they stepped inside, they found themselves standing at the threshold of a vast chamber, its walls lined with strange, pulsating crystals that hummed with power. In the center of the room stood an altar, a massive stone slab, ancient and covered in strange runes. The altar was the source of the glow, its energy radiating outward like the heart of the island itself. But the altar was not empty. A figure stood before it, cloaked in shadow, its form shifting like smoke. The creature was here, standing at the very heart of the island. Its presence more overwhelming than Elias had ever imagined. "Welcome," the creature's voice rumbled, its form twisting in the dark. "To the heart of the forgotten isle. You have come too far, and now you will pay the price for your intrusion." Elias felt his breath catch in his throat. They had found it, the heart. But they were not alone. The creature was here. And the final battle for the island's fate had just begun. The air in the chamber seemed to tremble with the weight of the creature's words. The shadows that cloaked its form flickered and writhed, as though it were made of darkness itself, an entity born of nightmares and ancient fears. Elias's hand instinctively moved toward his sword. But his fingers were trembling, whether from fear or the overwhelming presence of the creature, he couldn't say. Lillian, standing close by, gripped her staff tightly, her knuckles white. Her eyes were fixed on the altar, on the swirling light that poured from it like liquid fire. The creature's presence grew stronger with every breath they took, a palpable force pushing against them, demanding they turn back. But there was no turning back now. Elias stepped forward, his voice steady despite the chaos rising within him. "We're not here to surrender, creature. We've come to end this madness." The figure before them twisted further, its form stretching and contracting like smoke in the wind. "End it?" The creature's voice was dark, mocking. "Do you truly think you can stop what has already begun? The island belongs to me now. You are but fleeting shadows." Elias didn't falter. He had to believe there was a way to stop it. The heart of this island is not yours to command. It was meant to be sealed away, forgotten. We'll destroy it. And you with it. For a brief moment, the creature's form flickered, its face becoming clearer, a twisted visage of what once might have been human, but now was something far darker. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a sickly green that sent a chill through Elias's bones. "You are fools," the creature hissed. "You do not understand the power you are meddling with. The island is my prison. But I have learned to feed upon its very core. And when the heart awakens, so too will I. You have already lost." The stone beneath Elias's feet seemed to shudder, as if the island itself was reacting to the creature's words. The walls of the cavern pulsed with a rhythmic energy, and a low rumble began to reverberate through the ground. Elias could feel it in his bones. The island was alive, breathing, and it was angry. Jackson, who had been silent until now, took a step forward, his eyes narrowing in defiance. "You won't have the island. We'll destroy it, whatever it takes." Elias shot him a glance, but his thoughts were already racing. He needed to find a way to weaken the creature, to sever its connection to the island's heart. There had to be something, some hidden weakness in its power. The creature's laugh was cold, sharp, like the sound of bones breaking. "You have no idea what you're dealing with. The heart of the Forgotten Isle is not just a source of power, it is the very essence of the island. And its voice deepened, the shadows around it writhing. "I am the island." Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently, and the light from the altar flared, blinding them for a moment. The creature's form stretched outward, tendrils of darkness reaching for them like the hands of 1,000 hungry ghosts. "Run!" Lillian shouted, her voice breaking through the chaos. Elias didn't need to be told twice. He spun on his heel, urging Jackson and Lillian to follow as the cavern shook with renewed intensity. The creature's voice echoed behind them, filled with rage. "You cannot escape. You cannot hide. This island will be your tomb." The three of them sprinted down the narrow passage they had come through, the walls closing in as if the island itself sought to trap them. The tremors grew stronger, and the ground seemed to crack and shift underfoot. The pulsing energy from the altar still filled the air, the darkness seeping into every corner, chasing them. As they rounded a bend, Elias spotted a narrow alcove ahead, just big enough for them to hide in. Without a second thought, they ducked into it, panting, trying to quiet their breathing. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The tremors slowed, the sound of the creature's laughter fading into the distance. But Elias knew this brief reprieve wouldn't last long. "We need to stop it," he said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "There's no more time. The creature's power is tied to the heart. If we can destroy it, we can destroy him." Lillian nodded, her face pale but determined. "The runes. They must be the key. The altar, the symbols. It's all connected." Elias turned to her. "What do you mean?" Lillian's eyes flickered to the stone walls, her fingers brushing over the ancient symbols that had begun to glow faintly. "The runes. They're a map. A guide to the heart of the island. We need to align them, focus the energy, and then—" Her words were cut off by another tremor, stronger this time. The island was angry, restless. But Elias's mind was racing. He had a plan. "If we can disrupt the flow of energy to the altar, it'll weaken the creature. We'll need to act fast." Jackson wiped the sweat from his brow, his jaw set. "And how exactly are we supposed to do that?" Elias's gaze fell on the glowing symbols, his mind piecing together the fragments of their conversation. "The symbols are a key. The altar is the lock. We just need to turn it in the right direction." Without waiting for more, Elias stepped out of the alcove and began to move toward the central chamber again. The air felt thick, suffocating, as if the island itself was holding its breath, waiting for them to make their move. Lillian and Jackson followed closely, their footsteps echoing through the silence. They had to hurry. The creature was still out there, its influence growing with every passing moment. When they reached the altar once more, Elias could feel the power radiating from it, pulsing like a heartbeat, a rhythm that was both familiar and foreign. He stepped forward, his hand outstretched, and placed it against the stone. The symbols that adorned the altar glowed brighter in response, as if recognizing his touch. Elias's heart pounded in his chest as he focused on the symbols, willing them to reveal their secret. Then, the ground trembled once more, and the voice of the creature echoed through the chamber, its words filled with fury. "You cannot control me. You cannot stop me." But Elias was not listening to the creature anymore. He was focused entirely on the symbols, on the rhythm of the energy that flowed through the altar. A final, desperate thought crossed his mind as the stone beneath his hand began to shift. "This is it." With a forceful motion, Elias turned the stone, the symbols aligning in an intricate pattern that seemed to resonate with the very heart of the island. The ground shook, and the energy within the altar reached its peak, crackling through the air like a storm on the horizon, and then silence. For a moment, Elias stood there, breathless, waiting for the inevitable explosion. But it didn't come. Instead, the light from the altar began to flicker, dimming and fading until all that remained was a faint, dying glow. The creature's voice, once so powerful, now seemed distant, weak. The island had begun to fall silent. "It's working," Lillian whispered, her voice filled with awe and disbelief. But Elias knew that this was only the beginning. The creature was not defeated yet, and they still had a long way to go. The silence that followed the fading light from the altar was more oppressive than the creature's roars. Elias stood motionless, his hand still pressed against the stone, feeling its warmth slowly dissipate. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to hope that they might have succeeded in disrupting the creature's connection to the island's heart. But deep down, he knew this wasn't over. Lillian stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the now dimly glowing altar. The stone had stopped pulsing with energy, but the air was still thick, charged with the remnants of power. Jackson, his face set with grim determination, scanned the cavern, his eyes darting to every shadow. "It's not enough," Elias murmured, more to himself than to his companions. Lillian nodded, her eyes flickering to him. "We've only weakened it. We need to destroy the heart completely." Elias looked at her, wondering if the toll of their journey was starting to show on her. The weight of their mission had pressed down on all of them, no one more than her. But she was strong. She was the key to the magic that tied this island together. "Where is it?" he asked, his voice low. Lillian's eyes glinted with understanding. "I believe the heart lies deeper within the island, at the very core. But we can't just walk there. The paths are shifting, and the deeper we go, the more hostile the island becomes." Jackson grunted in agreement, wiping the sweat from his brow. "So, what do we do? Wait for it to come to us?" Lillian's eyes narrowed as she stared at the altar. Her staff held tightly in her hands. "No, we keep moving. We need to follow the markings in the rock. There's a pattern, a path hidden within the stones. The altar. It's just the beginning." Elias turned his attention back to the altar. The fading light seemed to be pulling him in, drawing him closer to the stone. The symbols had stopped glowing, but the faint lines on the surface seemed to pulse faintly, as though the altar was still alive, breathing. He reached out again, this time touching one of the symbols, a simple swirl with lines radiating outward like the rays of a sun. It seemed familiar, and as his fingers traced its contours, a shiver ran down his spine. Suddenly, the stone under his touch shifted. And the ground trembled once more, this time not from the rumbling of the island, but from the very air around them. The altar's faint light flared up again, and the walls seemed to pulse, as if awakening. "It's reacting to us," Elias said, his voice tightening. "But how?" Lillian's eyes were wide with realization. "We've connected to it. The heart of the island is more than just power, it's a living thing, a consciousness that feeds on the island's energy. We've disturbed it, and now it's aware of us." Jackson stepped forward, his fists clenched. "We can't just stand here. We need to keep moving. Whatever we've done, we need to finish it before it can retaliate." With urgency in their steps, they began to move, following the dim lines etched into the walls of the cavern. The path seemed to guide them deeper into the heart of the island, and with each step, the air grew colder, heavier, and the ground seemed to shift underfoot. The walls began to narrow as they descended, forcing them into a single file line. The further they went, the darker it became, until only the faint glow of Lillian's staff lit their way. The path twisted and turned, leading them through sharp turns and steep descents. It was as if the island itself was fighting them, trying to throw them off course, but they pressed forward. The silence of the cavern weighed on them, and Elias could feel the oppressive presence of the creature looming over them, even if it remained distant. They had done something to it, but now they had to finish what they started. There was no turning back. After what felt like hours, they finally came to a wide, open chamber. The air was thick with a strange, metallic scent, and the walls of the cavern were slick with moisture. At the center of the room stood a massive stone structure, a towering pillar that seemed to pulse with the same energy that had once radiated from the altar. It was black as obsidian, smooth as glass, with intricate runes carved deep into its surface. Lillian stepped forward, her eyes wide with awe and fear. This is it. The heart. Elias felt a chill run down his spine as he looked up at the dark pillar. It was massive, looming over them like a dark sentinel. The air around it was thick with energy, the power emanating from it almost suffocating. It was more than a physical object. It was alive, pulsing with a force that seemed to ripple through the very air. Jackson stepped closer, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. And how do we destroy it? Lillian's expression was tight, her focus sharp. We can't destroy it by force alone. The heart is connected to the island itself. We need to sever the link between them, disconnect the heart from the island's life force. Elias nodded slowly. How do we do that? Lillian raised her staff, pointing it toward the stone pillar. There are inscriptions on the surface. If we can channel the magic from the island's ley lines and focus it through the staff, it should break the connection. Elias turned to Jackson. Get ready. We'll need all the help we can get. Jackson grunted, his hand tightening around his sword. I'm ready. The three of them stood in the shadow of the pillar, the weight of the task ahead pressing down on them. They had come so far, but this was the most dangerous part of their journey. The creature, still lurking in the background, was growing stronger, feeding off the island's life force. If they didn't act now, they might never get another chance. Lillian closed her eyes, focusing all her energy on the runes carved into the pillar. The air around them grew colder, and the ground seemed to shift once more. Elias could feel the island itself stirring, its anger growing with each passing second. With a sharp breath, Lillian thrust her staff toward the pillar. The moment her staff made contact with the stone, the runes lit up, glowing a sickly green that mirrored the color of the creature's eyes. The pillar hummed, a deep, resonating sound that vibrated through the very floor beneath their feet. The island responded, a deep, rumbling voice echoing in their minds. You think you can sever me from the earth? You are nothing. I am the land. I am the heart. Elias's grip tightened on his sword as the creature's voice filled his mind. But he didn't let it break his focus. They were close now. They just needed to hold on. Lillian's voice trembled with the effort, but she pressed on, her staff glowing brighter. We will end you. This island belongs to no one but those who protect it. The rumble of the island grew louder, the stone beneath them shaking, as if it were alive and resisting their every move. The pressure in the air mounted, and Elias could feel the island's power surging around them, threatening to crush them under its weight. But they had come this far. They couldn't stop now. "We're almost there," Lillian said through gritted teeth. "Just a little longer." As the stone pillar continued to glow, Elias could feel the connection to the island starting to crack. They were close, but they had to hurry. The creature's power was rising. The humming of the pillar grew louder, as though it were trying to drown out their thoughts, filling their minds with echoes of ancient, twisted voices. Elias could feel the oppressive weight of the island's anger pressing down on them. The creature's presence was no longer distant, it was here, in their minds, in the very air they breathed. The ground beneath their feet trembled as the heart of the island fought back against their efforts, its power surging through the air in violent pulses. Elias could hear the sharp crackle of energy in the atmosphere, a warning that the struggle was reaching its peak. It was no longer just a matter of surviving, they needed to act now, before the island consumed them entirely. Lillian's face was pale, sweat beading at her forehead as she fought to maintain her focus. Her hands trembled around her staff, which now glowed with a fierce light. She muttered something under her breath, her voice rising in a chant, her words twisting the very fabric of reality around them. "We must sever the bond," Lillian's voice echoed, almost in a trance. "The connection between the heart and the land, break it, Elias." Jackson. Elias could see the strain in her eyes, the effort it took to channel the island's ley lines into her magic. The very earth beneath them seemed to be resisting her every word, every movement. The creature, too, was growing stronger, its roars vibrating through the ground. "I can feel it," Elias muttered, his breath short, as he stepped closer to the glowing pillar. "The creature, it's trying to take control of us." Jackson moved beside him, his sword raised, ready for anything. His eyes flicked nervously toward the walls, where shadowy figures seemed to flicker and shift. The island was alive in every sense of the word, and every corner of it seemed to be watching them. "We need to finish this," Jackson said, his voice low and determined. "Now." Elias turned to face the pillar, feeling the pulse of the ley lines beneath his feet. He could sense the power flowing from the stone, feeding into the island itself, a living conduit of energy. But they couldn't just stop the flow, they had to destroy the heart completely, or all their efforts would be for nothing. He drew his sword and moved toward the stone, feeling the vibrations in his bones. The power here was ancient, far older than anything he had encountered before. His grip tightened on the hilt of his blade as he prepared for the final strike. "Lillian." Elias called, his voice urgent. "How do we sever the connection?" She didn't respond at first, her focus solely on her staff as it glowed brighter. The light from the staff seemed to pulse in time with the pillar. And Elias could feel the connection between the two growing stronger. "We need to." Lillian gasped, barely able to speak through the strain. "We need to break the flow. The energy, it needs to be redirected. Redirected to you, Elias. You have to channel it, through the sword. The blade must become the vessel." Elias's heart skipped a beat. "Channel it? Through the sword?" Lillian nodded, her voice strained but resolute. "Yes, the sword was forged for this purpose. It can channel the ley lines, redirect the energy. But you must be the one to focus it." Only then can we sever the heart from the island. Elias hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward, holding his sword high. His heart was pounding in his chest as he placed the blade against the pillar. The moment the metal touched the stone, a jolt of energy shot up through the sword, flooding his senses with power. For a brief moment, everything went still. Time seemed to freeze as the energy from the island surged into him, a rush of pure force that threatened to overwhelm him. His muscles burned as the power coursed through his veins, and his vision blurred with the intensity of the experience. The creature's roars faded, and the earth beneath him seemed to fade away entirely. Then, with a deep breath, Elias focused. He centered himself, pulling all his strength into the sword, and began to channel the ley lines as Lillian had instructed. The blade pulsed with energy, the connection between it and the stone growing stronger, more tangible with each passing second. The power surged through him, burning him from the inside out, but he fought through the pain. Now, Lillian's voice broke through the haze in his mind. Redirect it. Let it flow through the sword to the heart. Elias nodded, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. He could feel the energy shifting, redirecting, like a flood of light breaking through the darkness. The power surged through the blade, down into the stone pillar, and then into the island itself. The ground beneath them rumbled, the cavern shaking violently as the flow of magic twisted and reformed. Elias could feel the island's heart tremble, as if it were fighting against the pull, struggling to maintain its hold on the island's energy. The dark force that had once consumed the land seemed to writhe in agony as the ley lines were ripped from it. Almost there, Lillian breathed, her voice strained as she chanted faster, pouring her own magic into the flow. The pillar began to crack, the energy from the ley lines violently exploding out of it. With a final surge, the heart of the island seemed to shudder, and Elias felt the connection snap. For a moment, everything went silent. Then, with a deafening crash, the pillar shattered. The explosion of light and energy sent them all stumbling back, the force knocking them to the ground. The cavern around them seemed to collapse in on itself, the walls cracking and splitting as the heart of the island was severed from its power. Elias lay on the ground, gasping for air, his body trembling from the exertion. He could feel the magic ebbing away from him, the weight lifting from his shoulders as the creature's presence began to fade. The island's heartbeat, once a deafening thrum, had gone quiet. Lillian was already on her feet, her staff glowing dimly as she helped Jackson up. The ground beneath them continued to shake, but the worst seemed to be over. The connection had been severed, and the heart of the island was no longer drawing power from the ley lines. "Is it done?" Elias asked, his voice hoarse. Lillian glanced around, her face pale but relieved. "It's done." Jackson let out a long breath. "Thank the gods. We need to get out of here." Elias nodded, but as they stood, the distant sound of cracking stone echoed through the cavern. The island wasn't done with them yet. "Let's move," Elias urged. "We've got to get to the surface before the whole place comes down." With no time to lose, they began to run, the sounds of destruction echoing behind them. The forgotten isle might have been silenced, but the price of victory was steep. The earth beneath their feet groaned with a deep, mournful sound as they raced toward the surface. Each step they took felt like a defiance of the island's very will, yet it was also a desperate flight from the wrath that still churned beneath them. The cave trembled as if alive, its walls shaking with the fury of the island's final breath. Elias led the way, his hand still gripping the hilt of the sword that had severed the heart of the island. His body ached from the violent surge of magic, but there was no time for rest. The path ahead was uncertain, and every corner seemed to threaten collapse. Behind him, Lillian struggled to maintain her focus. Her staff flickered with a weak light, its power drained from the effort of binding the ley lines and severing the heart. Jackson was close on her heels, his sword held ready, though his steps were weary. The adrenaline of their victory was starting to fade, leaving behind the exhaustion of the battle they had just fought, but there was no time to stop. The island was crumbling, and the creature's hold on the land was slipping. In the chaos, something even darker began to stir. The echoes of the beast's roars were no longer distant, now they reverberated through the walls, a low and insistent growl that reminded them the island's blood still ran through the very stone they walked upon. Elias's mind raced as he pushed forward. His thoughts were fragmented, his senses sharp from the aftermath of the magic he had just channeled. The island, though severed from its heart, was still a living force, and its rage would not be so easily quelled. There was something deep beneath the surface that had not been fully eradicated. A part of the creature, something ancient and twisted, had been bound to the land itself. Even now, as the ley lines flickered and died, it struggled to rise. "We need to move faster," Elias muttered, his voice low and strained. Lillian nodded, her lips tight. "It's not over. It's still here, beneath us." Jackson glanced behind them, his face shadowed with worry. "We're not going to outrun it. We need to find a way to stop it for good, or we'll be buried with the rest of the island." They pushed on through the narrow, winding tunnels, the air growing thick with the smell of earth and decay. The rumbling of the ground beneath them intensified, the vibrations nearly knocking them off balance. The very walls of the cave seemed to shudder as if they were alive, ready to swallow them whole. Suddenly, the cavern ahead of them opened up into a vast chamber, the ceiling lost in darkness. The flickering light from Lillian's staff cast long shadows across the walls, revealing ancient, forgotten carvings, symbols of a civilization long lost to time, but there was no time to examine the strange designs. In the center of the chamber, a massive stone altar stood, cracked and covered in moss. From beneath it, a low, thrumming hum vibrated through the air, a deep and resonating sound that rattled the bones of those who heard it. Elias's heart skipped a beat. It was here. The creature's essence was still tied to the island, and they had just stumbled upon its final, most dangerous form. The altar was its anchor, and if they didn't destroy it, the creature would rise again, more powerful than ever. "We have to destroy this," Elias said, his voice determined, but even as he spoke, a shiver ran through the ground beneath their feet, and a dark, serpentine shape began to coil around the altar. A low, guttural growl echoed through the chamber, its source hidden in the shadows. The creature's essence had found its way here, to its final refuge. The moment the sound reached their ears, the air itself seemed to thicken, pressing down on them with a suffocating weight. Elias could feel it. The presence of the creature was almost physical now, a dark fog in the very air. The shadows around them twisted unnaturally, as though the world itself was warping to the creature's will. "We don't have much time," Jackson said urgently. "How do we destroy it?" Lillian's eyes darted to the altar. The altar is its anchor. We need to sever the connection between it and the island. The creature's essence is bound to it. If we break the altar, we break the creature's hold. Elias's sword pulsed with a low hum, its blade vibrating in time with the beat of his heart. He had used it to channel the island's magic once, but this was different. To destroy the altar, they needed something more. They needed to channel the energy of the ley lines, all of it, in one final burst. Lillian stepped forward, holding her staff aloft. I'll try to draw out the ley lines and channel them through the altar. Elias, you must focus the energy into the heart of the stone. Only then will it be destroyed. Elias nodded, steeling himself for what was to come. He could feel the weight of the task ahead of him, the responsibility of holding the island's fate in his hands. This was their last chance. The rumbling in the ground grew louder, and Elias could feel the air growing heavier. The creature's essence was feeding off their fear, drawing strength from it. The darkness in the chamber seemed to grow more oppressive by the second. Lillian's chant filled the air, her words a rhythmic pulse that seemed to stir the energy around them. Her staff glowed brighter, and Elias could feel the ley lines responding to her call, stretching and bending to her will. He placed his hand on the altar, the stone cold and slick with centuries of age. It thrummed with the dark energy that bound the creature to it, and Elias could feel the pulse of it beneath his fingertips. The air seemed to hum with a sinister force, and the shadows around them stretched toward the altar, reaching out as if to stop them. With a deep breath, Elias raised his sword high. The blade gleamed with the light of the ley lines, and as he focused, the magic began to surge once more. The energy in the room twisted, spiraling into the blade as Elias poured his will into it. He could feel the power building, a storm of energy surging through his veins. Lillian's voice grew louder, her chant reaching a fever pitch. The altar shuddered beneath their hands, its cracks widening as the creature's essence stirred in desperation. Elias's heart raced as he thrust the sword downward into the altar's center, releasing the full force of the ley lines through the blade. The entire chamber seemed to explode with light, a blinding flash that sent them all stumbling backward. The altar cracked and shattered, the sound of breaking stone echoing throughout the chamber. The creature's roar filled the air, a final, deafening cry that shook the very foundation of the island. The energy surged outward, the last remnants of the dark magic dissipating into the air, and then, as suddenly as it had come, the silence fell. Elias lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his sword still clutched tightly in his hand. The air was heavy with the remnants of the energy that had just been released, but there was no more darkness, no more growl or rumble. The creature had been destroyed. Lillian and Jackson slowly rose to their feet, their eyes wide with disbelief. It's over. Lillian whispered, her voice hoarse. Elias nodded, his chest heaving as he took in the stillness. The island, once alive with the pulse of dark power, had fallen silent. The threat was gone, but they all knew this victory came at a cost. The Forgotten Isle had claimed its price, and the price of victory was written in the ashes of the island itself. The creature was no more, but the island itself was dying. And with it, the truth of what had happened here would be lost to time. The silence that followed the destruction of the altar was deep and unsettling. The air around them was still, save for the faint echo of stone crumbling under the weight of centuries of hidden power. Elias could feel the coldness seep into his bones as if the very land was exhaling its last breath. The ground beneath their feet trembled weakly, but it was no longer the violent, unyielding shuddering that had once rocked the island. It was the tremor of a dying thing. Elias glanced over at Lillian and Jackson, who were slowly regaining their bearings, still stunned by the magnitude of what had just transpired. The battle was over, the creature destroyed, but their victory had come at a great cost. The island, an ancient force of nature, was now in its final stages of collapse, and there was no telling how long they had before it would be consumed by its own unraveling. "We need to get out of here," Jackson muttered, his voice hoarse from the strain. He wiped the sweat from his brow, looking toward the tunnel they had come from. "The island is falling apart. We're running out of time." Lillian nodded grimly, her eyes scanning the darkened cavern. "The ley lines are gone. The magic is dissipating. What's left of this place is dying." Elias didn't speak at first. He could feel the weight of her words sink in. The island had been built upon ancient and powerful ley lines, veins of magic that had given it life and strength for countless centuries. But now, with the destruction of the heart, those ley lines were unraveling, taking the island down with them. The stone around them cracked and groaned, and Elias could feel the air becoming heavier, more oppressive, as the very essence of the island began to fade. "Let's go," Elias said finally, his voice low and determined. "We'll find a way out. We can't let it be for nothing." They moved quickly, their feet echoing on the cold stone as they retraced their steps through the darkened tunnels. The flickering light of Lillian's staff barely illuminated the way ahead. The caves, once filled with the pulse of dark energy, now seemed hollow and empty, as though the very soul of the island had been ripped away. As they neared the exit, the ground shook once more. This time, the tremor was far stronger, causing the walls of the cave to crack and crumble. Elias grabbed Lillian's arm, pulling her forward, faster. He urged. The three of them broke into a run, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The island was dying, but its death throes were far from gentle. The very earth beneath them seemed to groan with the effort of holding itself together. Pieces of rock began to fall from the ceiling, some crashing down just a few feet behind them. "We're almost there," Jackson shouted, his voice barely audible over the growing rumble of the earth. Ahead, they saw the faint glow of daylight filtering through a gap in the rocks. The entrance to the cavern was close. They pushed themselves harder, desperation fueling their every step, but just as they neared the exit, another, far more violent tremor hit, causing the entire cavern to shift. The ground beneath their feet buckled, and a massive section of the ceiling cracked open, sending a torrent of rocks tumbling toward them. "Move!" Elias yelled, shoving Lillian forward. Jackson was just behind them, but he wasn't fast enough. A heavy boulder struck his side, sending him crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. "No!" Lillian screamed, spinning around to help him, but Elias was already there, pulling her away from the debris. "We don't have time," he shouted, his voice sharp with urgency. "We can't help him now." Jackson's face was pale, his eyes wide with pain, but he nodded. "Go, just go," he gasped, Elias hesitated for only a moment before nodding grimly. He grabbed Lillian's arm and pulled her away, despite her protests. They had to escape. They couldn't let this be for nothing. The entrance loomed ahead, the light growing brighter with each step. But just as they reached it, a deep, resounding roar split the air, a final cry from the heart of the island as it collapsed into the abyss, and then, the ground beneath them gave way. With a deafening crash, the cavern collapsed, the weight of the island's final moments pulling everything into the depths. Elias and Lillian were thrown forward, their bodies tumbling through the rubble as the world around them dissolved into darkness. When Elias regained consciousness, everything was quiet. For a long moment, he wasn't sure where he was. His body ached, and his head throbbed with pain. The air was thick with dust, and it was difficult to breathe. He blinked against the gritty darkness, trying to make sense of his surroundings. "Lillian?" He called weakly, his voice hoarse. "Jackson?" There was no answer. He pushed himself up, his hands trembling as he tried to steady himself. The cave had collapsed around them, the exit buried under tons of rubble. But the faintest sliver of light filtered through the debris. Offering a glimmer of hope, he took a few unsteady steps forward, his heart pounding in his chest. His legs were shaky, but he refused to stop. He had to find Lillian. He had to find Jackson. The light grew stronger as he made his way through the rubble, his hands reaching out to push aside the rocks and debris. The weight of the island's collapse had left everything in disarray, but Elias could feel a strange calm in the midst of the chaos. The island was dying, but he had survived. They had survived. Finally, he spotted her, Lillian, her figure half buried under a pile of rocks. Panic surged through him as he rushed to her side, frantically pushing the debris off her. Her face was pale. Her breath shallow, but she was alive. "Lillian!" Elias cried, his voice filled with relief. She stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "Elias!" Her voice was weak, but she managed a small, strained smile. We made it." Elias pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly as if afraid she would slip away from him. He could hear her heartbeat, slow but steady, a reminder that they had made it through the worst of it, but there was still no sign of Jackson. Elias swallowed hard, his heart sinking. He could feel the weight of loss hanging heavy in the air. They had come so close, but in the end, it might not have been enough. "Jackson," he whispered. Lillian's eyes filled with tears as she looked around. But she shook her head. "He's gone, Elias. There's nothing we can do." The finality of her words struck him like a blow. He closed his eyes, forcing back the pain and grief. Jackson had fought bravely, right alongside them, and now he was gone. The island, the creature, everything they had fought for, so much had been lost. But they had survived. "Together, let's get out of here," Elias said quietly, helping Lillian to her feet. They emerged into the daylight, the air crisp and clean, though it was still thick with the scent of smoke and dust. The island was no more. The forgotten isle had claimed its final resting place, its secret swallowed by the earth, as Elias and Lillian stood there. Taking in the sight of the wreckage, they knew one thing for certain: their journey had ended, but the story of the forgotten isle would live on, etched in the memories of those who had survived its trials. and perhaps, in time, the island would be forgotten, as it had always been destined to be. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting an orange glow over the wreckage of the forgotten isle. The vast expanse of the ocean stretched endlessly before Elias and Lillian, the gentle waves lapping at the shore like a quiet reminder of the world outside the chaos they had left behind. But as they stood on the edge of the island's remains, the weight of everything they had endured still pressed down on them. It was impossible to ignore the loss. Jackson was gone, and with him, the final piece of the trio that had once ventured into the depths of the island. The island itself had crumbled into nothingness, its once mighty power reduced to a distant memory. The temple, the creature, the ley lines, everything that had made the island what it was, had fallen away, consumed by the forces they had unleashed. But with the end of the island, there was also a strange sense of finality. "Do you think it's over?" Lillian asked quietly, her voice barely rising above the whisper of the ocean breeze. She stood beside Elias, staring at the horizon as if searching for some sort of answer. Elias wasn't sure what to say. He had asked himself the same question countless times over the past few hours. What did the end of the island mean? What was left for them now, after all they had sacrificed? "I don't know," he replied, his voice low. "But I do know we can't stay here. The island's gone. Whatever was left of its power, it's gone now." Lillian nodded, her gaze still distant, her eyes reflecting the melancholy of their shared loss. Jackson's absence left a void that was hard to fill, a reminder that not all sacrifices could be avoided. They had done what they could, but in the end, the island had taken its toll. Elias looked back over the remnants of the island, where the smoke from the destroyed temple still curled lazily into the sky. The land was forever changed, but the memories of the creature, the magic, the power they had unleashed, would never truly fade. The forgotten isle might have crumbled, but its story was woven into the very fabric of their souls. They had lived through something no one else would ever understand, something that would mark them for the rest of their lives. "I think we're meant to leave," Elias said, his voice firming with resolve. "Not just the island, but everything. The past, the creatures, the power, it's not for us anymore. We've seen too much, done too much. Maybe it's time for us to move on." Lillian turned to him then, her eyes searching his face as if trying to understand his words. She didn't speak for a long moment, the weight of what he said sinking in. "You think we can?" she asked at last, a touch of uncertainty in her voice. Elias wasn't sure if he could answer that. Could they ever truly move on from the island? From the memories that would haunt them forever? But he had seen the way she had fought, the way she had stood by his side, and he knew that they were both stronger than they had been before. "We'll have to," he said simply. "We can't change the past. But we can decide what comes next." Lillian sighed and closed her eyes for a moment, letting the wind carry away some of the tension that had gathered in her shoulders. The weight of the island's collapse had left her looking older. Wearier, but also more resolute. Perhaps she had been changed by it all, as he had been, but there was strength in that change. "Let's go then," she said softly, her voice steady. "Let's leave this place behind." And so, they began to walk. There was no destination in mind, no clear path ahead. All they had now were the remnants of their journey and the determination to continue. The island had claimed what it needed, but it would not claim their future. They would carve their own path, step by step, leaving the past behind them. As they made their way toward the edge of the shore, the sun dipped lower, painting the sky with shades of purple and gold. The island's last breath seemed to echo in the quiet. But the world beyond it was vast and open, full of possibilities they had yet to explore, and as Elias looked to Lillian, his heart still heavy with grief but also filled with the strange sense of freedom that came with survival, he knew one thing for certain: they would be all right. They had survived the Forgotten Isle, and in doing so, they had forged a bond that could not be broken. The world awaited them. And no matter what lay ahead, they would face it together. The first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of soft pink and gold, casting a warm glow over the horizon. The night had been long and restless, filled with memories of the island's fall, the terror of the creature that had haunted them, and the loss they had all suffered. But now, as Elias and Lillian stood on the shore, their hearts heavy with grief yet filled with an odd sense of resolve, the world seemed to offer them a quiet respite. The waves lapped at the shore in a rhythmic, soothing pattern, as though the earth itself was trying to calm their weary souls. It had been a long journey, filled with peril and impossible choices, but in the silence that surrounded them now, there was peace. The Forgotten Isle, with all its secrets and dangers, had finally vanished into the ether. And with its destruction, a new chapter began, not just for the island, but for them as well. Elias gazed out at the endless sea, the vast expanse stretching before him. He had always thought of the ocean as a symbol of possibility, of adventures still waiting to be discovered. But now, in the wake of everything they had experienced, it felt like something else. It felt like an uncharted path, one that had no clear destination but beckoned all the same. "I can't believe it's finally over." Lillian's voice broke through his thoughts, soft and uncertain, but filled with a quiet strength. She stood beside him, her eyes fixed on the horizon, her face lined with exhaustion, but also with the resilience of someone who had fought and survived. All of it. The creature, the magic, the island itself. Gone. Elias nodded, but the weight of her words lingered. It was hard to believe, to truly comprehend, that everything that had shaped their lives for so long had now been reduced to nothing. The island had been a place of darkness and wonder, a place that had offered both danger and answers. And now, with its destruction, that chapter had closed. But was the story really over? "I know," Elias said, his voice steady but tinged with uncertainty. "It doesn't feel real, does it? Like, we're still waiting for something. For the next twist. But it's done. The island's gone. And with it, everything that came with it." Lillian took a deep breath, her eyes closing for a brief moment as if to gather herself. The silence between them stretched, filled only by the sound of the ocean. Despite everything they had been through, despite the terror and the pain, she seemed at peace with the idea that their journey was truly over. "What's next?" she asked quietly, her voice barely audible over the whisper of the wind. "I mean, now that we're free of the island, what do we do? What do we have left?" The question hung in the air, as heavy and uncertain as the fog rolling in from the sea. It was a question they had both avoided, one they had never dared to ask in the midst of their struggle. But now, standing here on the edge of the world they had known, It felt like the only question that mattered. Elias turned to her, his gaze steady but filled with the same uncertainty. He had spent so much time looking back, reliving the horrors of the past, that he hadn't truly thought about what came next. What was left for them after all they had endured? Could they ever return to the life they had before? "We don't know," he said finally, the words tasting both bitter and freeing. "But we still have each other. And as long as we have that, we can find our way." "No matter what comes next," Lillian nodded, a small, faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. It wasn't much, but it was enough, a sign that, despite everything, they were not lost. They were survivors. The two of them turned toward the path leading away from the shore, the path that would take them into the unknown. There was no map, no guiding hand to show them the way. But perhaps that was for the best. The past had shaped them, but the future was theirs to carve. As they walked, the world around them began to wake. The first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, casting their golden light across the sea, turning the water into a shimmering expanse of possibilities. The forgotten isle was gone, its mysteries lost to time, but the lessons it had taught them, the power of courage, the strength of survival, the bonds that could not be broken, would remain forever. And as Elias and Lillian walked side by side into the new world, they knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. The island had taken so much from them, but it had also given them something precious, a future, a chance to live. And that, in the end, was worth everything. The world around them was shifting. With every step they took away from the shore, the air felt lighter, less oppressive. The land seemed to breathe a collective sigh, as if it, too, was freed from the grip of the ancient force that had once bound it in shadows. Yet, even with the destruction of the island's heart, Elias could feel an unease creeping into his thoughts. The void left in the island's wake was vast and unfamiliar. What had truly been destroyed, and what lingered beneath the surface? There was something unfinished. Something that still called to him, though he couldn't place it. Lillian walked beside him, her gaze forward but unfocused, lost in her own thoughts. She had been the most affected by the battle, more so than anyone else. Her role as the guardian of the island's magic had weighed heavily on her. Elias could see it in the tightness of her shoulders, the weariness in her eyes. But there was something else there, too, something quiet but powerful. A resilience that hadn't been broken, even by the island's demise. "I wonder," Lillian said softly, her voice breaking the silence that had settled between them, "what happens now to all the magic that was trapped here? The ley lines, the ancient forces. Will they just disappear? Or will they seek new places to settle?" Elias considered her words, his brow furrowing. He had wondered the same thing. The island's magic was not just a force of nature, it was a living, breathing entity that had shaped everything within its borders. If that power was truly gone, what would remain in its place? Was the island truly destroyed, or had it simply retreated into the shadows? "I don't know," he said slowly. "But whatever happens, we have to be ready for it. We may not know what we're up against yet, but we can't just let our guard down." Lillian nodded, her expression somber. "I know. It's just, I never thought I'd see the day when this place would be gone. I thought it would always be a part of me, something I could protect. But now..." She paused, her words trailing off as she stared ahead at the distant mountains. Now I'm not sure what I'm meant to protect anymore, Elias understood. The island had been her charge for so long. It had been a part of her, just as much as her own breath. Letting go of it, letting go of the responsibility, was a burden that weighed heavily on her heart. "You're not alone, Lillian," he said, his voice firm. "We'll figure it out together. Whatever comes next, we face it side by side. You don't have to carry this on your own." She gave him a small, grateful smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. There was still a deep sadness within her. Something she hadn't yet been able to release. But perhaps, in time, she would find the peace she so desperately needed. As they walked further into the island's heart, the landscape began to shift. The lush forests that had once flourished with strange, vibrant life now appeared withered and barren, as if the destruction of the island had drained the very life force from the land. The trees, once towering giants, were reduced to twisted, skeletal remains, their branches reaching out like broken fingers toward the sky. The ground beneath their feet was cracked, as though the earth itself had been torn apart by the forces that had surged through it. Yet despite the devastation, there was an undeniable sense of calm. The air no longer hummed with the dangerous, unpredictable magic that had once filled the atmosphere. It was as if the island had exhaled its final breath, and now it was silent, still. Elias couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking through a graveyard. The remnants of the once great land now lay dormant, its power extinguished. But the question still lingered. Was this truly the end? Or was there something more to the island's fate that they had yet to understand? As the sun climbed higher into the sky, they reached the center of the island. There, in the heart of the now desolate landscape, stood a massive stone structure. It was partially buried beneath the earth, its jagged edges jutting out like the remnants of a forgotten era. Elias felt a chill wash over him as they approached. He had seen this place before, in the depths of his nightmares. It had been the heart of the island, the place where the magic had been bound, where the dark force that had corrupted the land had taken root. "Is this?" Lillian's voice faltered as she gazed at the ruins. "Is this where it all began?" Elias nodded grimly. This was the source. The heart of the island's magic. The place where the corruption first took hold. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The weight of the past hung heavily in the air, the silence pressing down on them like a physical force. There was something about this place that made everything feel incomplete. Even though the island's magic had been destroyed, there was a strange, lingering presence here. A sense of unfinished business. Lillian stepped forward, her hand outstretched as though drawn to the ruins. What if it's not truly gone? What if this place is just waiting to come back? Elias's heart skipped a beat. The thought had crossed his mind as well. Despite everything, there was something about the ruins that felt alive, something ancient and unyielding. The island's magic may have been destroyed, but had it truly been eradicated, or had it merely retreated, waiting for the right moment to strike again? "We have to be careful," Elias said, his voice low. "There's still something here. Something we don't understand." Lillian nodded, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. "I don't think it's over." Not yet. As they stood there, the wind began to pick up, the air growing colder as if the island itself was reacting to their presence. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, as though something was stirring beneath the surface. Elias could feel it, an ancient power, dormant but not dead. Something that still pulsed beneath the earth, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The forgotten isle was not gone. It had merely slipped into the shadows, biding its time. The ground rumbled softly beneath their feet as Elias and Lillian stood before the ancient ruins. The wind whispered through the skeletal trees, and though there was no visible sign of life, the air felt heavy, as though something had been disturbed. Elias could feel the weight of history pressing in on him, the past reaching out like an unseen hand, pulling him towards something he couldn't yet comprehend. Lillian, her hand still outstretched toward the ruins, turned her gaze toward him. Her expression was unreadable, her eyes searching the landscape as if trying to decipher something hidden within the shadows. This place. It feels like a doorway, she said quietly, almost to herself. A threshold, something we're meant to cross. Elias didn't respond at first, his thoughts racing. The sensation of something stirring beneath the earth was undeniable. It was as if the island itself had been waiting for them to arrive, as if the destruction of the island's heart had only served to unlock a deeper mystery. What if they hadn't truly defeated the force that had corrupted this place? What if the island was not the only thing at stake? We need to go inside, Elias finally said, his voice firm, though a part of him hesitated. There was something in his gut telling him that stepping closer to the heart of this ruin could change everything. It could unlock something darker and more dangerous than they had ever imagined. But there was no turning back now. Together, they approached the ruined structure. The stone walls jagged and broken as though they had been torn apart by some unimaginable force. The entrance was barely visible beneath the tangled vines and shifting sands, but as they drew closer, Elias noticed an intricate pattern etched into the stone. It was familiar, but he couldn't place it, an ancient script, long forgotten, interwoven with symbols that seemed to pulse in the dim light. Lillian knelt before the entrance, her fingers brushing the cold stone. This symbol, she murmured. It's the same as the one on the stone tablet we found. It's a mark of binding, of sealing power. Elias's heart skipped a beat. The stone tablet, he remembered the feeling of dread he had experienced when they had first uncovered it. The sense that something had been trapped within it for ages. He had thought it was a remnant of the island's magic, a relic of the past. But now, it felt as if everything was connected, as if the truth of the island's history was slowly revealing itself in pieces. We were right, he said softly, his gaze fixed on the symbols. The magic didn't die, it was contained. It's still here, in some form. Lillian stood, her expression grave. But if the magic is still alive, then that means the threat hasn't passed. The force that corrupted this place is waiting. We've only scratched the surface. A sudden gust of wind swept through the ruin, the air growing colder as it rushed past them. The earth trembled once more, this time more strongly, as though something below was awakening. Elias could feel the pulse in the ground now, a rhythmic thrum beneath his feet that seemed to beat in time with his own heart. Before either of them could speak, the stone walls of the ruin began to shift. The earth groaned and cracked, and the entrance to the structure widened, revealing a dark passage leading deep into the heart of the island. The air within was thick and oppressive, and Elias felt a shiver crawl down his spine. He couldn't explain why, but the passage felt like a doorway to something ancient, something far older than the island itself. "Do we go in?" Lillian asked. Her voice barely more than a whisper. Elias hesitated, feeling the weight of the decision settle heavily on his shoulders. The island had been a place of secrets, of forgotten powers and twisted magic. If they entered this ruin, they would be stepping into the very heart of the island's corruption. Yet there was no other choice. They had come this far, and the truth was just out of reach. He couldn't stop now, not when they were so close. "We go in," he said, his voice resolute. "We face whatever is down there. But we do it together." Lillian nodded, her determination mirroring his own. They stepped into the darkness, the air thick with an unnatural silence. The passage was narrow and winding. The walls slick with moisture, and every step they took seemed to echo through the vast emptiness. Elias's breath felt heavier here, as though the air itself had been tainted by something ancient and unseen. The deeper they ventured, the colder it became. A soft glow began to radiate from the walls, casting long shadows that danced like spectral figures in the dark. The further they walked, the more the pulse beneath the earth intensified. It was no longer just a thrum, it was a heartbeat, steady and insistent, as if the island itself was alive, watching them. They reached the end of the passage, and before them stood a massive chamber, its walls adorned with the same symbols they had seen outside, but far more intricate and detailed. In the center of the room was a large stone pedestal, atop which rested a crystal, the same glowing crystal they had encountered in the heart of the island's magic. But this one was different. It shimmered with a dark, unnatural light, its surface swirling with shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Elias felt a pull toward it, a force that seemed to draw him in. He could feel the magic of the island, ancient and powerful, radiating from the crystal. But there was something else too, something far darker, something that had been buried for centuries. "This is it," Lillian whispered, her voice filled with awe and fear. "The heart of the island's power." Elias took a step forward, his hand reaching out toward the crystal. As his fingers brushed its surface, a jolt of energy shot through him, sending a shockwave of pain and vision through his mind. The world around him blurred, and for a moment, he was no longer standing in the chamber. He was somewhere else, someone else. In his vision, he saw the island as it had once been, vibrant, alive with magic. But then, the shadows began to spread, consuming the land, twisting it into something unrecognizable. The crystal began to glow brighter, and in its light, he saw a figure, an ancient being, cloaked in darkness, its eyes filled with malice. It spoke to him in a language he could not understand. But its words echoed in his mind, a warning, and then, just as suddenly, the vision faded. Elias stumbled back, his breath ragged, his heart racing. He looked at Lillian, who had a look of concern in her eyes. "You saw it too, didn't you?" she asked. Elias nodded slowly, still shaken by the vision. "We're not just dealing with the island's magic. We're dealing with something older. Something that has been waiting." The island's true power was not gone. It had only been dormant, hidden beneath layers of time and forgotten memories. The silence that had settled over the land felt unnatural, as though the world itself was holding its breath. With every passing moment, the air seemed to grow thicker, heavier, and Elias could feel it pressing down on him. The land, which had once thrived with mysterious, pulsating magic, now lay dormant, stripped of its vibrant life force. Yet, in the stillness, a sense of unease lingered, a feeling that something was waiting, just out of sight. Lillian stood beside him, her eyes fixed on the ruins before them, her hand still outstretched toward the jagged stones. Elias could see the conflicted look in her eyes, the struggle to understand what had happened, to reconcile the land she had once loved with the devastation that surrounded them. She had always been connected to the island's magic, a bond that had shaped her very being. Now, as she gazed at the remnants of the heart of the island, it was clear she was searching for answers she could not yet find. "What happens now?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is this it? The end of everything we knew?" Elias did not immediately respond. His gaze drifted over the crumbled ruins, the broken earth beneath their feet, and the desolate landscape that stretched out before them. The destruction was complete, and yet, the feeling of something unfinished gnawed at him. There was an eerie calm that felt like the quiet before a storm, a silence that was not peaceful but pregnant with an unspoken threat. "I don't think so," he said finally, his voice firm. "This isn't over." "Not yet." Lillian turned to him, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" "The heart of the island is gone. The magic has been destroyed. There's nothing left to fight, nothing left to stop us from leaving." Elias shook his head, his gaze still focused on the ruins. "We may have destroyed the heart of the island, but there's something here. Something we didn't fully understand. The magic, the corruption, it wasn't just in the heart of the island. It was woven into the very fabric of the land. It's still here, beneath the surface. I can feel it." Lillian hesitated, looking uncertain, but then her expression softened. She, too, had spent her life on this island, had felt its pulse, its rhythms. She had seen its wonders and its horrors. And now, in its emptiness, she understood what Elias was saying. There was a presence here, something that had been tied to the land for eons. It had been forced into hiding, yes, but it hadn't disappeared entirely. "What do we do?" she asked quietly. "How do we stop it from coming back?" Elias's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. "We need to find the source. The true source of the corruption. The heart may have been its anchor, but I believe there's something more, a deeper, older force that is still tied to the island. It's been waiting, biding its time." Lillian nodded, her gaze flicking to the distant horizon, where the sky was beginning to shift from a dull gray to a brighter shade. The first hints of dawn creeping over the land. It was both beautiful and unsettling, as though the day was breaking over a forgotten world. The island's mysteries were vast, and even now, Elias knew they had only uncovered a fraction of the truth. "We can't let our guard down," he continued. "We need to find out where the power still lingers and destroy it, before it has a chance to come back stronger than ever." The two of them stood there in silence for a moment, the weight of their task settling heavily between them. They were no longer just survivors of an ancient battle, they were protectors of a land that had been ravaged by forces beyond their understanding. Elias could feel the pressure mounting. The expectation of something still to come. The island was not simply an empty shell, it was a dormant volcano, and the eruption was imminent. Without another word, the two of them began to move, their footsteps echoing in the hollow silence. The path ahead was uncertain, but they knew they had no choice but to walk it. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the island, they began to feel the first stirrings of an old magic, barely perceptible but unmistakable. It was as though the land itself was calling to them, whispering secrets buried in the depths of time. Elias's eyes narrowed as they pressed on. There was something about the air here, something familiar, yet strange. It was colder now, the breeze carrying with it a tinge of something ancient. The scent of salt and earth mixed with the faint trace of a forgotten spell. It was as though the very atmosphere of the island was shifting, adapting, responding to their presence. After what felt like hours, they arrived at a clearing surrounded by twisted trees and jagged rocks. At the center of the clearing stood an enormous stone archway, partially buried under vines and moss. The archway was adorned with strange symbols, some of which Elias recognized from the island's ancient texts. They were runes of power, the kind that had been used to control the forces of magic long ago. "This is it," Lillian whispered, stepping forward. "This is the source." Elias's heart raced as he approached the archway. The power that had once been channeled through the heart of the island now seemed to be focused here. The air hummed with a low vibration, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble in response. "I think we're too late," Elias murmured, his voice tight with urgency. "It's already beginning to awaken." As if to confirm his words, the stone archway began to crack, the runes glowing faintly with an eerie light. The ground rumbled, and the air grew heavy with an overwhelming sense of dread. Something was stirring beneath them, something ancient and far more dangerous than anything they had encountered before. Lillian stepped back, her eyes wide with fear. "What do we do now?" Elias took a deep breath, his hand steady on the hilt of his sword. "We fight. We destroy it, no matter what it takes." And with that, the battle for the forgotten isle began once again, but this time, they would face something even darker than they had imagined. The island had been waiting. Now, it was ready to reclaim what it had lost. The rumbling beneath their feet grew louder, and Elias could feel the ground shaking violently as the stone archway began to crack open. The air around them thickened with a palpable energy, like the island itself was coming alive. Elias's heart raced as he grasped the hilt of his sword tighter. The oppressive power swirling through the air was unlike anything he had ever felt, ancient, furious, and unrelenting. Lillian stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the glowing runes etched into the archway. The symbols pulsed in time with the rhythm of the island's heart, the vibration sending ripples through the very air. She seemed transfixed by them, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. This is it, Elias," she whispered, her voice shaking. "This is the source of the island's corruption. The magic, it's not just a force. It's alive. It has been waiting." Elias didn't answer at first, his focus entirely on the growing storm before them. He could feel the island's dark energy surging, threatening to consume everything in its path. The archway seemed to be pulsing with an unnatural life of its own, the cracks deepening as the ground trembled beneath them. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and the stone archway erupted in a burst of light. The runes flared, casting an eerie glow across the clearing, illuminating the twisted trees and jagged rocks. The light grew brighter. blinding, until Elias had to shield his eyes. It felt as though the very air was alive with a malevolent force, pushing against them, trying to repel their presence. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the light faded, and in its place stood something else. From the center of the archway, a figure emerged, tall and cloaked in darkness. Its features were shrouded in shadow, and its presence seemed to drain the light around it, casting a pall over the clearing. Elias's breath caught in his throat as he took a step back, instinctively positioning himself between Lillian and the apparition. The figure's eyes were two glowing orbs of fiery red, burning with an ancient fury. It was neither man nor beast, but something in between, something otherworldly. Its presence was overwhelming, suffocating, as if it were the embodiment of the island's darkest power. "You should not have come here," the figure spoke, its voice a low, resonant growl that seemed to echo in their minds, sending shivers down their spines. "The island's heart has been sealed for millennia. You cannot undo what has been done." Lillian's eyes narrowed, and despite the fear that gripped her, she stood her ground. "We didn't come here to undo anything. We came to stop the corruption you've set loose upon this land." The figure tilted its head, a strange and chilling smile twisting across its shadowed face. "You think you can stop it? You are nothing but ants beneath the weight of time. The island's power is mine to command, and now you will witness what happens when that power is freed." With a flick of its hand, the figure gestured, and the ground erupted in a shower of rocks. The earth trembled, and Elias was knocked off balance, stumbling to one knee as the force of the shockwave struck him. A pulse of energy radiated from the figure, and the trees around them began to wither and die, their leaves crumbling into ash in the wind. The very life of the land was being drained away, consumed by the dark force before them. Lillian gasped, her eyes wide with horror. "It's draining the life from everything." Elias pushed himself to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest. They had no time to waste. The island itself was being destroyed, consumed by the very magic they had hoped to stop. If they didn't act fast, there would be nothing left to save. "We can't let it continue," Elias said, his voice low but filled with determination. "We have to stop it now, before it's too late." Lillian nodded, her gaze unwavering. She had been a part of the island's magic for as long as she could remember. If anyone could understand the depths of this power, it was her. But even now, she was unsure how they could fight such an ancient and powerful being. Without warning, the figure lifted its hand once again, and a dark tendril of magic shot toward them. The air crackled with energy as the tendril twisted and coiled like a serpent, aiming straight for Elias. He barely had time to react before the dark energy collided with him, sending him crashing to the ground. Pain seared through his body, and for a moment, his vision blurred. The force of the attack was overwhelming, and he felt as though his very soul was being torn apart. "Lillian," he gasped, struggling to push himself up, but his limbs felt heavy, like lead, but Lillian was already moving. With a shout, she raised her hand toward the sky, calling upon the ancient magic of the island. The energy around her flared, and the air seemed to shimmer with her power. Her eyes glowed with a brilliant light as she summoned the magic of the land, trying to push back the darkness. "No," the figure hissed, its voice filled with disdain. "You cannot hope to control what has been buried for eons. The magic is mine. I am its master. But Lillian did not falter. She drew on the power of the island, the life force that still pulsed beneath the surface, and in an explosion of light, she released it. The tendril of dark magic recoiled as the light washed over it, but the figure was not so easily defeated. With a roar, it surged forward, its form blurring as it seemed to merge with the very shadows. The air became thick with the stench of decay as the figure reached out, tendrils of darkness stretching toward Lillian. She staggered back, her breath coming in sharp gasps. But she held her ground. Elias pushed himself to his feet, his sword in hand, and charged toward the figure, his muscles screaming with pain. He knew they couldn't defeat it with strength alone. They had to find a way to sever its connection to the island's magic, to destroy its hold on the land. But how? The answer came to him in a flash, a memory of the stone tablet they had discovered. The mark of binding, the seal that had kept the magic contained. He had thought it was just a relic, a symbol of the island's ancient past. But now, he realized that it was a key. A key to unlocking the island's true power, and to destroying the dark entity before them, Lillian. He shouted, his voice hoarse. The tablet. We need the tablet. It holds the seal. Lillian's eyes widened in realization, and without a moment's hesitation, she nodded. She knew what they had to do. Together, they could harness the island's power and seal the darkness away once and for all, but they had to act quickly. The figure was growing stronger with each passing moment, its power feeding on the magic it had awakened. Elias could feel it, an all-consuming hunger that threatened to devour everything in its path. With a final, desperate effort, Elias charged at the figure, his sword raised high. The figure snarled, but Elias's strike was swift, cutting through the dark tendrils that reached for him. As the blade connected, a flash of light erupted from the archway, blinding them both. And in that instant, Elias and Lillian realized what they had to do. Together, they mustered all their strength, their magic, and their will. The island's heart had been broken, but its power still ran deep beneath the surface. With one final, unified effort, they reached out and grasped the seal, using it to bind the darkness once more. The island trembled, and for a brief moment, the world stood still. Then, with a deafening roar, the dark figure was pulled into the earth, swallowed by the very land it had sought to destroy. The magic of the island surged around them, and the clearing was filled with a blinding light. The air grew still, the oppressive energy lifting. The figure was gone, but at what cost? Elias and Lillian stood there, breathless, as the dawn of the new day began to break over the horizon. The island had been saved, but they both knew that the scars of the past would remain. The Forgotten Isle was no longer a place of darkness, but its true nature was still a mystery. And they had only begun to uncover the truth. The obsidian sky, the world was cloaked in darkness, but it wasn't the kind of darkness that came with the night. This was something deeper, something far more ancient, a weight that pressed upon the earth, like a shadow that had lingered for centuries. The sky itself had turned obsidian, a reflection of the ominous storm that brewed beyond the horizon. The wind howled across the landscape, swirling dust and ash, carrying with it the scent of decay, and in the heart of this despairing silence, there was a figure standing alone, their gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. Azura, the last of the bloodline of the eclipse, had always known that this moment would come. She had seen the signs in the stars, heard the whispers on the wind, and felt the tremors in the earth beneath her feet. The obsidian sky was not just a metaphor, it was a prophecy, a heralding of the end. And it was upon them now, but even as the air crackled with an unnatural energy, Azura didn't flinch. She had prepared for this her entire life, knowing that one day the skies would darken, and the world would be forced to confront the ancient darkness that had once been sealed away. That time had come, and Azura stood ready, her eyes, the color of silver moonlight, scanned the horizon. In the distance, the jagged peaks of the Black Fong Mountains loomed like ancient sentinels, their silhouettes cutting through the obsidian sky. Between her and the mountains lay the Valley of Ruin, a place cursed by the very darkness that had brought the world to its knees. Behind Azura, the remnants of her village lay in ruins. The flames had long since died, the ashes settling like snow upon the earth. The people she had known, the ones she had once loved, were gone, claimed by the very force that now threatened to swallow the world whole. But she had not come here to mourn. She had come to end it. Her hand, steady as a rock, rested on the hilt of her sword, the blade forged in the heart of a dying star. It shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, as if the metal itself carried the weight of ages. This was no ordinary weapon. It was the only thing capable of cutting through the veil that separated the world of the living from the world of shadows. Azura had spent years searching for the key, the knowledge, the strength to confront the darkness. She had trained in secret, learning the ancient ways of her ancestors. The bloodline of the eclipse had been tasked with keeping the balance, ensuring that the veil between the realms remained intact. But the veil had grown thin, and now it threatened to tear apart completely. Her thoughts were interrupted by a distant rumble, a sound like the earth itself groaning in pain. The air around her seemed to grow colder, the wind biting at her skin, and the shadows beneath her feet began to shift, as if they were alive. Azura's heart beat faster. She had not expected the darkness to awaken so soon. But it was clear now, whatever had been sealed away was rising, as if on cue, a figure emerged from the shadows, a wraith-like being that moved with eerie grace, its form barely visible against the obsidian backdrop. The creature's eyes glowed with a pale, unnatural light, and its mouth twisted into a cruel smile. "You've come, Azura," the creature said, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves, distant and hollow. "I had wondered when you would finally arrive." Azura's grip tightened on her sword, but she did not draw it. "I came to stop this," she said, her voice steady but carrying the weight of her resolve. "I came to end the darkness that has been unleashed upon the world." The creature laughed, a sound that sent a chill crawling down Azura's spine. "End it? You cannot end what has never truly left. The darkness is eternal, as old as the world itself. It is the shadow that follows the light, the silence that comes after the storm. You cannot fight it, Azura." "You are too late." "I am never too late," Azura replied, her eyes narrowing. "I carry the blood of those who fought and fell before me. I carry the strength of the eclipse. And I will stop this." The creature's smile faltered for a moment, but then it chuckled darkly. "Very well, then. Come. Let us see if your bloodline is truly as strong as you believe." With that, the creature raised its hand. and the ground beneath Azura's feet trembled. The shadows around her thickened, swirling like a storm of darkness. The wind howled louder, and the very sky seemed to crack open, revealing a rift between worlds. From the rift, something began to emerge, something vast and ancient, something that pulsed with a terrible power. Azura's breath caught in her throat as the shape began to take form. It was a dragon, but not like any dragon she had ever heard of. Its scales were made of living shadow, shifting and undulating with an eerie, otherworldly grace. Its eyes were like twin suns, glowing with a fiery malevolence. And as it unfurled its massive wings, the ground shook beneath its weight. And the sky itself seemed to crackle with energy. Azura's sword gleamed in the dim light, its hilt now pulsing with a faint blue glow. The time for words had passed. This was the moment she had trained for, the moment when everything would either be lost or saved. The creature, still watching with a malicious grin, stepped back. "You may have your sword, Azura. But you cannot defeat what has already begun." Azura did not respond. She took a step forward, her eyes locked on the dragon's glowing gaze. With a sharp intake of breath, she sprinted toward the creature, her sword raised high. The battle had begun, and the world held its breath, waiting to see who would emerge victorious in the battle between light and darkness. Between the keeper of the bloodline and the shadow that threatened to consume everything, the obsidian sky had arrived, and with it, the end of the world, or perhaps, the beginning of something new. The dragon's wings beat against the air with such force that Azura was almost thrown off her feet. The sound was deafening, like the crashing of thunder. The sky above her flickered as if the fabric of reality itself was being torn apart. She could feel the raw power emanating from the beast, the weight of an ancient force that had been awakened after centuries of slumber. The creature loomed before her, its eyes glowing with a malevolent fire that seemed to pierce through her very soul. Azura's heart pounded in her chest, but she did not falter. She had come too far, fought too long, to let fear sway her now. She raised her sword, the blade of eclipse, and in a swift motion, she launched herself forward. The weapon hummed with an eerie energy, a resonance that seemed to call out to the world around her. It was forged in the heart of a dying star, its blade made of celestial steel, and it had been imbued with the ancient magic of her ancestors. Azura's bloodline had always been the protector, the ones who kept the balance between the light and the shadow. The dragon's gaze never wavered as Azura closed the distance between them. With a mighty roar, it swung its massive tail in a wide arc, intending to crush her like an insect beneath its strength. Azura nimbly dodged to the side, her movements fluid and precise. The air around her was charged with the crackle of energy as the dragon's tail swept dangerously close, but Azura was already in motion, her feet light on the ground. She reached the creature's side in a heartbeat, slashing at its scales with the sharp edge of her blade. The sword bit deep into the shadowy hide, but it barely left a mark. The dragon's skin was like liquid night, shifting and reforming with each strike. The beast let out a deep, rumbling growl as it swung its massive head down toward her. Azura barely managed to roll out of the way, the dragon's jaws snapping shut mere inches from her. She pushed herself to her feet, breath coming in ragged gasps, and cast a quick glance over her shoulder. The creature's body was massive, its wings spread wide, blotting out the sky above. The sheer scale of the beast was overwhelming, but Azura was not one to back down. "You are swift," the creature's voice echoed, its tone cold and mocking, "but speed alone will not save you. You cannot defeat what has been born of the void. The darkness is eternal." Azura's grip on her sword tightened. She knew the creature spoke the truth. This dragon was not of flesh and blood. It was a manifestation of the very shadow that sought to consume the world. But she was the last of the bloodline of the eclipse. And she would not let the darkness claim the earth. Not while she still drew breath. "Then I will make it my mission to prove you wrong," she muttered under her breath, her eyes narrowing. With a roar, the dragon lunged forward, its jaws snapping open to deliver a crushing blow. Azura swung her sword upward in a desperate attempt to strike at the dragon's throat. Her blade made contact with its scales, but it was like striking metal, and the impact sent a shock of pain up her arm. The creature recoiled, hissing in anger, but it quickly recovered, its tail whipping around to strike her from behind. Azura's instincts kicked in, and she leaped high into the air, twisting and somersaulting to land on the dragon's back. The creature howled in fury as she sank her sword deep into the dark, shifting flesh beneath its wings. The blade sang with power, but even as it cut, it struggled to penetrate the dragon's strange, otherworldly form. "You cannot defeat me," the creature snarled, its voice reverberating in Azura's mind. "I am the darkness that has always existed. The shadow that has always waited. And now, I will consume everything in your world." Azura's grip on her sword tightened, but she refused to back down. With a fierce cry, she pulled her weapon free and plunged it deeper into the creature's body, the blade glowing with a fierce light as it carved through the dragon's flesh. The creature screeched in agony. But even as it writhed beneath her, Azura could feel the power of the blade waning. The shadows around her thickened, and the wind howled louder, as if the world itself was rallying against her. It was as if the very atmosphere had grown heavier, weighed down by the oppressive darkness. Azura struggled to keep her footing as the ground beneath her began to tremble, and then, with a sickening crack, the dragon's body erupted in a violent burst of shadows. The force of the explosion sent Azura flying through the air, her sword slipping from her grasp. She crashed to the ground, her body battered and bruised from the impact. She struggled to rise, but her limbs felt heavy, as if the weight of the world itself had settled upon her shoulders. The dragon had vanished, leaving behind only the swirling shadows and the suffocating silence. Azura could hear her heartbeat pounding in her ears, and the taste of blood filled her mouth. But despite the pain, she pushed herself to her feet. She had not defeated it. Not yet. The battle had only just begun. The sky above her had darkened further, the obsidian clouds swirling in a furious tempest. The air crackled with dark energy, and Azura could feel the power of the shadows pressing against her, trying to suffocate her will. But she refused to yield. She picked up her sword, the blade of Eclipse, and steadied herself. Her eyes blazed with determination, and she knew that this was her destiny. She had come to end the darkness, and she would not stop until she had succeeded. The creature's voice echoed through her mind once more, but this time, there was a hint of fear in its words. "You cannot stop it, Azura. The end has come." Azura raised her sword high, her voice a steady whisper in the winds. "We'll see about that," and with those words, she charged forward once more, into the depths of the obsidian sky, ready to face whatever horrors awaited her in the dark. The storm above Azura's head raged on, twisting and writhing as if it were alive. Dark clouds swirled in unnatural patterns, and the air itself seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Each breath Azura took was heavy, as if the atmosphere had been thickened by the very essence of the dragon's presence. She stood in the eye of this tempest, the ground beneath her shaking with the tremors of the beast's fury. Her sword, the blade of Eclipse, hummed with the ancient magic that had always been woven into its very being. The weapon was the last hope of her bloodline, forged in the heart of a dying star, and it had always been said that it could slay even the most powerful of the darkness. But as Azura gazed into the swirling blackness, the sense of foreboding grew stronger. This was no ordinary enemy. The dragon was not just a physical creature, it was a living manifestation of the very shadows that had haunted the world for centuries. She knew that the battle ahead would not be won by mere strength. It would take more than the sharpness of her blade or the swiftness of her movements. To defeat this darkness, she would need to harness the full power of her bloodline, to draw upon the ancient magic that flowed through her veins. Her heart pounded in her chest as she closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to center herself. The whispers began again, soft and insidious, curling around her thoughts like smoke. You are not strong enough. You are not ready. The darkness will consume you, as it has consumed everything else. Azura shook her head, trying to clear the voices from her mind. She could not afford to falter now. She had come too far, faced too many trials, to let doubt stop her. Her ancestors had fought to protect the world, and it was her turn to carry that burden. The wind howled, and in an instant, the darkness before her parted. A figure emerged from the swirling shadows, tall and imposing, with wings like molten obsidian. The dragon had returned. Its eyes glowed like twin suns, burning with an intense, almost hateful fire. The air grew colder as the creature's form solidified before her, its massive body dwarfing Azura's own. You think you can stop me, little mortal? The dragon's voice boomed, echoing in the storm. You are but a speck, a fleeting dream in the vastness of the eternal night. Azura's grip tightened on her sword. I will not be a part of your darkness, she said, her voice steady despite the fear that tugged at her chest. I am the last of the Eclipse bloodline. I will end this, and I will end you. The dragon's laugh echoed like thunder, its sound shaking the ground beneath Azura's feet. You cannot hope to defeat what has already claimed this world, child. You are nothing against the darkness that runs through the veins of the earth itself. Azura knew that the dragon was speaking the truth, in a sense. The shadow that had taken root was ancient, far older than she could comprehend. It had corrupted everything in its path, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Yet, in her heart, Azura still believed that there was hope. She had seen the light that lingered even in the darkest corners of the world, a flicker of hope that refused to be snuffed out. With a defiant roar, Azura lunged at the dragon, her sword raised high. The blade cut through the air like a bolt of lightning, and the dragon responded with a roar that shook the heavens. The clash of their forces sent shockwaves through the very fabric of reality, and for a moment, the world seemed to pause, holding its breath. The dragon's tail lashed out, aiming to strike Azura down, but she was quick, slipping beneath its massive bulk, rolling to the side and narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. She sprang to her feet, her blade still alight with the energy of the stars, and she struck again. This time, the tip of the blade of Eclipse found purchase against the dragon's shadowy hide, and the creature screeched in pain. "You are a stubborn one, I'll give you that," the dragon spat, its voice dripping with malice. "But you cannot fight the inevitable. You are doomed, just like the rest of them." Azura gritted her teeth and pressed the attack. She was tiring. Her movements, once fluid and quick, now felt slower, more labored. The darkness around her was oppressive, trying to drag her down into the depths where she could no longer see the light. But she refused to let it claim her. She had a duty, a mission, and she would not allow the dragon to extinguish the last flicker of hope. The creature lunged again, its jaws snapping shut just inches from Azura's face. She twisted to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, and with a swift motion, she aimed for the dragon's wing joint. The blade of Eclipse sank into the creature's flesh, the dark magic of the blade causing it to recoil in agony. For a moment, Azura thought she had gained an upper hand, but the dragon let out a furious roar, its massive wings flapping violently, sending Azura stumbling back. The force of the dragon's wings created a powerful gust of wind that threatened to knock Azura off her feet. She fought to maintain her balance, but it was a losing battle. The dragon was too powerful, too ancient. The ground beneath her cracked, and the sky above seemed to darken even further, the shadows growing thicker, more suffocating. Azura could feel the weight of the world pressing down on her, but she refused to yield. With a scream of defiance, she rose to her feet once more, her heart beating with the strength of 1,000 warriors. "You will not win," Azura shouted, her voice cutting through the storm. "I will never let the darkness claim this world." The dragon's glowing eyes narrowed, its form shifting like liquid night. "Then die, mortal. You will fall just like the others." With that, the dragon opened its maw wide, unleashing a blast of shadow and fire that enveloped Azura in an all-consuming wave of darkness. Azura raised her sword high, the blade of Eclipse glowing with a blinding light, and charged forward, her voice rising in a final, furious cry, and the world around her exploded into a maelstrom of light and shadow. Azura's world was swallowed by the eruption of darkness and light. The moment the dragon's shadowed fire met the blinding brilliance of her sword, the two forces clashed in an explosion that reverberated through the very bones of the earth. Time itself seemed to stretch and shatter, as if reality could not contain the fury unleashed by both combatants. The earth groaned, cracks splitting across the ground as if the battle threatened to tear the world apart. Azura's vision blurred as she was knocked back by the force of the impact. Her body crashed against jagged rocks, her breath escaping her in a harsh gasp. She could feel the warmth of her blood trickling down from a gash on her forehead, but the pain was distant. It was as though her entire being was numbed by the overwhelming power that coursed through the air. For a moment, the world was silent. Then, a deep rumbling, like the growl of a waking beast, broke the stillness. Azura staggered to her feet, her legs trembling beneath her. Her senses were sharp, but the pain of her injuries was beginning to catch up with her. Her sword still pulsed with the ancient power of her bloodline, but she could feel the energy of the blade starting to wane. She needed to end this battle. Soon, ahead, the dragon loomed, its molten obsidian scales shimmering like liquid fire, its massive wings beating the air with such force that the ground trembled beneath each movement. The creature's eyes burned like twin suns, glowing with a malevolent fire. It stared at Azura, its pupils narrowing as it took in her weakened form. "Do you still think you can defeat me?" The dragon's voice echoed in her mind, its tone like 1,000 whispers, each one filled with contempt and scorn. "Your blade may have tasted my blood, but you are nothing against the force I represent. Darkness is eternal. You cannot fight what is inevitable." Azura's chest heaved as she took a step forward, gripping her sword tightly. Her heart beat faster, not from fear but from the fierce determination that burned within her. "I will never bow to you," she said, her voice low but resolute. "You may be ancient, but you are not invincible." The dragon's laugh rumbled through the sky, a sound that seemed to shake the very stars. "Such defiance," it purred, before its eyes narrowed again. "Very well, then. If you wish to die in vain, I will grant your wish." With a swift motion, the dragon opened its mouth, and a torrent of shadow and flame poured forth, engulfing everything in its path. The sheer intensity of the attack sent a wave of heat and pressure crashing over Azura, forcing her to raise her sword high to protect herself. She could feel the magic of her blade surging within her, the ancient power of the Eclipse bloodline pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. The clash of fire and light illuminated the battlefield as Azura met the dragon's attack head-on. The force of the dragon's breath nearly knocked her off her feet, but she stood her ground, her sword glowing brighter and brighter as it absorbed the energy of the strike. She could feel the darkness trying to seep through the cracks in her resolve, attempting to tear at her soul, but she refused to yield. The dragon's fiery breath seemed endless, but Azura's will was stronger. She pressed forward, each step harder than the last, but her determination never wavered. She could feel the blade of Eclipse responding to her desire to end this, its light flaring brighter with each passing second. With one final push, Azura hurled herself forward, her sword cleaving through the darkness. The blade struck the dragon's chest with a resounding crack, sending shockwaves through the air. The creature screeched in agony, its wings folding back as it staggered, its massive form reeling from the blow. Azura did not pause. She pressed the attack, using the last of her strength to drive the sword deeper into the dragon's heart. But the creature was not so easily vanquished. With a deafening roar, it snapped its jaws shut around Azura's sword, the teeth sharp and jagged. The blade of Eclipse hummed in her grip, but she felt the power of the dragon's bite start to drag her down. It was as though the darkness itself was pulling her into its depths. "Foolish girl," the dragon snarled, its voice now a low growl. "You think your bloodline can save you? You are nothing compared to the endless void that I am." Azura's heart pounded in her chest, her vision beginning to blur. The dragon's grip on her sword was tightening, and the darkness was suffocating her. Her hand shook as she struggled to maintain her hold on the blade. She couldn't lose. She couldn't let the world fall into shadow. The blade of Eclipse shuddered in her grip, a crackling energy running through its length as though it were about to shatter. With a final, desperate surge, Azura forced the sword upward, pushing through the darkness and the pain. The blade sliced through the dragon's jaw, and for a brief moment, Azura felt the connection between her bloodline and the weapon. She felt the power of her ancestors guiding her, lending her strength when she thought she could go no further. The dragon recoiled, releasing a final screech as it tried to pull away. Azura fell to the ground, her breath ragged as she watched the beast retreat. Its form dissolving into the shadows, but even as the dragon retreated, Azura knew the battle was far from over. The creature was not dead. It was only retreating, gathering its strength for the next assault. Azura rose to her feet, her limbs heavy and her vision dimming, but her resolve never faltered. The sky above had darkened further, the storm still swirling. The world itself seemed to hold its breath. She could feel the weight of her destiny pressing down on her, and the knowledge that her journey was far from finished. Azura's breath came in shallow gasps, the weight of her injuries pressing heavily against her chest. Her mind was a blur, the aftershock of the battle reverberating through her senses like the distant tremor of an earthquake. The obsidian dragon had retreated for now, but its absence did little to calm the turmoil in her heart. She knelt on the cracked earth, her hand gripping the hilt of the blade of Eclipse, the weapon still warm from the clash. The sword pulsed faintly in her grasp, a reminder of the ancient power it held within its gleaming steel. Azura could feel the faint echo of her ancestors within the blade, their voices whispering through the very fibers of her being. Their strength was still with her, but it was waning. The battle had taken much from her, and though her spirit was unbroken, her body cried out for rest. She took a moment to steady herself, allowing the world around her to settle into a fragile calm. The storm that had raged above her had not fully dissipated, but the violent winds had lessened. The darkened sky overhead flickered with distant flashes of lightning, casting fleeting shadows across the battlefield. For a brief moment, it almost felt as though time had slowed, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. Azura stood, her legs unsteady beneath her, and surveyed the ruins of the battlefield. The land was scarred by the clash of light and shadow, the earth twisted and broken in places where the dragon's fiery breath had scorched the ground. Craters marred the landscape, some still glowing faintly from the lingering heat of the dragon's fire. The wind carried the acrid scent of smoke, reminder of the destruction that had been wrought here. Her eyes lingered on the horizon, where the sky seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions, a vast expanse of obsidian darkness and shimmering starlight. The battle between light and shadow was far from over. If anything, it had only just begun. She had felt the dragon's power, and though she had wounded it, she knew that it was not yet defeated. The creature would return, stronger than before, and when it did, she would need to be ready. Her fingers brushed against the symbol etched into the blade, a sigil that marked her lineage, the mark of the Eclipse bloodline. It was a reminder of the power she wielded, and the responsibility that came with it. She could not fail. Not now. The fate of the world depended on it. The wind shifted, and with it came a whisper, faint but unmistakable. Azura turned toward the sound, her instincts on high alert. She had grown accustomed to the eerie silence that often accompanied moments of great conflict, but this was different. This was a voice. A voice that seemed to come from the very air around her, Azura. The voice was low and resonant, like the distant rumble of thunder. You have done well, but you are not yet ready. The path ahead is fraught with danger, and only by embracing the darkness will you have any hope of defeating him. Azura's heart skipped a beat. The voice was familiar, though she could not place it. She had heard it before, in the depths of her dreams, in the quiet moments before sleep claimed her. It was the voice of an ancient being, one who had seen the rise and fall of empires, who had witnessed the ebb and flow of time itself. Who are you? Azura called out, her voice steady despite the fear that threatened to rise within her. "What do you want from me?" The air around her seemed to shimmer, and for a moment, the world itself bent and twisted. Shadows coiled like living things, shifting and changing with each passing second. The voice responded, its tone both soothing and chilling, "I am the one who watches. The one who guides. And I have come to offer you a choice, Azura. A choice that will shape the course of your destiny." Azura's grip tightened around the blade of Eclipse, the weapon's cool surface grounding her in the present. "What choice?" The shadows deepened, and the voice seemed to grow closer, as though it were speaking directly into her mind. "You seek to defeat the dragon, but do you truly understand what you are facing? The darkness you fight is not merely the dragon's power. It is the very essence of this world's decay. The dragon is but a manifestation of that decay, a servant to forces beyond your understanding. To defeat him, you must embrace that same darkness. Only then will you have the strength to stand against him." Azura recoiled, her breath catching in her throat. "I will never embrace the darkness," she said fiercely, the words coming from the depths of her soul. "I fight for the light, for the hope of a future free from the shadows." The voice was silent for a long moment, and for a heartbeat, Azura thought it had abandoned her. But then, it spoke again, its tone softer now, tinged with something almost like sorrow. "Very well. But know this, Azura. The darkness is not something you can escape. It is woven into the very fabric of your being. Your bloodline carries the shadow within it. The power you wield is both light and dark. And one day, you will have to make a choice. A choice that will determine the fate of everything you hold dear." Azura's heart raced, the weight of the words pressing down on her. The world seemed to shift again, and for a moment, she was consumed by the suffocating darkness that surrounded her. But just as quickly, the vision faded, and she found herself standing once more in the desolate landscape of the battlefield. The wind had died, leaving behind only the faintest whisper of the voice. Azura stood alone, the sword still in her hand, her resolve harder than ever. The dragon would return, but she would be ready. She had to be. As she turned toward the path ahead, the moonlight above illuminated the scars on the earth, and for the first time since the battle had begun, Azura felt the weight of the coming storm. She was the light in the darkness, but even light could be consumed by shadow, and she could no longer deny the truth. She was bound to both. Azura walked with purpose, her every step echoing in the silence of the broken world around her. The path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, as if the horizon itself had dissolved into the night, leaving nothing but the weight of her mission. She could still feel the tremors of the dragon's power, a pulse deep within her bones, reverberating through the land. It was as though the very air had thickened with the presence of the beast, its power hanging over her like a storm waiting to break. Her fingers clenched around the blade of Eclipse, the cold metal grounding her in the face of the overwhelming uncertainty ahead. The whispering voice, a mysterious presence that had spoken to her in the aftermath of the battle, still lingered in her thoughts, its words impossible to shake. "The darkness is not something you can escape," it had said. "It is woven into the very fabric of your being." Her breath quickened at the thought. It was a truth she had long feared. Her bloodline, the ancient lineage that had given her both strength and torment, was tied to the darkness in ways she could not fully comprehend. The battle with the dragon was only the beginning, and already, the price of victory seemed too high. She had seen the shadow's grip on the world, felt its pull on her very soul, and yet, she could not accept it. She could not allow herself to become one with the very force she sought to destroy. The wind shifted, biting at her skin, and she pulled her cloak tighter around her. The air was thick with the scent of charred earth, remnants of the fire that had ravaged the landscape. The land, scarred by the battle, seemed to mourn its wounds, but there was no time for mourning now. Azura's purpose was clear: find the dragon, face it once more, and end this war between light and dark. Her steps took her further into the heart of the desolation, toward the obsidian mountains that loomed like jagged teeth against the night sky. The mountains were a silent witness to the conflict that raged between the forces of shadow and the defenders of the light. Azura had heard whispers of the dragon's lair deep within the mountains, and she knew that it was there she would find her greatest challenge. Her mind raced with the task ahead, but even as she moved forward, the words of the mysterious voice haunted her thoughts. The darkness was inside her, part of her heritage. And yet, she couldn't bring herself to accept it, not yet. She had to fight against it. She had to prove that the light could prevail, that she could rise above the shadows that threatened to consume everything. As she neared the base of the obsidian mountains, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble. At first, it was subtle, a faint vibration that could easily be ignored, but it grew stronger with each passing moment. Azura stopped, her senses alert, her heart pounding in her chest. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and from the darkness of the mountain's shadow, a figure emerged. It was not the dragon. Azura's grip tightened on her blade as the figure stepped forward, its form emerging from the swirling mist that clung to the mountain. A tall, cloaked figure, its face hidden beneath a hood, its movements smooth and deliberate. It was a figure of darkness, but it was not the same as the dragon. This presence was different. The figure spoke, its voice low and gravelly, the sound of distant thunder in its words, Azura. She stood tall, her body tense, her eyes narrowing as she faced the mysterious figure. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the unease that gripped her. The figure tilted its head slightly, as though considering her question. "I am one who walks between worlds. I have seen the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of gods. And now, I have come for you." Azura's heart skipped a beat, but she did not back down. "What do you want with me?" she asked, her grip on the blade of Eclipse tightening even further. The figure's presence seemed to grow more oppressive, the air around it thickening with a heavy, suffocating energy. "I seek your power, Azura. The power that lies within you, bound by your bloodline and your destiny. You are the key to the balance that will decide the fate of this world." Azura took a step back, her mind racing. The words felt like a weight pressing down on her chest, but she refused to let fear take hold. She had faced the dragon, survived its fury, and she would not falter now. "I will never allow you to control me," Azura said firmly, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Whatever you are, I will not let you use me for your own ends." The figure let out a soft, eerie chuckle. "Control you? No. You misunderstand. I do not seek control over you, Azura. I seek something far more valuable, your choice. My choice. She repeated, confusion mingling with the apprehension in her chest. What do you mean? The figure stepped closer. Its form shifting like smoke, its presence filling the space around her. The darkness is a force of inevitability. It is a power that exists in all things, whether you deny it or not. You, Azura, are no exception. The blade you carry, the blood that runs through your veins, the power you wield, they are all a part of the darkness. Azura recoiled, shaking her head. No. I am not part of the darkness. I fight against it. The figure's voice softened, a trace of sadness lacing its words. You are both, Azura. Light and dark. You cannot have one without the other. You were born into this world to find balance, but the choice is yours. Embrace your heritage, or deny it, and risk destroying everything. Azura felt the weight of its words sinking into her mind, a growing pressure that threatened to crush her. The choice. The power that she had always fought to control, the very blood that ran through her veins, was now a question of her fate. Could she truly embrace the darkness within her, or would her refusal to accept it lead her down a path of destruction? Before she could respond, the figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the shadows. I will be watching, Azura. The choice is yours. Azura stood alone once more, the mountain looming ahead of her, the darkness pressing in from all sides. The words of the mysterious figure haunted her, twisting her thoughts like a dark wind. Her journey was far from over. The dragon still awaited her, and the fate of the world hung in the balance. But now, more than ever, Azura understood the true nature of her mission. The darkness was not something she could escape, but something she must face. Only then could she hope to defeat the shadow that threatened to consume everything. Azura stood on the precipice of the obsidian cliffs, the landscape below her a vast expanse of shattered stone and smoldering earth. The wind had picked up, tugging at her cloak as if trying to drag her deeper into the abyss below. The mountains around her were silent now, as though they too were holding their breath, waiting for something to break the stillness. She could feel the weight of the figure's words pressing down on her chest, the dark presence that lingered even as it had vanished from her sight. The voice had not been a simple threat. There had been something ancient in its tone, something older than even the shadows that ravaged the world. Azura couldn't deny the truth in what it had said. Her bloodline, her very existence, was woven into the dark forces that had long sought to engulf the world. But what terrified her the most was the choice it had spoken of. The choice between light and darkness. How could she make such a decision when both were a part of her? With a steadying breath, Azura turned her gaze back toward the mountains. The jagged peaks that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. Somewhere beyond those mountains, in the heart of the desolation, the dragon waited. She could feel its power, like a pull in her chest, an ancient hunger that matched her own. It had been silent since their last encounter, but she knew it would not remain so forever. The dragon was a creature of destruction, but Azura could sense that there was more to it than mere savagery. It was something else, something tied to the world's dying heartbeat. As she walked toward the base of the mountains, the ground beneath her feet cracked and groaned. It was as though the very earth was alive, reacting to her presence, to the power that flowed through her veins. Azura shook her head, trying to clear the fog that had settled over her thoughts. She couldn't afford to be distracted now. The dragon was close, and she had to face it, had to finish what she had started. The path up the mountain was treacherous, the jagged rocks cutting into her boots as she ascended. The wind grew colder as she climbed, and the air itself seemed to grow heavy with the weight of unseen eyes. Every step felt as though it led her deeper into a world that no longer obeyed the rules of the living. The landscape around her shifted unnaturally, as if it were being shaped by an unseen force, a presence that bent the very laws of nature. Azura's heart pounded in her chest as she reached a narrow ledge. A precipice that seemed to stretch forever. The cliffs on either side loomed like the jaws of some ancient beast, ready to swallow her whole. But she did not hesitate. The dragon was near, she could feel its presence, a dark pulse in the distance that echoed in her bones. She took a step forward, and the ground beneath her trembled in response. A low growl rumbled from somewhere below, reverberating through the mountain like the sound of distant thunder. The dragon's voice was low, guttural, and primal, but it held a strange echo, as if it was not merely a creature of flesh and bone, but something far older, something bound to the land itself. Azura's fingers tightened around the hilt of her blade of eclipse. Its cool metal grounding her in the face of the dragon's impending fury. She knew this was the moment, there was no turning back now. The battle she had avoided, the confrontation that had loomed on the horizon since she first set foot in these cursed lands, was about to unfold, and then, the dragon emerged. It was not the beast she had encountered before. No longer a mere creature of fire and rage, the dragon now seemed to embody the very essence of the obsidian mountains themselves. Its scales shimmered like liquid darkness, reflecting the dim light of the moon above, while its eyes glowed with an eerie, otherworldly fire. The air around it crackled with energy, the space between them alive with the pulse of an ancient power. Azura took a step back, her breath catching in her throat. She could feel the weight of its gaze upon her, a presence that seemed to cut through her very soul. The dragon was not simply a creature of terror, it was something more, something tied to the fabric of the world itself. It had a purpose, a reason for its existence that Azura could not yet understand. "You've come," the dragon's voice rumbled, its tone a low growl that vibrated through the earth beneath them. It was not a question, but a statement of inevitability. The one who carries the blood of the fallen. The one destined to either shatter the world or save it. Azura's pulse quickened at the words. It knew her bloodline. And its words, heavy with foreboding, echoed in her mind. "I have come to stop you," Azura said, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. "I will not allow you to bring ruin to this world." The dragon's eyes narrowed, and a slow, sinister smile curled upon its lips. "You think you can stop me? You, who are more like me than you realize." It shifted, the ground beneath it cracking as it stepped forward, its massive form casting a shadow over Azura that seemed to stretch to the very edges of the mountain. Azura did not flinch. She raised her blade, the dark energy of the blade of eclipse crackling to life, a response to the dragon's presence. "I will fight," she said, her voice unwavering. "I will not let you consume this world." The dragon's laughter echoed across the mountains, a sound both terrifying and mocking. "Foolish girl," it said. "You are nothing but a shadow, a reflection of the darkness that lives within us all. And you will soon learn that there is no escape. With a deafening roar, the dragon lunged forward, its massive claws tearing through the air toward Azura. She reacted in an instant, leaping to the side and narrowly avoiding the strike. The wind from the dragon's claws whipped past her, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Azura's heart raced as she regained her footing. The battle had begun. She charged forward. Her blade raised high, the dark energy of the eclipse swirling around her. The dragon's wings beat powerfully, sending gusts of wind that threatened to knock her off balance, but she held firm, her eyes locked onto the creature's glowing gaze. This was the fight she had been preparing for. This was her moment to face the darkness, both the dragon and the one within herself. With a cry, Azura slashed her blade through the air, the power of the eclipse colliding with the dragon's scales in a burst of light and shadow. The impact sent shockwaves through the mountain, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The dragon reeled, but only for a moment. Its gaze darkened, and with a roar of fury, it retaliated. The battle had only just begun, and Azura knew that it would be a fight to the death. A fight not only for the world but for her own soul. The wind howled through the jagged peaks, carrying with it the acrid scent of sulfur and scorched earth. Azura's breath came in ragged gasps as she stood, facing the dragon with her sword held tightly in both hands. The battle had escalated far beyond what she had anticipated, but there was no turning back now. The dragon's relentless fury mirrored the chaos within her own heart, a reflection of the inner struggle that threatened to consume her from the inside out. The dragon's claws scraped the stone, sending sparks flying as it advanced. Its molten eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. Azura's muscles burned from the effort of dodging and striking, but she refused to yield. The blade of Eclipse pulsed with dark energy, matching the creature's power in a deadly dance of light and shadow. "You are no match for me," the dragon's voice rumbled, low and mocking, as it loomed above her. The air grew thick with heat as its wings unfurled, creating gusts that sent Azura stumbling back. "You think your blade can defeat me? You, who bear the blood of my own kind?" Azura gritted her teeth, fighting the doubt that threatened to creep into her mind. The dragon's words were sharp, its insinuation cutting through her resolve like a blade. But she had to focus. She had to believe that she could stop this creature. That she could stop the destruction it would bring if it was allowed to continue. "I am not like you," she spat, her voice fierce despite the fear that gnawed at her insides. "I will not let you destroy everything I care about." The dragon's eyes flared with a dangerous light. "You think you have control, but you are nothing more than a puppet in the web of fate," it growled. "You think your bloodline gives you power, but it is your weakness. You will learn that it is the darkness that will always reign." With a powerful screech, the dragon lunged forward, its massive jaws snapping at her. Azura barely managed to roll out of the way in time, the force of the attack causing the earth beneath her to tremble. She pushed herself to her feet, her pulse hammering in her ears as she faced the dragon once more. Its eyes were wild with fury, its breath hot and heavy as it prepared for another assault. Azura took a step back, her gaze shifting to the mountainside. The jagged cliffs around them seemed to warp in the heat of the battle, the world bending and shifting as if it were being reshaped by the dragon's presence. The power it wielded was immense, and Azura could feel it coursing through the air like a tangible force, pressing down on her chest. But even in the face of such overwhelming power, she refused to give in. Her destiny, as twisted as it had become, was her own. She would not let the darkness consume her, not when there was still hope to be found. In that moment, a flicker of realization sparked within her, a fleeting vision of the world she fought to protect. Her people, her home, the lives she had vowed to safeguard. They were worth this fight. They were worth the sacrifice. The dragon roared again, its fury unmatched as it charged forward, but Azura was ready this time. She focused on the blade in her hand, channeling every ounce of her willpower into the blade of eclipse. The dark energy surged within her, the power of her bloodline awakening with a force that almost overwhelmed her senses. She could feel the weight of the dragon's presence, pressing down on her, but she stood firm. She would not falter. With a primal cry, Azura thrust her blade forward, her body moving in a blur of motion. The blade collided with the dragon's scales, and for a moment, the world seemed to freeze. A burst of light and darkness erupted from the point of contact, sending shockwaves through the mountains as the power of the eclipse collided with the dragon's fiery fury. The impact knocked the dragon back, its wings flapping wildly as it struggled to regain its balance. Azura staggered but remained standing, her hands gripping the hilt of her blade as the power within her surged once more. She had struck the creature, but it was far from defeated. The dragon's eyes gleamed with fury, and it roared in rage, its voice shaking the very foundation of the mountain. "You think you can challenge me?" the dragon hissed, its voice dripping with venom. "You are nothing but a fleeting shadow, a spark of defiance that will be extinguished in time. Your blood is tainted, Azura, and no amount of strength will save you." Azura's heart raced, but she did not flinch. The dragon's words sought to tear her down, to plant seeds of doubt in her mind, but she knew the truth. She was not bound to the darkness. She would not let it define her. "I am not your puppet," she said, her voice steady, despite the fear that gripped her chest. "And I will not let you destroy everything I've fought for." The dragon's eyes narrowed, its lips curling into a sneer. "Then you will die fighting," it growled, and with a sudden, violent motion, it lunged at her again. Azura's breath caught in her throat as she saw the dragon's massive jaws descending toward her. She had no choice but to leap backward, narrowly avoiding the creature's strike. But the ground beneath her feet was crumbling, the force of the battle destabilizing the very earth around them. She struggled to maintain her footing, the rock beneath her shifting as the mountain trembled. With a sudden flash of insight, Azura realized that she had to end this now. The dragon's power was tied to the very mountain they stood on, and if she could destroy the source of its strength, she could defeat it. She glanced around, her eyes scanning the cliffside for any sign of weakness, and then she saw it, a narrow fissure in the mountain, glowing with an eerie, dark light. The source of the dragon's power. Without hesitation, Azura sprinted toward the fissure, her blade held high. The dragon howled in fury, its massive form closing in on her, but she was faster. She dove toward the crack in the stone, her blade gleaming with dark energy as she swung it with all her might. The blade struck the fissure, and the ground shook with an earth-shattering tremor. The very air seemed to crackle with energy, and for a moment, Azura thought the world might collapse around her. But then, as if in answer to her defiance, the fissure erupted with a blinding flash of light. The dragon screeched in agony, its body writhing as the power that had bound it to the mountain began to unravel. The dark energy that had fueled it seemed to disintegrate, and the beast's cries turned to a low, mournful wail. The air around them was charged with raw, destructive force, and Azura was forced to shield her eyes from the blinding light. When the light faded, the mountain was silent. Azura lowered her blade, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she surveyed the destruction around her. The dragon was gone, its form reduced to ash and smoke. The mountain, once a place of dark power, now stood silent and still, as though the very essence of the land had been purged, but Azura knew that the battle was far from over. The forces that had birthed the dragon, the ancient darkness that threatened to consume the world, were still out there, waiting. She had won this battle, but the war was far from finished, and so, with her heart heavy but her resolve stronger than ever, Azura turned away from the mountain and began her journey toward the unknown. She would face whatever came next, for the world still needed her, and the silent abyss of her destiny was not yet fully realized. Azura's footsteps echoed through the hollowed ruins, a rhythmic sound that seemed to match the slow, deliberate beating of her heart. The sky overhead, once a brilliant blue, was now a deep, unyielding black. Not even the stars dared to shine tonight. The weight of the world seemed to rest on her shoulders, as if the very air was thick with the anticipation of something dark, something terrible, that was slowly creeping toward her. The battle with the dragon had been a victory, but a hollow one. She knew that the creature she had slain was but a single piece in a much larger puzzle, one that had yet to reveal its full scope. The ancient forces that had awakened in the mountain had not disappeared with the dragon's fall. Azura could still feel them stirring, restless, as if they were watching her, waiting for the moment to strike. The blade of Eclipse pulsed faintly in her hand, as if it were attuned to the very same energies. She could almost hear its whispers in the back of her mind, urging her forward, guiding her to a destiny that she could no longer escape. She had hoped that with the dragon's death, the darkness would fade, but instead, it had only grown stronger. Azura had to move quickly. She had to find the source of this malevolent force before it consumed everything. The ruins around her seemed to shift as she walked, the ancient stones groaning under the weight of time. The remnants of once great structures loomed in the distance, their crumbling walls a testament to the passage of centuries. There was something unsettling about this place, a sense of decay that clung to the very air, like the scent of a forgotten memory. As she neared the heart of the ruins, a chill swept over her. It was a coldness that came not from the air, but from deep within herself, as if the very essence of the land was rejecting her presence. Azura gritted her teeth, refusing to let the unease seep into her thoughts. She was here for a reason, and she would not falter now. A distant rumble echoed through the ground beneath her feet, shaking the earth with a force that seemed to reverberate from the very core of the world. Azura's hand tightened around the hilt of her blade, her instinct screaming that something was wrong. The ground trembled again, more violently this time, and the ruins around her seemed to groan in response. Suddenly, the earth cracked open with a deafening roar, and from the fissure emerged a figure cloaked in shadows. Its form was tall and imposing, its features hidden beneath a hood of darkness. The figure stood there for a moment, as if waiting for Azura to acknowledge its presence. Then, without a word, it stepped forward, its movements fluid and silent. Azura's grip on the blade of Eclipse tightened, and she took a cautious step back. She could feel the power emanating from the figure, an energy that was both familiar and foreign at the same time. It was the same dark energy that had fueled the dragon, the same force that had shaped the world into its twisted image. But this presence, it was different. It was older, more ancient, and far more dangerous. Who are you? Azura demanded, her voice steady despite the unease that coiled in her stomach. What do you want? The figure did not answer at once. Instead, it tilted its head, as if studying her, before speaking in a voice that seemed to reverberate through her very soul. You have come far, Azura, it said, its tone deep and resonant, like the voice of a forgotten god. But you do not yet understand the forces you are dealing with. You think you can destroy the dragon, eliminate the darkness, but you are only a pawn in a much larger game. One that was set in motion long before your birth. Azura's heart pounded in her chest, and she took another step back, her blade raised defensively. I will not let you destroy everything I love, she said, her voice firm, though doubt flickered in her mind. The figure's laugh was low and hollow, like the sound of wind whistling through a cavern. You misunderstand, it said. You are not here to protect anything. You are here to serve. Azura's pulse quickened. She didn't understand. Serve. She had fought too long, bled too much, to simply be a pawn. But as the figure's words echoed in her mind, a shiver ran down her spine. It spoke with the kind of certainty that only one who knew the truth could possess. You are the last of your bloodline, the figure continued, its voice colder now, tinged with something ancient and predatory. The last of the ones who were meant to wield the blade of Eclipse. And you are too blind to see that the power you wield is not yours to command. It was never meant to be. Azura's breath caught in her throat. The blade of Eclipse, she had always known that it was tied to her bloodline, to something deeper within her than she could ever truly understand. But now, as the figure's words sank in, a horrifying realization began to take root. What are you saying? Azura demanded, her voice tight with fear. What is this power? What is my true purpose? The figure's eyes gleamed from beneath the hood, twin orbs of molten gold that seemed to burn with an unholy fire. You were chosen long ago, Azura. Chosen to awaken the power of the obsidian sky, to bring the world to its knees. You were never meant to stop the darkness. You were meant to embrace it. The ground beneath Azura's feet trembled once more, but this time, the tremor was not from the earth itself. It was from within her. The blade of Eclipse hummed with energy, its dark power resonating in time with her own pulse. She could feel it, feel the darkness beckoning to her, calling her to surrender to it. It was as if the blade itself was alive, alive with the echoes of a power that had slumbered for eons, waiting for the right moment to rise. No, Azura whispered, shaking her head violently. I won't. I refuse to be part of your twisted plan. The figure's smile deepened, its shadowed form flickering like a mirage. It is not your choice, child. You are already too far gone. The darkness has claimed you, whether you realize it or not. And soon, you will understand your true purpose. Azura felt a cold hand tighten around her heart. She had thought she was fighting for the light, for her people, for the world. But now, standing before this ancient being, she wasn't so sure anymore. The truth was slipping through her fingers like sand, leaving her with nothing but a bitter taste of doubt, but she couldn't let it win. She couldn't let the darkness consume her. With a roar, Azura lunged forward, the blade of Eclipse blazing with a dark, otherworldly light. She would fight. She would always fight. Even if she had to fight herself. The clash of steel rang out through the desolate ruins as Azura's blade collided with the shadowed figure's arm, a jarring sound that seemed to reverberate through the very bones of the earth. The darkness around them stirred, swirling in a malevolent dance, as if the land itself were watching, waiting for the outcome of this deadly struggle. Azura's breath came in ragged gasps, her grip tight on the blade of Eclipse. The weapon was alive in her hand, thrumming with power, but that same power was beginning to feel like a curse rather than a gift. The figure before her was a shadow in the truest sense of the word, its form ever shifting, as though it existed in the space between light and dark. Each movement was a blur of liquid darkness, its eyes burning with a cold, golden fire that seemed to pierce straight through her soul. It spoke with an ancient voice, one that carried the weight of millennia. "You think you can fight me, child?" It taunted, its voice like the hiss of a serpent in the dark. "You wield the blade of Eclipse, but you do not understand its true purpose. You do not understand the price of power." Azura gritted her teeth and stepped back, her eyes narrowing as she steadied her breath. Her body ached from the exertion, her muscles trembling, but she could not let up now. Not when the stakes were this high. She had to push through, had to prove that she wasn't a puppet to be controlled by the forces of darkness. The figure moved faster than she could react, its hands snaking out to grab her by the wrist. She tried to break free, but the strength in its grasp was like iron, unyielding and cold. The dark energy that emanated from the figure wrapped around her, suffocating her, making it hard to breathe. "Hard to think, you were never meant to resist," it whispered into her ear, its voice slick and smooth like oil. "You were always meant to serve. You, and the blade, are bound to me. There is no escape from your destiny." Azura's heart hammered in her chest as she struggled against the pull of the darkness. The weight of the words the figure spoke pressed down on her, but she refused to let them take root in her mind. She had fought too hard, sacrificed too much, to give in now. With a surge of will, she yanked her arm free, breaking the figure's grip with a burst of strength that surprised even her. She spun around, the blade of Eclipse flashing as she slashed at the air, a sharp, cutting arc of dark energy that crackled through the air. The figure dodged easily, its form dissipating into shadows, only to reappear a heartbeat later. "You cannot win," it said, its voice like a cold wind. "I am the darkness that was born before time itself. You are but a fleeting spark, doomed to be snuffed out." Azura's teeth clenched as she circled, keeping her stance steady. She had no choice but to keep fighting. The darkness was insidious, always whispering, always tempting her to give in. But she refused to let it consume her. Not now. Not ever. The blade of Eclipse pulsed in her hand, as if sensing her resolve. It glowed brighter, its light now tainted with the same darkness that surrounded them. She could feel it, feel the power coursing through her, binding her to the blade in a way that was both terrifying and exhilarating. She could feel the call of the void, the promise of unimaginable strength, if only she would accept it. But even as that temptation rose, another voice echoed in the back of her mind. A voice that was hers, but not hers. A voice that reminded her of everything she had fought for. You are not a puppet. You are not a slave to the darkness. Her vision cleared, and with it, her determination solidified. She would not let the blade control her. She would be the one to wield its power, not the other way around. Azure raised the blade of Eclipse high, its dark glow now blazing like a beacon in the night. The shadowed figure watched her, its golden eyes narrowing in something like amusement. You think you can control it? It sneered. You are nothing more than a tool. A tool to be used and discarded. But Azure didn't waver. She planted her feet firmly on the ground, and with a primal roar, she swung the blade down with all the strength she could muster. The force of the strike split the air, the dark energy radiating outward in a wave of power that sent the figure stumbling back. It recoiled, as though the very force of her defiance had momentarily shaken it. For a brief moment, Azure thought she saw something flicker in its eyes, a hint of something more than the cold, calculating darkness. A hint of fear. The thought sent a surge of triumph through her, and she pressed the advantage. She attacked again, faster this time, the blade dancing through the air like a serpent striking its prey. Each swing was more precise, more powerful, fueled by the determination that had been kindled in her heart. With each strike, the figure's form seemed to lose cohesion, its shadowy edges fraying and flickering, as if the darkness was no longer as strong as it had been. You are not invincible, Azure said, her voice steady and fierce. And I will not fall for your lies. The figure snarled, its form twisting and warping as it tried to counter her attacks, but it was too late. Azure had found her rhythm. She had found her purpose. And no matter how hard the figure fought, no matter how much darkness it tried to summon, it couldn't stop her. With one final, decisive strike, Azure brought the blade of Eclipse down in a powerful arc, the dark energy erupting from it like a storm. The figure let out a chilling scream as it was consumed by the power, its form disintegrating into shadow and smoke, the remnants of its presence dissipating into nothingness. The ruins fell silent. The earth stopped trembling. And for a moment, Azure stood there, panting heavily, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Her heart was still racing, but her mind was clear. She had won, at least for now. But as the echoes of the battle faded, the weight of the world seemed to settle back into place. Azure knew that this victory was only temporary. There were greater forces at work, forces that had only just begun to stir. The darkness was not gone, it was only waiting, waiting for the right moment to rise again, and Azure would be ready. For now, though, she allowed herself a moment of peace, standing in the midst of the shattered ruins beneath the obsidian sky, knowing that this was just the beginning of the true battle to come. Azure's hand trembled as she held the blade of Eclipse, the weapon now cool to the touch after its violent clash with the shadowed figure. She could still feel the weight of its dark energy lingering within her, an aftertaste of something both intoxicating and repulsive. The battle had been won, but the victory felt hollow. Her pulse raced, the silence around her pressing in like a thick fog, suffocating and unnerving. What had she truly won? The ruins around her seemed to mock her, their once majestic stone walls now broken and jagged, remnants of a lost world. The obsidian sky above was an unyielding shade of black, devoid of stars or any hint of light. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of burned earth, as if the land itself had been scarred by the struggle. It was in this void, this place between worlds, that Azure found herself now, adrift, alone, and haunted by the consequences of her choices. As she took a cautious step forward, a voice broke the stillness, low and rasping, like a whine through the hollow bones of the earth. "You think you've defeated it?" The voice was familiar, but twisted, distorted by the remnants of darkness. Azure's breath caught in her throat, her eyes scanning the shadows for the source. From the depths of the ruins, a figure emerged, its form cloaked in shadows, yet unmistakable. It was the sorcerer, Azure's mentor, the man who had once guided her, trained her in the ways of the Blade of Eclipse. But now, as he stepped into the dim light, he was no longer the man she had known. His once crimson robes were tattered, his face gaunt and pale, eyes gleaming with the same cold, golden fire that had consumed the shadowed figure. "No," Azure whispered, her voice barely audible. You're alive?" The sorcerer's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Alive, yes, but not as I once was. Not as I should have been." The truth hit Azure like a physical blow. She had known that something was wrong, that her mentor had been hiding something, but this was something she had not been prepared for. The sorcerer was no longer the man who had taught her, who had shown her the path. He had fallen, consumed by the very darkness he had sought to control. And now, it seemed, he had returned, drawn back into the world by the same forces he had once tried to wield. "The darkness never truly leaves," the sorcerer said, his voice cold and distant. "It lingers, waiting for the right moment to rise again. And you, Azure, are the key. The Blade of Eclipse was never meant to be wielded by you. It was meant to be mine." Azure's grip tightened around the handle of the blade. "No. It was meant to be a weapon for the light, not for darkness like yours." The sorcerer's laughter was hollow, echoing through the ruins. "The light? The light is but a fleeting illusion. A fragile hope that will burn out like the embers of a fire. The true power lies in the darkness. And you, my dear, are the last piece of the puzzle." Azure stepped back, her heart pounding in her chest. She had been trained to fight darkness, to wield the Blade of Eclipse with the hope of using its power for good. But now, in the face of the sorcerer's twisted revelation, her resolve was beginning to waver. Was there any hope for her to defeat this power, or had she already been tainted by its touch? "You were once my student," the sorcerer continued, his voice softening, "but now, you are more. You are bound to the blade, bound to me. Together, we could reshape this world. We could rule over the darkness. Bend it to our will." Azure felt a surge of anger flood her chest. "No," she spat, her eyes blazing with defiance. "I will never serve you. I will never fall to the darkness." The sorcerer's gaze grew cold again, his smile fading. "You think you have a choice, Azure? The choice was never yours. The Blade of Eclipse chose you, as it chose me. And in the end, it will break you." Azure could feel the pull of his words, like a shadow slipping around her mind. The darkness inside the blade whispered to her, promising unimaginable power if only she would give in. But she shook her head, her grip on the weapon tightening. "I'm not you," she said, her voice steady. "I won't be your puppet. I will destroy the darkness, not embrace it." The sorcerer's eyes narrowed, the golden fire in them flickering with malice. "Then you will die as a fool," he said, raising his hand. A dark energy began to swirl around him, coiling like a serpent, filling the air with an oppressive weight. "You were never meant to defeat me. You were meant to become me." Azura braced herself, preparing for the battle she knew was coming. She could feel the blade of Eclipse hum with energy, responding to the tension in the air, ready for the fight. The dark power surrounding the sorcerer was immense, but Azura was not afraid. She had faced worse, and she would not back down now. With a cry, the sorcerer unleashed a torrent of dark magic, sending a wave of shadow crashing toward Azura. She barely had time to react, leaping out of the way as the ground beneath her feet cracked and splintered, the air charged with raw energy. The battle was joined, the clash of light and darkness shaking the very earth beneath them. Azura fought with all her might, her movements fluid and precise, the blade of Eclipse a blur of dark and light. But the sorcerer was relentless, his powers amplified by the dark forces that now consumed him. The fight seemed to stretch on endlessly, each strike from Azura meeting with a counter from the sorcerer, each clash sending shockwaves through the ruins. But as the battle raged, Azura began to see it, a weakness. A flicker of vulnerability in the sorcerer's attacks. With renewed determination, Azura pressed forward, her movements faster, sharper. She could feel the blade's power responding to her will, no longer a burden but a source of strength. And in that moment, she knew what had to be done. With a final, decisive strike, Azura plunged the blade of Eclipse into the heart of the sorcerer, the dark energy around him shattering like glass. His scream echoed through the ruins as his form crumbled, consumed by the very darkness he had tried to control. Azura stood over the ruins of her former mentor, her breath ragged, her heart heavy with the weight of the battle. The blade of Eclipse pulsed in her hand, the dark power within it now silent, as though it, too, had been freed from the sorcerer's grip. But as the dust settled, Azura knew that this was only the beginning. The darkness was not gone. It was only waiting, biding its time. And she would have to remain vigilant, ready for whatever came next, for the obsidian sky had not yet revealed all its secrets. Azura stood in the remnants of the ruined temple, the silence surrounding her like a suffocating cloak. The sorcerer was gone, his dark influence shattered, but the weight of his death lingered in the air. The blade of Eclipse hummed softly in her hand, the strange weapon no longer feeling as alien to her as it once had. Its power was immense, undeniable, but she could no longer allow it to define her. She had come to realize that the darkness within the blade was not a curse, it was a reflection of the choices she made, the path she walked. For a moment, Azura let herself breathe, her eyes closing as she absorbed the gravity of her actions. The ruins, once filled with echoes of life, now stood as monuments to destruction. The world around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for her next move. She could still hear the faint whispers of the sorcerer's voice in her mind, promising that this was not the end, that the true battle was yet to come. It had been a long journey, one that had taken her from the depths of despair to the very edge of destruction. She had seen the face of darkness, touched its power, and stared it down. But now, with the sorcerer defeated, the future seemed uncertain. Was the battle truly over, or had she only just begun to face the consequences of her choices? Azura. The voice, soft and distant, barely reached her ears, but it was enough to snap her out of her reverie. Her hand instinctively tightened around the blade of Eclipse as she turned toward the source of the voice. It came from the shadows, where the light of the ruined temple couldn't quite reach. There, emerging from the darkness, was a figure she had not expected to see, Varek. His form was barely visible, a silhouette against the backdrop of the obsidian sky. But Azura knew him immediately. She had not seen him since their last confrontation, and yet here he was, standing before her. His eyes, once filled with bitterness and hatred, were now calm, but still bearing the weight of their shared past. The glint of the moonlight caught on the edge of his cloak, revealing the same armor he had worn the day he had abandoned her. Varek, Azura said, her voice tinged with disbelief. "You're alive." He gave a slow, almost weary nod. "I should be the one asking you that," he replied, his voice rough, as if it had been a long time since he had spoken aloud. "I didn't think you'd survive the sorcerer's grip. But here you are, standing tall as ever." Azura couldn't help but let out a small laugh, though it was devoid of mirth. "I'm not sure I'm standing tall. I'm still trying to figure out what all of this means. The sorcerer is gone, but I can't shake the feeling that we've only just scratched the surface." Varek stepped closer, his movements careful, deliberate. He studied her for a moment, his expression unreadable. "You've changed," he said softly. "The person I knew, she would never have been able to wield that blade. But you've become something else entirely." Azura looked down at the blade of Eclipse, feeling the weight of its power in her hand. "I've had no choice but to change. The darkness has been inside me for so long now. I don't know how to get rid of it." Varek's gaze softened slightly, his eyes reflecting a mixture of regret and understanding. "You don't have to get rid of it, Azura. The darkness, it's part of you. But that doesn't mean it has to control you. You can choose how to wield it." The words hit her harder than she expected. She had spent so long fighting against the darkness, seeing it as something to be destroyed, that she had never considered that it might be a part of her, something she could control, something she could use. "You think I can control it?" she asked, her voice quiet, almost uncertain. Varek nodded slowly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I know you can. But it's not about controlling the darkness. It's about controlling yourself. You've always had the strength inside you, Azura. You just needed to find it again." Azura stood in silence, her mind racing as she processed his words. The blade of Eclipse pulsed in her hand, a steady rhythm like a heartbeat. She could feel the pull of its power, but now, it felt less like an enemy and more like a tool, something she could use to shape her own fate, but the road ahead was still uncertain. The sorcerer was gone, but his influence still lingered in the world. The darkness was not finished, not yet. And Azura knew that she would have to continue her journey, not just to defeat the remnants of his legacy, but to find her own place in a world that had been shattered by their struggle. "We have a lot of work to do," Azura said finally, her voice steady. The battle isn't over. But maybe, just maybe, I can do this. Varek's gaze softened, and he nodded. I'm with you, Azura. Whatever comes next. Azura looked out over the ruins, the desolation stretching out before her. The obsidian sky above was unchanging, still and silent. But beneath the surface, she could feel the shift, the subtle movement of something new taking shape. The darkness was not gone, but perhaps it no longer needed to be fought, for now, Azura had found her strength. And with it, she would face whatever the future held. But she knew one thing for certain: the world was changing, and she would be the one to shape its fate. As the two of them stood together, the blade still pulsing with power, they could feel it, the beginning of a new chapter. The obsidian sky may have been dark, but now, it was theirs to navigate. The wind picked up, swirling through the shattered remnants of the ruined temple as Azura and Varek stood side by side, their eyes drawn to the horizon. The world before them was still draped in shadow, the obsidian sky above them unchanged. Yet something in the air felt different, charged, electric, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Azura shifted, her fingers grazing the hilt of the blade of Eclipse. The power within it both comforting and unnerving. It had become a part of her, an extension of her will, but she still wasn't entirely certain how to wield it without being consumed by its darkness. The whispers within the blade had grown quieter since the battle with the sorcerer, but they had not disappeared entirely. Azura couldn't shake the feeling that the blade still sought something from her, something beyond mere control. Varek's presence beside her was a strange comfort, reminder that she was not alone in this fight. They had both been through so much, and now, they were bound by a shared purpose. The path ahead was uncertain, but they were determined to walk it together. "You're quiet," Varek said, his voice breaking the silence. "What's on your mind?" Azura looked at him, her gaze thoughtful. "I'm wondering if I'm strong enough to keep this blade from consuming me," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The sorcerer was right about one thing: the darkness has been inside me for so long. It's hard to tell where the blade ends and I begin." Varek's eyes softened as he looked at her, understanding flickering in his gaze. He had always known Azura to be strong, but the weight of the blade had affected her in ways she hadn't fully understood until now. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a symbol of everything she had been through, everything she had lost. "You don't have to do this alone," he said quietly. "I'm here. You don't have to fight the darkness by yourself." Azura nodded slowly, grateful for his support, but there was something deeper within her that she couldn't shake. The darkness was no longer something external to be defeated, it was something within her, something she had to learn to live with, to control. The question was whether she could. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the sound of the wind howling through the empty space. Azura turned her gaze toward the distance, where the jagged mountains loomed against the darkened sky. Somewhere beyond those peaks lay the answers she sought. The remnants of the sorcerer's power still lingered in the world. And she knew that if she didn't act soon, the darkness would begin to take root once more. "We need to move," Azura said finally, her voice firm. "The sorcerer's influence may be gone, but the darkness is still spreading. We can't afford to wait." Varek nodded, his expression serious. "Agreed. But where do we start?" Azura hesitated, the weight of the question pressing heavily on her. The world felt so vast, so uncertain, and she had no clear path to follow. But there was one thing she knew for certain: the blade of Eclipse had shown her the way before. It had guided her to the sorcerer, to the heart of the darkness. Perhaps it could lead her to the answers she now sought. "I think it's time we return to the old ruins," she said, her voice steady, though doubt still lingered in her chest. "The ones where I first found the blade. There's something there. Something I need to understand." Varek raised an eyebrow, but he said nothing. He had learned long ago that Azura's instincts were rarely wrong, no matter how strange or inexplicable they seemed. He simply nodded and motioned for her to lead the way. Together, they began their journey, leaving the remains of the temple behind. The landscape was bleak, the earth scarred by the remnants of their battle, but Azura walked with purpose, the blade of Eclipse in her hand, its dark power guiding her every step. As they traveled, the wind began to pick up again, growing stronger with each passing moment. It seemed as though the very world was in motion, as though something was stirring beneath the surface, something ancient and forgotten. Azura didn't speak as they traveled, her mind occupied with the path ahead. The weight of the blade felt heavier than ever, its dark energy pressing against her thoughts, urging her to wield it, to give in to its power. But she held steady, refusing to let it control her. She knew that if she gave in, she would lose herself, just as the sorcerer had. Varek kept pace beside her, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, wary of any threats that might appear from the shadows. The air felt charged, as if something was watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. It wasn't long before they reached the old ruins. The once grand structure now lay in ruins, its crumbled walls a testament to the passage of time and the destruction that had been wrought upon it. Yet there was something undeniably powerful about the place. The air felt different here, heavy with the weight of history and forgotten knowledge. The blade of Eclipse seemed to hum in her hand, as though it recognized this place as its origin. Azura stepped forward, her feet crunching on the debris beneath her. She could feel the pull of something deep within the ruins, something buried beneath the earth, hidden away for reasons she couldn't yet understand. Her pulse quickened, and she glanced at Varek, who stood a few paces behind her, waiting for her lead. "I don't know what I'm looking for," she confessed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "But I know it's here." Varek nodded, his expression softening. "Then we'll find it together." Together, they ventured deeper into the ruins, the shadows around them thickening as they descended into the forgotten heart of the ancient temple. The blade of Eclipse seemed to respond to the darkness, its pulse growing stronger as they moved deeper. Azura's heart pounded in her chest as they passed through the crumbling halls, the weight of the blade pressing against her chest with each step. At the center of the ruins, they found what they had been searching for, a stone altar, ancient and weathered, inscribed with symbols Azura didn't recognize. The blade's hum grew louder, almost insistent, as Azura approached the altar. She could feel its power, its connection to this place, and in that moment, she understood. This was the heart of the darkness, the source from which the blade of Eclipse had been forged. With a deep breath, Azura placed the blade upon the altar, its dark power surging as the stone beneath it seemed to come alive, glowing with an eerie light. The air thickened, charged with energy, and Azura braced herself for whatever came next. The answers she sought were within reach, she could feel them. Just beneath the surface, but the moment she touched the altar, a voice filled her mind, cold and ancient. You cannot escape it, Azra. You were always meant to wield the darkness. It is your destiny, the voice echoed in Azra's mind, cold and haunting. It was neither a whisper nor a roar, but a deep, resounding presence that seemed to reverberate in the very core of her being. She stumbled back, her heart hammering in her chest as the blade of Eclipse hummed louder, its pulse almost in sync with the voice that filled her thoughts. You cannot escape it, Azra. You were always meant to wield the darkness. It is your destiny. The words rang with a sense of finality, as though they were not a mere warning but a decree. Azra's fingers tightened around the blade, and she fought the urge to drop it. The force of the voice was overwhelming, its grip on her thoughts unrelenting. She could feel it, the dark power tugging at the very fibers of her being, urging her to embrace it, to let it consume her. She had heard these words before, in the depths of the sorcerer's mind, and even then, she had resisted. But now, in this place, this ancient, forgotten altar, everything seemed different. The blade thrummed with power, its resonance deepening, pulling her closer to the abyss. Azra, what's happening? Varek's voice cut through the storm of her thoughts. He stood at the edge of the altar, his face a mixture of concern and confusion. He could see the change in her, the way her body tensed, her every movement tight and controlled, as if she were fighting against something far stronger than she had ever faced before. Azra's breath came in sharp, uneven gasps. She wanted to speak, to reassure him that she was fine, but the words caught in her throat. The weight of the darkness pressing against her mind was suffocating. The blade in her hand seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, a dark symphony that was impossible to ignore. Azra, listen to me. Varek shouted, taking a step closer. His voice was a lifeline, a small anchor in the storm that raged inside her. This is not your destiny. You are not meant to wield this power. You are more than this. But even as he spoke, the pull of the blade grew stronger, more insistent. The ancient voice filled her mind once more, its tone mocking, almost amused. You think you can resist it? The darkness is within you. It always has been. Why fight what you are? Azra's hands trembled as she gripped the blade tighter. The weight of it, both physical and emotional, felt unbearable. She felt as if she were being torn between two worlds, the one she had fought so hard to protect, and the one that the blade promised her, the one that would make her stronger, more powerful, more in control. But was that really the kind of strength she sought? The power to dominate, to bend the world to her will? Or was the true strength the ability to resist that pull, to choose her own path, no matter how difficult it was? I don't need your power, Azra whispered, her voice hoarse. I don't need any of it. For a moment, the blade's hum faltered, as if questioning her resolve. But the voice persisted, growing louder, angrier. You cannot refuse me, Azra. You are mine. Your soul belongs to me. Azra shook her head, feeling the weight of the words pressing down on her chest. She was not his. She had made her choices before, even in the darkest moments, and she would not let this blade, this darkness, define her now. With a surge of willpower, she lifted the blade of Eclipse above the altar. Its blackened edge gleaming like a shard of night, I am not yours, she said, more forcefully this time, her voice steady. I choose my own path. The voice recoiled, its cold laughter fading into the void, leaving only silence in its wake. Azura lowered the blade, her hands shaking, but no longer under its influence. The hum of the weapon faded, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt the weight of its darkness lift from her chest. Varric approached cautiously, his eyes full of concern as he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Azura, are you all right? Azura nodded slowly, her breath still shallow, but the storm in her mind had passed. She was free, free from the grip of the blade. Free from the shadow that had haunted her for so long. The altar beneath her feet still pulsed with faint energy, but it was no longer a threat. The darkness had been denied. I'm fine, she said softly, her voice barely a whisper. She let the blade of Eclipse fall to her side, its dark power now dormant, and for the first time in a long while, she felt at peace, but that peace was fleeting. As she stood there, the silence around them deepened, and the air seemed to thicken, charged with an unknown energy. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble, and the ruins around them groaned, as if waking from a long slumber. The once still air grew heavy, and Azura felt a sudden unease settle in her stomach. What is this? Varric asked, his voice tense as he glanced around, his hand resting on the hilt of his own blade. Azura's gaze snapped back to the altar. The symbols inscribed upon the stone were glowing now, faint lines of light flickering across the surface. Something had changed. Something was awakening. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked, and from the depths of the ruin, a figure emerged, a shadow, taller than any man, its form shifting and undulating like smoke. Azura's heart skipped a beat as the figure took shape, revealing a face that was both familiar and alien. It was the sorcerer. His form was no longer human, his features now twisted and monstrous, his eyes burning with an unholy light. You thought you had defeated me? The sorcerer's voice boomed, a cruel mockery of his former self. You cannot escape me, Azura. I am eternal. I will always find a way back. Azura's hand tightened around the blade of Eclipse once more, but this time, she knew what she had to do. The sorcerer had returned, but this time, she was ready. The darkness might never truly be gone, but she had learned to control it. She was no longer the prey. It was time to become the hunter. We finish this, now, Azura said, her voice steady and resolute. With a final glance at Varric, she advanced, the blade of Eclipse gleaming in her hand, ready for the battle that would determine the fate of both the world and her soul. The sorcerer's twisted form loomed before them, his eyes glowing with a malevolent fire that burned brighter than ever. His shadowy presence stretched across the ruins like a dark cloud, seeping into every crack and crevice. Azura could feel the air itself thickening with the weight of his dark power, and her heart beat faster in her chest. The calm she had just found seemed to evaporate in an instant, replaced by the familiar, crushing pressure of the sorcerer's looming presence. Azura, Varric muttered, stepping closer to her. His voice was steady, though his hand gripped his sword tightly. Whatever happens, we face this together. Azura didn't reply at first. Her mind was still processing the appearance of the sorcerer. The cruel mockery of the man she had fought so hard to defeat. She thought that when he had fallen, it would have been the end. But it wasn't. He had come back, stronger than before, more monstrous than anything she could have imagined. She had to act fast, or else everything she had fought for would be lost. I will not let him control me again, Azura whispered, more to herself than to Varek. She turned to face the sorcerer, her grip tightening on the blade of Eclipse. The blade hummed in her hands, its dark energy a reminder of everything she had overcome, everything she had fought to prevent. Now, it seemed that the blade would be both her weapon and her curse. The sorcerer laughed. A sound that chilled her to the core. You think you can stop me, Azura? You are nothing but a vessel for my power. You always have been. You always will be. His voice, deep and guttural, reverberated through the air, pressing against her mind. The darkness that swirled around him beckoned her, pulling at her with an almost magnetic force, and Azura had to fight to keep her ground. The blade seemed to pulse more urgently now, responding to the sorcerer's power. No, Azura said, her voice trembling only slightly. I am not your tool. I am my own. The sorcerer's eyes glowed brighter, the flames in them crackling with an unearthly energy. You fool! You cannot resist your true nature forever. With a flick of his hand, the sorcerer unleashed a wave of dark energy that rushed toward Azura, a tidal wave of shadow and flame. The ground beneath her feet cracked and splintered as the force of his power slammed into her, knocking her back. Her body collided with the remnants of an ancient pillar, sending a shock of pain through her chest. For a moment, the world around her seemed to spin. She fought to regain her senses, the sounds of the sorcerer's laughter ringing in her ears like a mocking song. Azura. Varek's voice pierced through the chaos, and she felt his hand on her arm, pulling her to her feet. Get up. We need to fight back. Azura nodded, gritting her teeth against the pain. The sorcerer's power had caught her off guard, but she wasn't defeated yet. She stood tall, the blade of Eclipse gleaming in her hand, its dark energy now fully awakened. You think you can defeat me with that pathetic weapon? The sorcerer's voice was filled with disdain as he took a step forward, his form continuing to shift and writhe like an unholy storm. I made that blade, Azura. It is mine. You cannot wield it against me. Azura's gaze flicked to the blade in her hand. It had been a symbol of her struggle, her hope, her curse. But it was also a reminder of her strength. She had come this far because of it, because she had learned to control its darkness instead of succumbing to it. She would not let him win now. I am the one who wields it, Azura said, her voice growing stronger. And it is not yours anymore. With a single, fluid motion, she raised the blade high above her head, its dark edge gleaming in the shifting light of the ruins. The sorcerer's mocking laughter faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered, his form shifting into something even more monstrous, more terrifying. He summoned another wave of dark energy, but Azura was ready. She swung the blade of Eclipse with all her might, releasing a surge of power from deep within her. The blade's energy collided with the sorcerer's wave, creating a massive shock wave that shook the ground beneath them. The explosion of light and shadow was blinding, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. When the light faded, the sorcerer was still standing, but his form was flickering, unstable. The power of the blade of eclipse had struck him, but it had not defeated him. Not yet, you are nothing, Azura spat, her eyes filled with a fierce determination. And I am everything you will never be. The sorcerer's eyes narrowed, his monstrous form rippling with dark energy. You cannot defeat me, Azura. I am eternal. And I will make you my puppet once more. But Azura didn't flinch. She could feel the blade's power surging through her, its energy mixing with her own. It was no longer a force of darkness, it was a part of her. Something she had learned to control, something that could save her and the world, if only she could find the strength within herself. Your time is over, Azura said, her voice cold, final. You are nothing but a shadow. And shadows vanish in the light. With that, Azura lunged forward, her blade cutting through the air with a speed and precision that only years of struggle could have honed. The sorcerer raised his hands, summoning a final, desperate wave of energy to protect himself, but it was no match for the strength of the blade of eclipse. Azura's sword struck true, the dark power within it slicing through the sorcerer's defenses with terrifying ease. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the ruins. And the sorcerer screamed, his monstrous form disintegrating into tendrils of dark smoke that vanished into the air. The ground beneath them shook, but Azura stood firm, her breath coming in sharp gasps as the last of the sorcerer's presence faded away. For a long moment, there was only silence. The ruins were still, the dark energy that had once filled the air now gone, replaced by a strange, quiet peace. Varek stood by her side, his face filled with awe and relief. You did it, he said quietly. You truly did it. Azura lowered the blade of eclipse, her fingers still trembling, but her heart was calm. The battle was over. The darkness had been vanquished, and the sorcerer was no more. She had not only survived, but she had defeated the very thing that had tried to consume her. I didn't do it alone, Azura said, her voice soft but steady. She turned to Varek, meeting his gaze with a grateful smile. We did it together. Varek smiled back, his expression warm. We did. Together, they stood in the ruins of the ancient temple, the obsidian sky above them slowly beginning to clear. The world was still, but it was not silent. In the distance, the first rays of dawn began to break through the darkness, a new beginning for them both. The battle was over, but their journey was far from finished. The sky above them slowly lightened, the last vestiges of night fading into the first fragile hues of dawn. Azura stood motionless, the blade of eclipse still clutched in her hand, its dark energy now dormant. Her body was exhausted, her muscles aching from the battle, but her heart felt lighter than it had in years. The sorcerer was gone, his dark influence erased from the world, but there was no sense of victory in the quiet that followed. There was only the silence of a war that had just ended, and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Varek stood beside her, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder, grounding her in the moment. His presence was a steady reminder that despite the battles they had fought, despite the darkness that had loomed over them both, they were still standing. Together, you've done it, Varek said, his voice filled with quiet admiration. You ended it. Azura nodded, though the words felt hollow in her mouth. She had defeated the sorcerer. She had saved the world. But in the end, the cost was too high. She could still feel the lingering weight of the darkness that had once consumed her, that had tried to claim her as its own. It was gone, yes, but the scars it had left would never truly fade. I couldn't have done it without you, she said, her voice hoarse. You were with me every step of the way. Varric smiled, but his eyes betrayed a deep sorrow. We've both lost too much to let that darkness win. I'll always stand by you, Azura. The wind shifted, cool and crisp, as if to cleanse the air of the remnants of the battle. But it couldn't clear the heaviness in Azura's chest. She had defeated the sorcerer, but now there was only one question that lingered. What now? What will we do next? Azura asked softly, her gaze drifting toward the horizon. The world stretched out before them, vast and unknown. They had won, but the future was still uncertain. Varric's hand tightened around hers, a silent promise of support. We rebuild, he said, his voice firm with resolve. We've faced the darkness, and we've come out stronger. Together, we can face whatever comes next. Azura looked at him, the weight of his words sinking in. She had spent so much of her life fighting against the sorcerer, fighting against the darkness inside her, fighting against the world that seemed determined to break her. But maybe, just maybe, it was time to stop fighting. Time to build something new. The world needs us, Azura said, her voice steady. We'll find a way to rebuild it. And this time, we'll do it right. Together, they turned away from the ruins, walking toward the unknown future. The blade of Eclipse, once a symbol of her struggle, now rested peacefully in her hand. It was no longer an instrument of destruction. It was a tool for change, and with that, the journey began again, not as warriors, but as architects of a new world. The first rays of sunlight broke across the landscape, casting long shadows over the ruins. The battle was over, but the journey was far from finished. Together, Azura and Varric stepped forward into the light, ready to face whatever the future held, whatever trials awaited them beyond the horizon. For the first time in a long while, Azura felt the weight of her burden lift. She had found her way back from the darkness. And in doing so, she had found a new path, one that stretched out before her, unknown and full of promise. The days that followed the sorcerer's defeat were quiet. It was a kind of peace Azura had never known before, not one born of victory or conquest, but of something far rarer, healing. The land that had once been consumed by darkness now seemed to breathe, the weight of evil lifting from its soil like a fog burned away by the first rays of dawn. Still, the memory of the battles, the suffering, and the cost of their triumph lingered like an invisible mark on the world. Nothing was ever truly the same after such a war, and Azura knew that she couldn't expect things to return to the way they once were. As she and Varric journeyed away from the ruined temple, heading toward what could only be called a new beginning, Azura felt the weight of responsibility heavy on her shoulders. They had won, yes, but now it was time to rebuild, time to face the aftermath of everything that had come before. The war had been long, and the scars it left behind were deep. The land had been torn apart by conflict, its cities reduced to rubble and its people lost to despair. But there was hope now. They had defeated the sorcerer, and with him, the source of the darkness that had plagued the world for so long, and yet, as they walked, there was a strange quiet between them. Neither Azura nor Varric spoke much, their thoughts consumed by the enormity of the task before them. For the first time in years, Azura found herself unsure of what to do next. Her role in the battle was over, and she had nothing to guide her except the vague knowledge that something new awaited her, a future that seemed as vast and uncertain as the sky itself. "I never thought it would end like this," Azura said, breaking the silence as they walked side by side. Her voice was soft, almost hesitant. "I thought there would be more to do. More to fight for." Varric glanced at her, his face thoughtful. "The fight isn't over, Azura. We've just won the most important battle. There's still work to be done." He smiled faintly. "You'll find your purpose, just like you always have." She turned her gaze toward him, meeting his eyes. "Do you think I can?" she asked quietly. "After everything that's happened, do you think I can still find my place in this world?" Varric's smile softened, and he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You've already found it, Azura. Your place is here, helping those who need it most. You were born for this. You've always known that." Azura hesitated, her gaze drifting back to the path ahead of them. She had always been certain of her purpose in battle, but now, with the war behind her, she wasn't so sure. She had fought for the world's survival, but what was there left to fight for now? The land was healing, yes, but the scars were still fresh. It felt like there was a new kind of battle ahead, one that wasn't fought with swords or magic, but with hope and rebuilding. "Do you think we can really rebuild it all?" Azura asked softly, the weight of her uncertainty creeping into her voice. "The world is broken, Varric. Can we really fix it?" Varric's expression grew serious as he gazed into the distance. "We can," he said with quiet conviction. "It won't be easy. It will take time, and it will take sacrifice. But we can rebuild. We've always found a way to survive, and now, we have the power to shape the future." Azura looked at him, her heart swelling with a strange sense of gratitude. His words gave her strength, even when her own seemed lacking. They had been through so much together, and somehow, she knew they would continue to face whatever came next side by side. No matter what the future held, they would face it together. They traveled in silence for several more hours, the landscape slowly changing around them as they neared the remnants of the last city that had stood before the war. The sight of it, once a vibrant, bustling metropolis, was now haunting. The buildings were half collapsed, and the streets were littered with debris. Yet, despite the ruin, there was a sense of quiet determination in the air, as if the people who had lived here were preparing to rise again. As they passed through the gates, Azura could feel the eyes of the survivors upon them. There were no words exchanged, only glances, laden with both fear and hope. The people who remained had lived through the horrors of war, and they were now staring at the possibility of rebuilding from the ashes. In the distance, the first signs of life could be seen, children playing among the rubble, and a handful of people working together to clear the remains of the old city. But it was clear that they would need help. They would need guidance. And they would need someone to lead them toward the future. Azura turned to Varric, her eyes searching his face. "What now?" she asked. Varric studied the scene for a moment, before his gaze turned to her. "Now we help them," he said simply. We show them that they're not alone. That they can rebuild, too. Azura took a deep breath, the weight of the responsibility settling on her shoulders. It wasn't a burden she had chosen, but it was one she would bear. The world was not yet healed, but it could be. And together, she and Varek would make sure it was. The ruins of the city stretched out before them, but Azura felt something stir within her, a spark of hope. It was small, but it was enough. There was work to be done, yes, but it wasn't the work of destruction anymore. It was the work of creation. The sun had fully risen now, casting long shadows over the city. The darkness that had once ruled this place was gone, and in its place, the light of a new day began to shine. Azura clenched her fists around the hilt of the blade of Eclipse, feeling its power resonate through her. She was no longer just the wielder of a dark weapon. She was a part of something greater. And as the city before her began to stir with life once more, she knew that the future was theirs to shape. Together, they would rebuild. Days blended into weeks as Azura and Varek set to work in the remnants of the city. The task before them was immense, but neither of them wavered. They had seen what darkness could do to a world, and they had learned firsthand the price of peace. Now, it was their duty to heal the wounds that had been left behind. The survivors were few, scattered in small pockets across the ruined city. The majority had fled in the wake of the sorcerer's rise, seeking safety in the wilderness or the distant corners of the land. Those who remained were scarred, weary, their faces marked by years of survival amidst chaos and destruction. Yet despite the hardship, they were not broken. There was still fire in their eyes, still a stubbornness in their hearts that refused to be extinguished. Together with Varek, Azura worked alongside them, lending her strength and her knowledge to guide the people as they rebuilt their lives. It wasn't just the walls and homes that needed to be reconstructed, but the spirit of the people as well. They had lost so much, and their trust had been shattered by the horrors they had witnessed. But Azura knew that healing was not something that could be forced. It would take time, patience, and a lot of effort to rekindle the flame of hope in the hearts of the people. As she walked through the broken streets, Azura couldn't help but think of the world she had once known. The world that had existed before the darkness had spread. She had been so young then, so naive. She had never known what it was like to see everything she loved torn apart. But now, as the city began to rise from the ashes, she could see the spark of something new in the air, something fragile, but real. Do you think they'll ever truly heal? Azura asked Varek one evening as they watched the sun dip below the horizon, the colors of the sky painting the world in hues of gold and crimson. Varek stood beside her, his gaze focused on the horizon. The weight of the past few weeks had not been lost on him either. He had been her constant companion, her rock throughout the hardest moments, but even he was beginning to feel the toll of their work. His shoulders were heavy, his steps slower, though his resolve had not faltered. "They will," he said after a long pause, his voice quiet but firm. "It may take time, but they will heal. And so will we. It's not just about rebuilding walls or finding new places to call home. It's about rebuilding trust, and that's the hardest part." Azura nodded, her eyes lingering on the people working beneath the pale glow of the moon. They were starting to come together, beginning to find their way again. It was a small thing, but it was a start. I sometimes wonder if we'll ever be able to leave the past behind, Azura said softly, more to herself than to Varek. It feels like every step forward brings us closer to something we can't outrun. The memories, the battles. They never quite leave you. Varek's hand brushed against hers, a silent reassurance. The past will always be a part of us, Azura. But it doesn't have to define us. What we do now, what we create from this moment onward, that's what matters. She looked up at him, seeing the unwavering conviction in his eyes. For a brief moment, her heart surged with something she hadn't felt in years, peace. It was fragile, fleeting, but it was there. The world was no longer shrouded in darkness. The sorcerer was gone, and with him, the greatest threat to their future. But the future was not a distant thing, something that would come on its own. It was something that had to be fought for, something that had to be earned, and Azura knew that this was just the beginning. The next few days brought more signs of progress. People were returning to the city in small groups, cautiously at first, but more steadily as they saw the changes taking place. They had witnessed too much suffering to rush in without hesitation, but slowly, trust began to grow once again. The city's heart had begun to beat anew. Pulsing with the rhythm of hope and determination, Azura and Varek spent their days working alongside the survivors, rebuilding homes, clearing debris, and starting the slow but steady process of restoring what had been lost. But even as they worked, they knew that this task would take much more than labor. It would take love, patience, and understanding. They had to show the people that they could live without fear, without darkness hovering over their every step. One evening, as Azura sat by a small campfire, the blade of eclipse resting beside her, she found herself reflecting on the journey that had brought her to this point. There had been so many twists and turns, so many losses and victories. She had been a soldier, a warrior, a leader, forced into roles she never asked for, fighting battles she never wanted to fight. But now, with the blade at her side and the world slowly beginning to rebuild around her, Azura realized that she had found something new, a purpose. The darkness of the past would always be there, lingering in the corners of her mind, but it no longer defined her. She had stepped out from its shadow and into the light. And in that light, she saw not only the world she had saved, but the world she was helping to create, a world of hope, of new beginnings. Azura, Varek's voice interrupted her thoughts, drawing her attention. He had been standing by the fire, watching her for a moment, and now approached, his expression thoughtful. "I've been thinking. We've done a lot here, but there's still more to do. There are other cities, other people who need help." Azura met his gaze, sensing the same drive in him that had kept them both going throughout this journey. She stood up slowly, the firelight casting shadows across her face. "I know," she said quietly. "And we'll help them, just like we've helped here." Varek smiled, a small but genuine smile. "Together, we'll rebuild the world." Azura nodded, her heart swelling with a new sense of purpose. The journey ahead would not be easy, and there would be times of doubt and struggle. But together, they would face whatever came. They had already fought the greatest darkness imaginable, and they had come through stronger for it. Now, it was time to help the world find its way back from the brink, and they would do it together. The obsidian sky had fallen, but a new dawn was rising, the days bled into each other as Azra and Varek continued their work of rebuilding, not just the city, but the spirit of its people. With every stone placed, with every home restored, they could feel the pulse of life return to the land. But even as the people began to rebuild their homes, Azra could not shake the feeling that something more was at play, something that lingered just beneath the surface. Waiting to emerge, despite the newfound peace that had settled over the land, shadows still lingered, both in the hearts of those who had survived and in the ruins of their once great civilization. Azra had seen it in their eyes, doubt, fear, and the unspoken question that hung in the air like a dark cloud: could they truly leave the past behind? Could they truly trust that the darkness had passed, or was there still something lurking on the horizon? And there were other whispers too, rumors that had begun to circulate among the people. Some spoke of strange sightings in the distant mountains, of eerie lights in the sky at night. Others spoke of old prophecies, of ancient powers awakening beneath the earth. Powers that had been sealed away for millennia. These were stories of an unknown force, something far older and far darker than anything they had faced before. Azra tried to ignore them, but they gnawed at her, setting her on edge. She could not shake the feeling that their battle was far from over. One evening, as she sat by the campfire, watching the people work together in the distance, Varek approached her with a solemn look on his face. There was something different in his eyes, something that spoke of uncertainty. "Azra," he began, his voice low. "I've been hearing the rumors too. Strange things are happening in the mountains. People are saying they see lights in the sky at night. And some believe it's a sign of something coming." Azra felt a chill run through her, her instincts immediately alert. "What are they saying? What does it mean?" Varek glanced around, ensuring no one was listening, before lowering his voice further. "Some believe it's the return of the void, the darkness that the sorcerer tried to unleash. But others think it's something worse. Something older. Something tied to the very foundations of the world." Azra frowned, her hand tightening around the hilt of her sword. She had heard rumors like this before, whispers of ancient powers, of long-forgotten evils. It was always the same, people with too much fear and too little understanding. Spinning tales to fill the void left by the chaos. But deep down, she knew that this time, the rumors might not be just stories. "We need to investigate," she said, her voice firm. "We can't afford to ignore this. If there's something out there, something that threatens us again, we need to find it before it finds us." Varek nodded. "I agree. The land is healing, but there's still too much unknown. We can't let fear control us, but we can't afford to be blind either. I'll gather a group of scouts, and we'll head toward the mountains in the morning." Azra stood up, her mind already racing with the possibilities. She knew the journey would be dangerous, perhaps even more dangerous than the battles they had already fought. But if there was something out there, something that threatened the fragile peace they had fought so hard to create, they had no choice but to face it head-on. "Be careful," Azra said, her voice quiet, almost a whisper. "And if you find anything at all, send word immediately." Varek's eyes softened for a moment, and he placed a hand on her shoulder. "I will. Stay safe here, Azra. We'll handle this." She nodded, though a part of her wanted to join him. She couldn't ignore the deep sense of unease that had settled within her. But there was no sense in charging into the unknown without careful planning. Instead, she turned her attention back to the camp, to the people who needed her. They were her responsibility now, and she could not leave them behind. Not yet. The next morning, the scouts set out toward the mountains, their journey taking them deep into the heart of the wilderness. Azure watched them go, her eyes narrowing as they disappeared into the distance. She could feel the tension in the air, the weight of the unknown pressing down on her shoulders. She had always been a warrior, a fighter, but this new battle was different. It was not fought with blades or magic, but with patience and vigilance. It was a battle against the darkness that still lurked in the corners of their world, waiting to rise again. Days passed without word, and with each passing day, Azura grew more and more anxious. She spent her time with the people, helping them rebuild, offering guidance and support where she could, but her mind was never far from the mountains. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, something that would change everything. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a scout returned. His clothes were torn, his face pale, and there was an unmistakable look of dread in his eyes. Azura's heart skipped a beat as he approached her, his voice barely a whisper. "It's worse than we thought," the scout said, his voice shaking. "There's something in the mountains. A dark presence. We saw it. And it's growing stronger." Azura's blood ran cold. "What do you mean? What did you see?" The scout took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "We found an ancient ruin, buried deep in the mountains. It wasn't like anything we'd ever seen before. The walls, they were covered in symbols, symbols that we couldn't understand. And the ground, it was cracked open, like something was stirring beneath the earth. There's a power there. A dark power. We barely escaped with our lives." Azura felt the ground beneath her feet shift, as if the very earth itself was trembling with the weight of the revelation. She had feared this, feared that the darkness would return, that the world was not yet safe. But this was more than just the remnants of the sorcerer's magic. This was something ancient, something primal. The kind of power that could shape the world itself. She turned to Varek, who had joined her as the scout spoke, his face grim. "We have to stop it," she said, her voice determined. "Whatever it is, we can't let it spread." Varek nodded, his eyes filled with the same resolve. "We'll gather the people. We'll march to the mountains and face whatever awaits us." Azura took a deep breath, steeling herself for the journey ahead. The future of the world was at stake once more, and once again, she found herself standing at the crossroads of fate. The darkness was rising, but this time, they would be ready. Together, they would face the storm. The world was changing, slowly, but surely. Azura could feel it in the air, in the way the land seemed to breathe once again. The weight of darkness lifted. The cities that had once stood in ruin were now slowly being rebuilt, stone by stone, brick by brick. People returned, hesitant at first, but eventually, they too began to believe that something better was possible. The sorrows of the past had not been forgotten, but they were no longer the only stories whispered in the shadows. Azura and Varek had become symbols of hope. It was not the power of the Blade of Eclipse or the wars they had fought that earned them the respect of the people, but their unwavering commitment to rebuilding the world. They had offered not just protection, but a new kind of leadership, one that sought peace, healing, and unity. Together, they had shown that the world could rise from the ashes, that the cycle of war and destruction could be broken, but peace was never simple. In the quiet moments between their tasks, Azura often found herself reflecting on the heavy burden of their work. She had thought that once the sorcerer was defeated, the weight of her duty would lift. But the truth was more complicated. The world was healing, yes, but the scars ran deep. There were still remnants of darkness in places, whispers of old magic, pockets of resistance, and those who had not yet let go of the old ways. It was a thought that lingered on her mind as she stood atop the highest tower of the newly restored city, overlooking the land stretching before her. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the skyline, the light reflecting off the clean, restored buildings. It was a peaceful sight, but it felt fragile, like a dream that might slip away if not protected. Varek appeared beside her, as if sensing her thoughts. He, too, looked out over the city, his arms crossed over his chest. "You've been quiet," he remarked, his voice steady in knowing. Azura let out a breath, her gaze distant. "Just thinking." "About what comes next?" Varek raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He had learned to give her space when she needed it. Understanding that there were times when silence was more powerful than words. "Do you ever wonder if we'll be enough?" Azura asked after a long pause, her voice barely above a whisper. "Enough for what?" Varek replied, his tone more curious now than ever before. "For all of this." She gestured vaguely to the city below them, the people working, rebuilding, the world beginning to breathe again. "We've defeated the sorcerer, yes, but what if we're not enough to keep the peace? What if there's something else out there that we're not prepared for?" Varek stepped closer, his presence steady and grounding. "There will always be challenges," he said softly. "There will always be darkness trying to creep back into the world. But we've learned how to fight it, haven't we? We've seen the worst it can do, and we've stood against it. And we'll keep standing. We've made this world better, Azura. And that's what matters." Azura nodded, though a small frown tugged at her lips. "I know. But what if it's not enough? What if all we've done, all we've sacrificed, isn't enough to keep it safe?" Varek turned his gaze to the horizon, where the last traces of daylight were fading. "We can only do what we can," he said quietly. "But we can keep fighting. We don't have to do it alone. We've already gathered so many people who are ready to stand with us. And there are more coming every day. We're not alone, Azura." She felt the warmth of his words. But there was still a part of her that doubted. The scars of war, the fear of losing it all again, lingered deep within her heart. She had been through so much, had seen so many lives destroyed, so many hopes dashed. And despite the progress, despite the rebuilding, there was a part of her that still wondered if it could all be torn away in an instant. "Sometimes," Azura murmured, "I wish we could just walk away. Leave it all behind and find somewhere peaceful. Somewhere where the fight is over." Varek's gaze softened, and for a moment, he said nothing, as if giving her the space to process her thoughts. Then, he spoke gently, yet with conviction. "We've fought for peace, Azura," he said. "And peace doesn't come easily. It's not just something you can leave behind. You've carried that fight within you all this time. You've made a difference, and now you have a chance to build a future from the ground up. That's not something you can just walk away from. Azura closed her eyes, feeling the weight of his words settle into her chest. It was true, all of it. She had been fighting for peace for so long, but it wasn't something that could be won in a single battle or with the fall of a single enemy. Peace had to be fought for every day, in every choice they made, in every effort they put toward rebuilding the world. She looked at Varric then, and for the first time in a long while, she felt a spark of hope rise within her. It was small, delicate, but it was there. "Thank you," she said softly. "For always being here. For always reminding me that the fight is worth it." Varric smiled, the expression warm and genuine. "Always, Azura." Together, they stood in silence as the last rays of the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky with shades of purple and gold. The night would come, as it always did, but there was no fear in it now. They had faced the darkest of nights and emerged victorious. The world was healing, and they were part of that healing. The future was still uncertain, still fragile, but it was theirs to shape. And as long as they stood together, Azura knew that they could face whatever came next, whatever challenges, whatever darkness, whatever uncertainty the world might throw their way, for in their hearts, there was something stronger than fear. Something that no shadow could ever overcome: hope. The days had been long and tiring, but the world was beginning to breathe again. The city was full of life, with the steady hum of activity echoing in every corner. It was a rhythm that felt almost foreign, given the years of turmoil and despair. The people were rebuilding not just their homes, but their lives, slowly but surely, piece by piece. Azura had kept herself busy, as she always did, helping wherever she could. But despite the progress, the unease that had settled in her heart remained. She had seen the signs, the faint echoes of an ancient power stirring, the whispers in the dark, the rumors of strange occurrences in the distant mountains. It was hard to shake the feeling that something was still out there, something that might rise again and challenge everything they had fought for. Varric had been just as consumed by the need to ensure their future. Together, they had built not just a city, but a symbol of hope, of unity. Yet, even as they strengthened the walls and reinforced their defenses, they both knew that true security could not be found in stone and steel alone. It was something more, something deeper that they needed to safeguard: trust, hope, and the spirit of the people. But there was another challenge on the horizon, one that neither Azura nor Varric had anticipated. It started with a series of strange occurrences. A sudden gust of wind that swept through the city without warning, knocking over the newly erected banners. The once peaceful skies grew restless, dark clouds gathering unexpectedly on clear days. Then came the tremors. At first, they were small, barely noticeable, but soon they grew stronger, enough to shake the very foundations of the rebuilt city. Azura had not been one to ignore such signs, and when the tremors grew unbearable, she knew they had to investigate. She called upon Varric, who wasted no time in gathering a group of scouts and skilled warriors. They would head into the mountains once more, this time with a sense of urgency, a sense that the world was on the brink of something new, something dangerous. The journey was not an easy one. The mountains had always been treacherous, and the path ahead was fraught with danger. But the group pressed on, driven by the need for answers, their footsteps echoing in the silent wilderness. Azura felt the weight of the journey on her shoulders, but she knew this was not just about them. It was about the future of the people they had sworn to protect. As they ascended the rocky cliffs, the tremors became more pronounced, the earth beneath them shifting as if alive. The air was thick with an unsettling energy, and even the trees seemed to whisper in the wind. The closer they got to the ancient ruins, the stronger the feeling grew, that they were being drawn towards something ancient, something powerful. Finally, after several days of travel, they arrived at the site of the ruin. It was a place unlike any Azura had ever seen. The stone walls were etched with symbols she did not recognize, ancient and worn with time. The air was thick with a dark energy that made her skin crawl, and the ground beneath them trembled with each step they took. But it was the sky that truly unsettled her. It was a deep, obsidian black, as though the stars themselves had been blotted out. The clouds swirled above them in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Azura's heart pounded in her chest as she surveyed the area. There was something here, something that had been waiting, lying dormant, and now it was awakening. Her hand instinctively went to the hilt of her sword, her mind racing with the possibilities. What kind of power could lay hidden here, beneath the earth, waiting for its moment to rise? Varek stepped beside her, his eyes scanning the ruins with a look of grim determination. This place, it feels wrong. The magic here is ancient, too old for us to understand. Azura nodded, her grip tightening on her weapon. Whatever it is, we need to stop it before it spreads. The group moved deeper into the ruins, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The deeper they went, the stronger the sense of unease became. It was as if the very air around them was alive with magic, old and unfathomable. At the center of the ruin, they found it. A large stone altar, cracked and covered in moss. But it was not the altar itself that caught their attention. It was what lay upon it, a crystal, dark and smooth, pulsed with an eerie light. The obsidian stone seemed to shimmer with a strange energy, as though it was alive, breathing. It was not just a relic, it was a weapon. A weapon that had been forgotten, lying in wait. Azura stepped forward cautiously, drawn to the crystal, yet repelled by its unnatural aura. The air around it seemed to hum with power, and every instinct in her told her to turn away, to leave the ruins and never look back. But the choice was not hers to make. They had come this far, and they had to understand what they were dealing with. As her hand hovered over the crystal, she felt a presence. A voice, soft at first, like a whisper in the wind. But then it grew stronger, clearer, as if calling to her from the depths of the earth. Azura, she froze. The voice was unmistakable. It was the voice of the sorcerer, the one they had fought so long to destroy. But how could this be? He had been vanquished. She had seen his end with her own eyes. The crystal pulsed again, and the voice grew louder, more insistent. Azura, you cannot escape your destiny. You cannot escape me. Azura stumbled back, her mind racing. Was this a trap? Was it possible that the sorcerer had left behind a piece of himself, a remnant of his power, in this crystal? Varek. She whispered, her voice strained. This is wrong. Varek stepped forward, his face shadowed with concern. "What's happening, Azura? What is this?" Before she could answer, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. The walls of the ruin cracked, and the very air seemed to distort, warping with dark energy. The crystal on the altar pulsed one final time, and in that moment, everything went black. Azura awoke on the cold stone floor, her head throbbing with pain. The world around her was still, silent. She slowly pushed herself up, her body aching, her mind clouded. The ruins were still standing, but there was a palpable change in the air, a heaviness that pressed down on her chest, suffocating. Varek was beside her, helping her to her feet, his face etched with worry. "Are you all right?" Azura nodded, though her mind was far from clear. I don't know what happened. The crystal, it spoke to me." Varek's expression grew darker. "Spoke to you? What did it say?" "It was him," Azura said, her voice trembling with the weight of the revelation. "The sorcerer. His voice. It's still here. It's not over." Varek's face hardened. "Then we need to finish it. Once and for all." But as they looked around the ruins, they knew that their fight was far from over. The true darkness had not been vanquished, not entirely. The sorcerer's influence lingered in the air, and this crystal, the key to his power, was far from destroyed. The obsidian sky was not just a place of power, it was a reminder that the battle for the future of the world had only just begun, and this time, it would take more than just strength to defeat the darkness, it would take everything they had. The ruins of the ancient altar stretched before them, silent yet brimming with an ominous energy. Azura's heart raced in her chest, her breath shallow as the weight of the sorcerer's voice still echoed in her mind. The crystal lay undisturbed on the cracked stone altar, its dark light pulsating like a heartbeat in the shadows. She wiped the sweat from her brow, but the chill in the air refused to leave. Varek, ever steadfast, stood by her side, his eyes scanning the ruins as if searching for any sign of movement. The tremors from the crystal had ceased, but there was no mistaking the danger it held. They had come to destroy this place, but instead, they had only unleashed more uncertainty. "What now?" Varek asked, his voice low but firm. There was no need for further questioning. He knew that the stakes were higher than ever, but Azura could sense the hesitance in his tone. He was, just like her, grappling with the realization that their past victories might be mere preludes to a much darker future. "We destroy it," Azura replied, her voice carrying a cold resolve. Her hand instinctively reached for the hilt of her sword, but it wasn't a weapon she needed to destroy the crystal, it was something far more delicate. Magic. The very force that had twisted the sorcerer into the nightmare they had fought so long to defeat. The problem was, Azura had never seen magic like this before. This wasn't the wild magic of the land or the spells she had learned from ancient texts. This was something older, far more potent, a remnant of a time before even the sorcerer's rise to power. It had been waiting here for centuries, buried in the depths of the earth, until the right moment came. And now that moment had arrived. "Can you feel it?" Azura asked, her voice trembling with the weight of the truth. "This magic. It's different from anything I've ever encountered. It's..." She paused, searching for the words, but they eluded her. "It's alive, Varek. It's feeding on the fear, the darkness, and it will only grow stronger. Varek's gaze hardened, his eyes narrowing as he looked back toward the crystal. We can't leave it here. We have to stop it, no matter what the cost. Azura nodded, her fingers tracing the edge of her blade. The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air, but there was no turning back. If they failed to destroy the crystal, it would rise again, bringing the darkness with it, and nothing would be able to stop it. She stepped forward, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The further she ventured into the heart of the ruin, the more the magic seemed to suffocate her, pressing down on her chest, making it harder to breathe. The crystal's light grew brighter, its pulse synchronizing with her heartbeat, as though it were testing her, waiting for the moment to strike. Azura, Varek called out, his voice edged with concern. She paused, turning to face him, but he didn't need to say anything more. They both knew that this wasn't just a battle against a physical foe. This was a battle against something far deeper, something that threatened the very essence of their world. I have to do this, Azura said, her voice steady. We have no other choice. She took a deep breath, her eyes never leaving the crystal. She could feel its call, the magnetic pull urging her closer. But she wasn't afraid, not anymore. There was no fear left inside her, only determination. Her mind cleared, her heart steady, and she reached out, extending her hand toward the stone. As her fingers brushed against the cold surface, a jolt of energy shot through her, electrifying her body with a force that left her breathless. The pain was immediate and overwhelming, but she refused to let go. The crystal hummed with power, and in that moment, Azura understood. It was as if the crystal had a life of its own, feeding off her energy, siphoning her strength, but she was prepared for this. She had been prepared for this from the very beginning. The ancient spells she had learned whispered in her mind, her fingers tingling as she called upon them. They had been passed down through generations, each one designed to combat the darkness. Azura focused, channeling every ounce of her will into the magic that now surged through her. Fighting back against the crystal's influence, the ground beneath her feet trembled as she summoned the ancient force, and with a cry, she released it. For a moment, everything stopped. The energy in the air grew thick, oppressive. And then, with a blinding flash, a wave of power erupted from the crystal, cascading outward like a storm. The sound was deafening, like 1,000 voices screaming in unison. Azura was thrown back, her body crashing into the stone floor as the force of the magic tore through the ruin, her vision blurred, and for a moment, she thought she had failed. But then, she heard a voice, a familiar voice calling out to her, Azura, Varek. She forced herself to stand. Her body aching, her magic spent. But there was something in the air now, something different. The crystal's pulse had stopped, its once glowing surface now dim and lifeless. The ruin was silent. Varek was at her side in an instant, his face a mask of concern. Are you all right? He asked, his voice hoarse. Azura took a shaky breath, her body still trembling from the aftereffects of the magic. I think we did it, she whispered. The crystal, it's not alive anymore. Varek glanced at the altar, his eyes narrowing. But the power is still here. We need to make sure it's truly gone. Azura nodded, still feeling the weight of the darkness lingering in the air. She stood tall, her strength returning slowly. But she knew the battle was far from over. If the sorcerer's power had truly been sealed within the crystal, then there would be no guarantee that it wouldn't rise again, perhaps in a different form, with a different vessel. "Let's finish this," Azura said, her voice resolute. "We'll make sure this evil is gone for good." Together, they approached the altar once more, and Azura took a deep breath. This time, they would seal the power away, ensuring that it could never harm the world again. But even as she began the incantation, her thoughts returned to the sorcerer's voice. It had been more than a whisper. There had been a warning in it, something far more insidious than she had first realized. The altar was silent now, its once pulsing crystal lying dormant and lifeless, as though drained of all power. Azura's heart still raced in the aftermath of the spell, the lingering tremors of the magic buzzing in her veins. The ruin had fallen eerily still, the darkness that had pressed in on them only moments ago now faded, but not gone entirely. Azura could still feel the pull of that ancient power, as though the air itself had become heavier with secrets. Varek stood beside her, his expression grim. He had never seen her use magic in such a way, had never witnessed the kind of raw force she had just unleashed. For a moment, their eyes met, his concern was palpable, but he said nothing. There was no need for words. They both understood the gravity of what they had done. The ruins were quiet, but the world around them felt different, as if the landscape itself had shifted beneath their feet. Azura couldn't shake the feeling that something had been altered in a way that couldn't be undone. She had destroyed the crystal, she had quelled the immediate threat, but the sorcerer's words, that chilling warning. They lingered in her mind, like a shadow she couldn't outrun. "We've sealed it," she said, her voice steady but filled with an edge of uncertainty. For now, Varek didn't reply immediately. Instead, he surveyed the scene, as though searching for something that could explain the uneasy tension that still hung in the air. "You're sure?" he asked, his voice filled with a rare hesitation. Azura nodded, but even she wasn't convinced. Her thoughts swirled with the implications of the sorcerer's voice, and what it might mean. The crystal may have been destroyed, but there was a residue of dark energy in the air, something that had lingered in the ancient stone, perhaps bound to it for centuries, waiting for the right moment to break free. "I'm sure," she replied. "But the magic here, it feels incomplete. Like the sorcerer's influence is still waiting to resurface, even if the crystal is no longer a threat." Varek turned to face her, his brow furrowed in concern. "Then we leave," he said, his voice firm. "We can't stay here any longer. The power within these ruins is too dangerous." Azura hesitated. The ruins were still, the air unnervingly silent, but the unease in her chest told her that they weren't done yet. "We can't leave yet. Not without making sure that whatever's left here is truly gone. If the sorcerer's magic can remain after the crystal has been destroyed, it could spread. It could infect the land again." She paused, looking up at the dark sky. The obsidian clouds had not dissipated completely, still swirling ominously above the ruins like an unsettled storm. The land around them felt different. They could feel the weight of history pressing down on them, the burden of something long buried. Varek nodded, clearly understanding her resolve. "All right. What do you need from me?" "I need to be sure," Azura said. I'm going to use a binding spell. One that will trap whatever power is left in the air, ensure it doesn't escape into the land again. It won't be easy, binding something this old, this powerful, but it's the only way to ensure that we've truly ended this. Varek stepped back, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the surroundings. We'll keep watch. If anything comes for you, we'll be ready. Azura nodded, taking a deep breath as she moved back toward the center of the altar. The stone beneath her feet felt cool, unnervingly so, as though it had absorbed the energies of everything that had transpired here. She could still feel the dark pulse of magic, faint, but undeniable, lingering in the air. With a steady hand, she began to chant softly, her words ancient and heavy with power. The language of the ancients had been passed down through generations, its syllables imbued with the strength to control forces beyond comprehension. Azura's magic responded, rippling through her, the words like a melody that resonated deep within the earth. The air around her began to hum, the faintest of vibrations thrumming against her skin as the spell took root. She could feel the magic in the ruins, old, untamed, wild, reacting, as if the land itself was testing her, challenging her to finish what had been started so long ago. Her voice grew louder, more forceful, the words flowing effortlessly now as the magic surged through her. The binding spell would keep the dark energy contained, but it required a sacrifice. A piece of her own essence would be bound to the magic, ensuring it remained undisturbed for eternity. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and for a moment, Azura thought the very mountain was going to collapse under the weight of her spell. But she held firm, her hands raised as the binding began to take hold. A burst of light flared around her, radiating outward as the ancient energies twisted and recoiled in response to the spell, and then, just as quickly as it had started, the energy quieted. The air grew still again, the ominous hum of magic gone, replaced by a heavy silence. Azura dropped to her knees, the force of the magic leaving her exhausted, her body trembling from the strain. But she felt a strange sense of relief settle over her, as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The darkness had been sealed. The ruin, once a conduit of power, now lay dormant, empty of the malice that had once filled it. Varek rushed to her side, his hand steadying her as he knelt beside her. "It's done," he said, his voice low with respect. "You did it." Azura took a slow breath, still feeling the lingering effects of the spell. "I hope so," she murmured. "But something tells me the battle isn't over." This was just one part of the sorcerer's plan. He had more than one weapon, more than one way to return. Varek met her gaze, his eyes filled with determination. "Then we fight again," he said, his voice unwavering. "We fight until the end." Azura nodded, her resolve hardening once more. She knew the road ahead would not be easy. The sorcerer's influence may have been bound for now, but the ripples of his legacy would continue to spread, like a stone cast into still waters. The darkness would find new ways to manifest, but Azura was ready. Together, they would face whatever came next. And this time, they would finish what they had started. For the sake of their world, for the people they loved. And for the future that still hung in the balance. The obsidian sky may have been dark, but it would not remain so forever. The dawn was coming. Azura stood at the edge of the ruined altar, her breath coming in slow, deliberate breaths as the weight of her spell settled within her. The silence was overwhelming, a stark contrast to the pulsing chaos that had filled the air only moments before. Around them, the ancient stones of the temple seemed almost to breathe, as though the land itself had been wounded by the sorcerer's influence, but was now healing. She could still feel the residual traces of power, faint, but not entirely gone. Varek stood beside her, his gaze scanning the horizon. Wary and watchful. His instincts were sharp, and even now, in the quiet aftermath, he could sense the danger that still lingered just out of sight. He turned to her, his voice a low murmur, filled with unspoken questions. "You're sure?" Azura nodded, though the uncertainty in her heart told a different story. "For now. The binding is strong, but the sorcerer was too powerful, too entrenched in this land. His influence runs deep." She looked at the sky, the obsidian clouds still swirling above them, dark and heavy. "I've stopped him for the moment. But we may not have much time." Varek's jaw tightened. "We leave, then. We need to warn the others, prepare for whatever comes next." Azura hesitated. She had always trusted Varek's instincts, but there was something about leaving now that didn't sit well with her. There was something in the air, too many unanswered questions, too many unknowns that begged to be uncovered. She had already come so far, sacrificed so much. Could she walk away now, knowing that something darker still waited beneath the surface? "Not yet," she said finally. "We need to find the source. The sorcerer's influence may be sealed for now, but if we leave now, we risk him finding another way to rise again. I need to find where it all began." Varek's brow furrowed. "You mean the sorcerer? The altar? The magic here?" Azura nodded. "Yes. The magic in these ruins, it didn't come from nowhere. There was a purpose behind it all. We need to know what that purpose was before we can truly leave. Otherwise, we're just waiting for the next disaster to fall." Her words were heavy with resolve, and for a moment, Varek said nothing. His gaze shifted between her and the shadows of the ruin, the old stones holding secrets he wasn't yet ready to understand. Finally, he spoke, "I'll follow you. But we do this carefully. The sorcerer is dangerous, but we don't know the full extent of his power yet. I've seen what he's done. I don't think we've seen the worst of it." Azura agreed with a quiet nod. Her hand brushed over the cracked stone of the altar, feeling the faint pulse of residual magic beneath her fingers. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that the ritual here, the one the sorcerer had used, wasn't something he had come up with on his own. This power was older. Ancient. It felt as though it had been waiting, dormant for centuries, only to be awakened by the right hands. "Let's move," Azura said finally. "We need to find out who, or what, laid the foundation for all of this." The deeper they ventured into the ruins, the more oppressive the air became. The sense of history hung thick around them, layers of magic and decay mingling in the atmosphere, like the walls themselves had memories of long-forgotten rituals. As they passed deeper into the heart of the temple, Azura felt the pulse of power growing stronger, as though the very earth was alive with it. Varek remained silent, his movements calculated as they navigated the treacherous corridors. There were signs of old battles here, scratches on the stone walls, faded symbols burned into the floor, and odd markings that looked like they had been etched into the very foundation of the temple. This wasn't just a place of worship or ritual, it was a battleground, a place where forces older than time had clashed. They finally reached the heart of the ruin. A vast chamber, its walls covered in intricate carvings and murals that depicted scenes of war and conquest, as well as strange, otherworldly beings, some with wings, others with eyes that glowed unnaturally. The center of the room was dominated by a massive stone archway, through which no light could penetrate. Azura could feel the darkness radiating from it, an unnatural coldness that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Varek moved cautiously toward the archway, his eyes narrowing. "What is this?" Azura stepped forward, her fingers brushing the smooth surface of the arch. "A doorway," she whispered. "A portal. Where does it lead?" Varek asked, his voice tense. Azura could feel the magic in the air, ancient and powerful, thrumming like a living thing. It felt like the heart of the sorcerer's power, the nexus from which his dark magic had spread. "I don't know," she said softly. "But this is where the sorcerer's influence began. This is the place where everything, the crystal, the altar, the magic itself, was tied together." She closed her eyes, focusing on the feel of the stone, the hum of the ancient energy that pulsed through it. She could almost hear the echoes of whispers, faint and distant, as though the stones themselves held memories of an age-long past. With a deep breath, Azura gathered her strength, reaching out with her magic. She let the power flow through her, but this time, she felt something different, something dark and almost welcoming, as if the portal itself recognized her power. "Azura," Varek's voice broke through her concentration, urgent. "What are you doing?" She didn't answer immediately, her focus entirely on the portal. She had to know. She had to understand the source of all this power. The darkness that had touched her world was too vast, too all-consuming for her to simply walk away from now. Finally, the stone of the archway responded, the surface rippling like water disturbed by a stone. A low growl echoed through the chamber, vibrating the air around them. Varek stepped back, his hand instinctively going to his blade, but Azura held up a hand to stop him. "Wait," she said, her voice steady. "We're close. Something is coming through." And then, in that very moment, the air shifted, darkness swirling around the archway as if it were alive. Something ancient and unknowable, began to stir beyond the veil. Azura's heart pounded in her chest. She wasn't sure what would emerge from the portal, but one thing was certain, the battle was far from over. The echoes of something ancient and terrible stirred in the dark. The door had opened, and they were no longer alone. The air around Azura thickened, heavy with the presence of something dark and ancient. She felt the weight of it, pressing down on her chest, squeezing the air from her lungs. Her senses sharpened as the darkness in the portal twisted and churned, a swirling mass of energy that seemed to defy the natural world. She could feel the pulse of the power, steady and menacing, drawing closer with each passing second. Varek stood beside her, his hand still on the hilt of his sword, his body tense and ready for any movement. The low growl that had reverberated through the chamber deepened, like the sound of distant thunder, an omen of something far worse than they had ever imagined. "Azura," Varek's voice was a low whisper, but it carried an edge of urgency. "This is beyond us. We need to leave. Now, Azura didn't move, her eyes fixed on the archway. She could sense the danger, but she could also feel something else, a pull, a connection to the power within the portal. It was like a thread woven into the fabric of her being. A promise of knowledge, of power, of answers that she could not resist. "I can't leave," she replied softly, her voice distant, almost as if she were speaking to herself. "We've come too far." The air grew colder, the shadows deepening, until the light of the chamber seemed to flicker and fade. It wasn't just the absence of light that made it feel as if the world itself was being swallowed, it was the presence of something ancient, something primordial, moving just beyond the veil. Then, like the breaking of a great wave, the portal exploded with light. It wasn't the brilliant light of hope or salvation, but a cold, unnatural glow that seemed to drain the warmth from the air. Azura staggered back, her body resisting the pull of the portal's energy, but it was too strong. The darkness was here. From the center of the swirling light, a shape began to form, tall, angular, with features that seemed to shift and change with every passing second. It was not a human form, nor anything familiar. It was something older, something that had not seen the light of the world for millennia. The figure was cloaked in shadows, but its eyes glowed with an unearthly light, piercing through the gloom like twin stars in the void. Varric cursed under his breath, stepping back, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. "Azura, what is that? What have you done?" Azura's heart raced, her mind struggling to comprehend what she was seeing. The being that emerged from the portal did not belong to this world. It was something other, a creature of the void that existed in the spaces between worlds, an entity that had been sealed away by forces long forgotten. Its power radiated from it in waves, a force so overwhelming that it seemed to warp reality itself. I didn't bring it here," Azura whispered, her voice trembling. "It was always here, waiting." The figure's eyes locked onto Azura, its gaze piercing through the very fabric of her soul. She felt its presence in her mind, a thousand whispers flooding her consciousness, offering her knowledge, power, and the promise of things beyond her understanding. The temptation was almost unbearable. The desire to know, to control, to bend the very fabric of reality to her will, but she resisted. "Just barely. We have to stop it," she said through gritted teeth, her hands shaking as she reached for the magic within her. "Before it can claim this world." Varric didn't hesitate. With a roar, he lunged at the creature, his sword gleaming in the dim light of the chamber. But as his blade cut through the air, the figure simply stepped aside, its form shifting like smoke, evading the strike effortlessly. It was faster than anything Azura had ever seen, its movements were fluid, like water, yet impossibly unnatural. Azura's heart sank as she realized just how far they were outmatched. She had underestimated the power of the being before her. It was not something that could be defeated by mere force. The creature's eyes flicked toward Varric, and in that instant, the air seemed to freeze. The sword in Varric's hand dropped from his grip, as if the very weight of the world had suddenly become too much to bear. His body went rigid, his face twisted in a grimace of pain as an invisible force held him in place, lifting him off the ground. "No!" Azura shouted, her voice breaking through the silence. She reached for the magic inside her, calling upon all the power she had learned to wield. She felt the energy surging within her, but it wasn't enough. She was too weak to fight this creature head-on. The entity let out a sound that was not quite a laugh, but more a low, rumbling vibration that filled the air. It was a voice, not one of sound, but one of pure power, resonating in the very bones of those who heard it. You cannot stop what has already begun. Azura's breath hitched as the being's voice filled her mind. The words were both a threat and a promise. It knew her fears and desires. It knew her weakness. The creature turned its gaze to her, and for a moment, Azura saw something beyond the darkness, something that she couldn't name, a glimpse into the very heart of the universe itself. The vision was fleeting, but it left an imprint on her soul, a truth she couldn't ignore. The sorcerer had not just sought power, he had sought a way to bring this being into the world. He had opened the door, and now it was too late to close it. You are too late, the creature said again, its voice laced with cold amusement. The obsidian sky is only the beginning. I am but a harbinger. Azura's mind raced. She could feel the weight of the being's words, the terrible truth that they implied. The sky was already changing, the clouds darkening with unnatural speed, and she could feel the tremors of the earth beneath her feet. It was all coming to a head. She could sense the danger, something far greater than either she or Varric had anticipated. They had come to stop a sorcerer's ritual. But they had stumbled into something far more dangerous. The creature was not simply a part of the sorcerer's power, it was something much older, something beyond the mortal realm. And now it was free. Azura's mind raced for a solution, but her thoughts were clouded by the overwhelming presence of the creature. The air itself seemed to burn with its energy, and her magic flickered, weak and unstable in the face of such power. Varric's voice cut through the fog of her thoughts, harsh and strained. Azura, we need to leave. She turned to him, her heart sinking as she saw the fear in his eyes. He had always been unshakable, a man who faced danger head-on without hesitation. But now, even he could feel the enormity of what they were up against. It was too late to run. The creature smiled, its eyes burning brighter now, and for the first time, Azura understood its true intent. This world belongs to the void now, it whispered, its voice echoing in her mind. Azura's heart pounded, each beat a heavy throb in the stillness that enveloped her. The creature, standing tall before them, exuded an otherworldly power that pulsed with every breath it took. It was no longer just a presence, it was a force, shaping the very air and light around them. The portal behind it shimmered, as though it were alive, breathing in sync with the creature, ready to unleash more of its darkness upon the world. Varric, though still suspended by the invisible grip of the being, gritted his teeth, his muscles straining against the unseen force. His body was frozen, but his will remained unwavering. Azura could see the tension in his frame, his mind already working to find a way to break free. To fight back. Yet, the creature had him in its grasp, and every movement seemed futile against its power. The being's glowing eyes locked onto Azura again, its gaze like a burning brand upon her soul. "Do you truly think you can stop me?" it asked, its voice now a constant murmur in her mind, as if the very question echoed through every thought she had. Azura swallowed, her throat dry as sand. She could feel the weight of its words, the truth behind them. She had come here to stop a sorcerer's ritual, to thwart the dark magic that threatened the world, but she had unwittingly opened the door to something far worse. The being before her was not just a manifestation of power, it was an embodiment of a primordial force, older than the world itself. The very laws of nature seemed to bend and twist around it, as though it were a harbinger of something even darker to come. Still, Azure refused to give in. The magic within her surged, fragile though it might be. She could feel the pulsing rhythm of the world, the delicate balance between life and death, between creation and destruction. She reached for that balance, her fingers curling into fists as she summoned every ounce of strength she had left. "No," she said, her voice barely a whisper at first. But then it grew, steady and resolute. "I won't let you." The creature tilted its head, its expression unreadable. For a moment, the room was silent, save for the thrum of energy in the air. Azura's mind raced, her heart threatening to burst from her chest. She was up against an enemy that defied understanding, a being that could unravel the very fabric of existence with a thought. But she had something the creature did not, a will to fight, a refusal to surrender to the darkness. As if sensing her resolve, the creature's lips curled into a cruel smile, a smile that promised ruin. "You are foolish to resist. But I will indulge you for a moment." In an instant, the air around Azure crackled, and a shockwave of pure energy surged outward from the creature. The force was so powerful that it threw Azure back, slamming her into the stone wall behind her. Pain erupted across her body, her vision momentarily going dark as the impact left her breathless. Her hands trembled, and for a fleeting moment, she wondered if this would be the end, but even as the world spun around her, Azure's spirit refused to break. She slowly pulled herself upright, her mind reeling from the blast, but her heart still burning with a fierce determination. She would not let this being claim this world. Not while there was breath in her body. Varek, still suspended in mid-air, his body twisted in agony, suddenly shifted. His eyes, wide with pain, locked onto Azura. "Azura." His voice was strained, barely more than a rasp. "We need to get out of here. This power, it's too much." Azura ignored his plea, her hands already moving to weave the strands of magic she had learned to control. The energy was raw and untamed, much like the creature itself, but it was all she had left. She could feel the power of the earth beneath her, the pull of the land, the heartbeat of the world that had always been a part of her. She called upon it now, weaving the threads of magic around her like a cloak. The creature watched her with silent amusement, as though it knew how futile her efforts were. "You are like an ant trying to stop the tide," it said softly. "But I will allow you to try." Azura's vision blurred as she fought to hold on to her magic. The air around her grew thicker, charged with energy that seemed to press in from all sides. She could feel her connection to the land, to the power of the earth itself, but it was slipping away with every breath she took. But then, as if by instinct, she reached deeper, drawing on the ancient magic buried within her. It was a power she had never fully understood, one that she had always feared might be too much for her to control. But now, in the face of the creature's overwhelming force, she had no choice but to embrace it. The ground trembled beneath her feet, the very earth shaking in response to the surge of power. The magic that she summoned was wild, untamed, a force of nature as ancient as the world itself. It roared to life around her, crackling with energy as it intertwined with the energy of the portal. Azura felt the balance shift, the very air around her bending to her will. For a brief moment, the creature faltered. Its eyes flickered, uncertainty crossing its features as it recognized the power that Azura had unleashed. The winds howled, and the sky above them seemed to darken further, the air heavy with the threat of a coming storm. What is this? The creature's voice was filled with the barest trace of confusion. This power. It cannot be yours, Azura didn't answer. She couldn't. The force of the magic surged through her, overwhelming her senses, but she held on to it with all the strength she had. She was no longer the hesitant sorceress who had first stepped into this world of shadows and danger. She was something more, something older. She was the very embodiment of the land, the pulse of the earth itself. Her hands rose, and with a cry, she released the magic. The blast of energy that erupted from her was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It tore through the air like a storm unleashed, surging toward the creature with a force that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. The chamber trembled, the portal flickering with a chaotic energy as if it too were resisting the magic, but the creature did not relent. It raised its hand, and the very energy Azura had summoned twisted and contorted, wrapping around it like a leash. It grinned, the smile cruel and knowing. "You cannot win," it whispered, its voice a deadly calm. "I am the darkness that lies beyond the stars, the void that swallows all." Azura's heart sank. She had pushed as far as she could. She had nothing left. The darkness was too powerful, too ancient. She had underestimated the creature from the start. Part 27, ChatGPT, The Obsidian Sky, Part 27. Azura's hands fell to her sides, her fingers trembling as the magic she had conjured flickered and died. She had given everything, poured all of her strength into the blast, but the creature before her stood unyielding, its power still overwhelming. She could feel the oppressive weight of its presence pressing against her, suffocating the room with its dark energy. The creature, its form shrouded in shadows, stood with its arms stretched wide, seemingly untouched by the power she had just unleashed. The air crackled with its dominance, the world around them trembling in its wake. "Did you truly believe you could challenge me?" The creature's voice was an icy whisper, barely a breath, yet it reverberated through the very fabric of her being. Its eyes, glowing like twin stars, pierced her with a gaze so cold it sent a shiver down her spine. "I am beyond your understanding. Beyond your reach." Azura stood, swaying on her feet, the last remnants of her strength fading with every passing second. She was out of options. Out of magic, and most dangerously, out of time. The world around her seemed to close in, the portal behind the creature still shimmering ominously, as though beckoning the end. Behind her, Barek's body hung limp, his form suspended by the creature's power. His eyes, filled with both pain and determination, locked onto hers. He tried to move, to speak, but the force keeping him bound was too strong. There was nothing he could do. She glanced at him, her breath shallow, her heart heavy with regret. She had failed. She had come so far, but in the end, it wasn't enough. The creature was too powerful, and they were too weak, but in that fleeting moment of despair, a voice echoed in her mind, familiar, gentle, and filled with warmth. "You are not alone, it was the voice of her mentor, Irinder, the one who had taught her the ways of magic and who had always believed in her, even when she doubted herself. His words had been a constant guiding force in her life, and even now, when all hope seemed lost, they cut through the darkness, filling her with a renewed sense of purpose. Remember the lessons you learn. Magic is not just power. It is life. It is connection. It is the bond between you and the world. The words struck her like a bolt of lightning, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Azra felt a flicker of hope. Her magic had always been about more than power, it was about connection. About being one with the world, with the very earth beneath her feet. The land was not something she could control, it was a part of her. And she was a part of it. Her hands trembled, but this time, it wasn't from fear. It was from a deep, primal understanding that she could still fight. She wasn't alone. The magic of the land, the power of the earth, the very forces of life itself were within her. She just had to reach for them. With a steadying breath, Azra closed her eyes, centering herself. She reached out with her senses, not to force the magic, but to connect with it. She could feel the pulse of the earth, the steady rhythm of the world beneath her feet. It was alive, and it was waiting for her. The creature, sensing the change, narrowed its glowing eyes. "What are you doing?" Its voice was laced with contempt, but Azra could hear the uncertainty beneath it. The being, so accustomed to domination, seemed momentarily caught off guard by her shift in energy. Azra ignored it. She focused on the ground beneath her, the roots of the trees far below the surface, the currents of water running through the earth. She could feel it all, the network of life that pulsed just out of reach, a web of energy that connected every living thing. Her hands rose again, this time with purpose, and as they did, the air around her began to hum with a new energy. It wasn't the forceful, raw power she had tried to wield before. It was something subtler, more ancient, a magic that flowed in harmony with the world. The creature's eyes widened as the ground beneath Azra cracked, the very earth shifting as the energy she had summoned surged. The portal flickered, its power wavering in the face of Azra's newfound connection to the land. "No." The creature hissed, its voice rising in anger. "You cannot wield that power. It is mine." Azra's lips parted in a whisper of defiance. "No, it is ours." With a final cry, Azra unleashed the magic that had been dormant within her, and in that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The earth beneath her feet shuddered, and the ground split open as ancient forces, long hidden, surged to the surface. Roots and vines shot upward, wrapping around the creature's form, pulling it back from the portal. The sky above darkened, but not with the creature's ominous shadow. Instead, it was as if the very heavens had opened in response to her call, a storm of energy and light that crashed down upon the being. The creature screamed, its voice a primal roar of rage as the forces of nature twisted and turned around it, binding it in place. The energy from the portal flickered, warring against Azra's magic, but it couldn't break free. The very laws of the world were shifting, realigning in response to the power she had awakened. Varek's form trembled as the grip on him loosened. And he fell to the ground, his body weak but alive. He crawled toward Azra, his eyes wide in disbelief at the power that now swirled around them. Azra stood tall, her breath coming in sharp gasps, her heart pounding in her chest. She was exhausted, but there was no turning back now. The creature was bound, its power weakened, and it would not be able to continue its assault on the world. The battle was far from over, but Azra had reclaimed control. She had connected with the world, and with that connection came the power to stop the darkness. For the first time in what felt like forever, she believed she could win. Azra's heart raced, her chest heaving as she struggled to maintain her grip on the magic coursing through her veins. The creature, though bound by the roots and vines, was far from defeated. Its dark form writhed, twisting in ways that defied logic, as though it were made of shadows, slipping through every bond that tried to contain it. The energy that had once felt empowering now seemed like a burden, too great to hold on to for long. She could feel the pressure mounting, the sense of impending collapse rising within her. She had pushed herself to the limit, tapping into forces that were not meant for mortal hands. Her magic, though powerful, was no match for the creature's unnatural endurance. Varek had crawled to her side, his face pale and drawn, his body still trembling from the residual effects of the creature's power. His eyes met hers, filled with determination but also fear that they might be too late. Azra. He whispered, his voice barely audible over the roaring winds that had started to pick up. "We can't hold it forever." Azra nodded, her gaze never leaving the writhing mass of darkness that was now thrashing against the bonds of nature she had summoned. She could feel the earth beneath her trembling, the very foundation of their world reacting to the immense power the creature was unleashing in its rage. She had to act, and she had to act fast. In the distance, the portal flickered erratically, its unstable energy threatening to collapse in on itself. If that happened, everything would be lost. The creature was a conduit for the portal's dark power, and without it, the world would be swallowed by the void, consumed by its insatiable hunger. "Varek, I need you to hold on." Her voice was steady, but the desperation in her eyes was unmistakable. "I'm going to push it back, but I need your strength." Varek's eyes widened, his brow furrowing in confusion and fear. "What do you mean?" "We must sever its connection to the portal. We need to disrupt the flow of energy between it and the world," Azra explained quickly, her voice strained with the effort of keeping the magic in place. "If we can't stop it now, the world will collapse into darkness." Varek's gaze hardened as he understood. He had no magic to wield, but his will was as strong as hers, and it was that bond, his strength, her magic, that could tip the scales in their favor. Without another word, he took her hand, the coldness of his fingers a stark contrast to the warmth of the energy flowing through her. Together, they stood, two broken souls bound by fate, ready to defy the end of the world itself. Azra closed her eyes, focusing on the connection they had formed. She could feel Varek's strength, his determination, feeding into her. It was like a tether, a lifeline that anchored her to the world even as the darkness threatened to tear it apart. She pulled from that energy, from the very bond they shared, and began to draw it into the center of the storm. The creature roared, its voice a cacophony of rage, but it was losing ground. Azra's magic was beginning to twist around it, forming a cage of light and shadow that seemed to burn the air itself. But it was not enough. The creature's power was overwhelming, and the portal was still pulling, trying to drag them all back into the abyss. "We need to sever it completely." Azra cried out, her voice breaking as she reached for the last remnants of her strength. the air around them began to distort as the very fabric of reality seemed to warp. Time itself stretched, bending under the weight of the magic they were wielding. In the distance, the ground trembled as cracks formed beneath the surface, threatening to split the world open. Varek gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on her hand as the darkness surged against them. He could feel the pressure, the strain of the magic pulling at his very soul. Azura. He could see the toll it was taking on her. Her face was pale, her body trembling, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. But there was no turning back now. There was only the final push. Azura's eyes snapped open, and in that moment, everything became clear. The earth, the air, the sky, they were all connected. The creature had tried to use that connection to fuel its own power, but it was also the creature's weakness. If she could sever the link, cut off its access to the portal, she could destroy it once and for all. With a single, final command, Azura focused every ounce of her will into one last spell, a spell of binding that would sever the creature's connection to the portal, and with it, its power. By the earth, by the sky, by the fire of the stars, I bind you. Her voice rang out like a thunderclap, reverberating through the very core of the world. The earth beneath them quaked, and the sky above flashed with a blinding light as the magic she had summoned converged in a single, explosive burst of energy. The creature screamed, its body writhing as the bonds around it constricted tighter and tighter. Until with a final, heart-stopping crack, the connection was severed. The portal screamed in fury, but the bond between the creature and the darkness was broken. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. The world held its breath. Then, the creature's form collapsed, its dark shape disintegrating into nothingness, leaving only the echoes of its rage behind. The portal flickered and snapped shut, its energy dissipating into the void from which it had come. Azura fell to her knees, the strain of the magic finally overwhelming her. Varek rushed to her side, his arms trembling as he caught her before she could collapse fully to the ground. Azura, he whispered, his voice thick with relief and exhaustion. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with both sorrow and triumph. The world was still standing, but they had paid a terrible price to keep it that way. We did it. She murmured, her voice barely audible as the darkness finally lifted from their world. But at what cost? The aftermath of their victory was both a relief and a haunting silence. The world around Azura and Varek was still, as if holding its breath, uncertain of what had just occurred. The winds, once howling with the fury of the creature's power, had stilled, leaving an eerie quiet in their wake. The portal, now nothing more than a fading memory, had ceased its constant pull, the dark energies dissipating into the ether. Yet, despite the victory, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. The damage done to the world, to the very fabric of reality, was evident. Cracks marred the landscape where the magic had surged, and the sky itself seemed to hang heavier, its once vibrant hues now muted and faded. Azura sat in the center of the broken earth, her hands still tingling with the remnants of the power she had wielded. Her body felt weak, the exhaustion of the battle taking its toll. Her once shimmering robes were torn and scorched, and her face, usually filled with determination, now wore the marks of the fight, drenched in sweat and dirt, the faintest traces of sorrow in her eyes. Varek stood by her side. His expression equally worn, his body battered from the confrontation. His hand rested gently on her shoulder, a quiet gesture of reassurance, though he, too, seemed lost in thought. They had won, yes, but at what cost? Is it over? He asked quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Azura closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her, grounding her as she searched for an answer. She could still feel the ripples of magic in the air, faint but present, like a low hum in the distance. The world had been changed by their actions, irrevocably so. But was it enough? I don't know. She murmured, her voice thick with uncertainty. The creature is gone. The portal is sealed. But I fear that this victory may be but a fleeting illusion. Varek's brow furrowed, and he knelt beside her, meeting her gaze. What do you mean? Azura's gaze shifted to the horizon, where the sun was just beginning to set, casting long shadows across the land. There's something I feel. A lingering presence. A shadow that hasn't fully faded. I've sealed the portal, but the magic is still out there, lurking in the corners of the world. We may have stopped the immediate threat, but the darkness. It still whispers. Varek looked at her, concern deepening in his eyes. You think it's not over? No. Azura shook her head, her voice growing firmer, though the uncertainty still clung to her words. Not yet. The silence between them stretched, the weight of her words hanging heavily in the air. The world was at peace, for now. But the battle was far from over. Azura knew that whatever power had summoned the creature, whatever force had opened the portal, was still out there. And it wouldn't rest until it had reclaimed the world that had been taken from it. Varek's hand tightened on her shoulder, grounding her. Then we'll fight it. Together. Azura looked at him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Together, she echoed, the word carrying a weight of its own. They had always fought alone, each carrying their own burdens, their own destinies. But now, for the first time in a long while, they were not alone. They were in this together. As the night descended and the stars began to twinkle above them, a quiet resolve settled between them. The world had been saved, at least for the moment. But the journey was far from over. There were more shadows to confront, more darkness to uncover. Azura rose slowly, feeling the ache in her bones, the weariness of the battle settling into her body. But there was no time to rest, not yet. She turned toward Varek, who stood beside her, his eyes steady with determination. We have to keep moving, she said, her voice resolute. There are more secrets hidden in the world. We need to find them before they find us. Varek nodded, his expression unwavering. Where do we start? Azura gazed out into the distance, her eyes narrowing as she considered their next steps. The obsidian sky is not finished with us. There are still pieces of the puzzle we haven't found. The key to ending this may be hidden in the farthest reaches of the world, beyond the places even the light can reach. With that, she turned away from the broken landscape behind them, stepping forward into the unknown. The world was vast, and the path ahead was unclear. But for the first time in a long while, Azura felt a spark of hope ignite within her. She had Varek by her side, and together, they could face whatever darkness lay ahead. Let's go. She whispered, the words carrying a new weight, a promise to herself, to Varek, and to the world that they would not give up. Not yet. As they moved toward the horizon, the last rays of the sun casting a golden glow over their path, the obsidian sky hung above them, silent and watching. But it was not the end. It was only the beginning. The dawn broke slowly, stretching its pale fingers across the horizon, casting the world in a soft, golden light. The sky above, once a swirling mass of dark clouds and ominous shadows, now appeared clearer, as though the heavens themselves were holding their breath. Azure and Varek stood at the edge of a vast plain, their silhouettes framed by the rising sun. They had traveled far since the battle that had sealed the fate of the obsidian sky. They had ventured into forgotten lands, through ancient ruins, and across deserts that seemed to go on forever. And now, they stood on the cusp of something greater, something unknown. Azure felt the cool morning breeze against her skin, the quiet peace of the moment settling in. The darkness, the fear, the chaos, all of it had been pushed back. But something still lingered in the air, like a distant echo of a storm that had yet to pass. She knew their journey was not over. Beside her, Varek was silent, his eyes fixed on the distant mountains where the last remnants of the dark magic had been sealed. There was a solemnity to his gaze, a recognition that they had won, but the cost had been high. Many lives had been lost, and the world would never be the same again. Yet, in his eyes, Azure could see the same determination that had carried them through every battle, every trial. He was ready for what lay ahead, just as she was. It's strange, Azure spoke softly, her voice a whisper against the vast silence of the plains. The world feels still, like it's waiting for something. Varek turned to her, his brow furrowed in thought. It's not over, is it? Azure met his gaze, her expression thoughtful, yet filled with an unspoken strength. No. There's something more. The magic we fought. It didn't come from nowhere. It was born from somewhere, somewhere ancient, powerful. And I fear that the true source of it is still out there, hidden from us. A gust of wind swept across the plain, sending ripples through the tall grass at their feet. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something, some signal to begin the next chapter of this story. We've come so far, Varek said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of their journey. But it feels like the end is still out of reach. Azure nodded slowly. The end may never come, she replied, her voice firm. But that's not the point. The point is that we fight for what we believe in. We protect those who can't protect themselves. And we make sure that the darkness never finds a way back. Varek's lips quirked into a faint smile. You're right. We've come this far, and we won't stop now. Together, they turned and began to walk, their footsteps falling in unison on the soft earth beneath them. The road ahead was uncertain, the path winding and unclear, but one thing was certain, they would face it together. As they walked, Azure's mind turned over the lessons of their journey, the choices they had made, the sacrifices they had endured. There was a weight to the future, an uncertainty that would never fully fade. But there was also a quiet hope, a flicker of possibility. Do you ever wonder, Azure asked after a long pause, if this is what we were meant to do all along? If this is the path we were always destined to walk? Varek's response was slow, thoughtful. I used to think I had all the answers, he admitted, his voice a low rumble. But now, I think the path is something we create with each step we take. We're not just following a destiny, we're making it. Azura smiled at his words, a sense of peace settling over her. Then let's make it a good one. The world stretched out before them, endless and full of possibility. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its golden light on the land, as if blessing the journey they had begun. The shadows of the past still lingered, but they no longer held the same power over the future. Together, Azura said, her voice steady and sure. Together, Varric echoed, and in that moment, they both understood that no matter what came next, they would face it as they always had, side by side, and so, with the dawn of a new day and the promise of a world yet to be rebuilt, Azura and Varric continued forward, the weight of the past behind them and the hope of the future ahead, for the obsidian sky had fallen, but the world, though scarred, was still alive. And the journey, as always, was just beginning.